Morning, everybody. How are you? I'm gonna start getting the sports news in a second. There was some things I wanted to talk about yesterday that I had people up in the chat and the platform. So I'm gonna start with Deshaun Watson. I know this is getting monotonous, but hey, when a quarterback like this could be on the move, you have to talk about it. I told you yesterday. I'm gonna rehash this. All right. Look for San Francisco to get into this race, even though they're trying to do a Cousins for Garoppolo swap, which I would be like, really? But hey, Kyle who likes who he likes. But I'll tell you right now, the Niners, Nick Desario knows Jimmy G well. That could be a fit. You gotta give up some picks. But Jimmy G, I think they will be happy with. And I don't know. The fan base would, well, I can see that. Miami's lurking. I think Miami is the sleeper in all this. To hear Tua Tungala over Monday, baffled that he could be on the move, is I don't know why. I mean, guy, you can bring in a good former starter like Garner Minshew, Jameis Winston, who I have pushed back with last night with these guys. I'm gonna tell you something. Some quarterbacks mature. There goes my boy Fireman. Where do I honestly think Watson's going? Carolina. Carolina Fireman. Good morning to my boy Fireman's in here. Seem like we're trading Wentz too. Really? Wentz, I could see Indianapolis for Wentz. Indy for Wentz. I could see that. Carson Wentz, I could see Indy. I think either one of them, I could see Indianapolis. Either him or Jalen. If I'm the Colts, I'll go for Hurts. Costs a lot cheaper. Um, Definitely costs a lot cheaper, my brother. Um, you're gonna get back the 21st pick for him. Somewhere they just need to get him out of Philly. Yeah, I can see that. See, if a team like the Colts take Hurts, you know what that tells me? That they will be happy that they'll have their quarterback for the next 7 years if the Colts take him. I think what the Colts is doing is they're wondering if Andrew Luck may come back. That's what I think, firemen, that they're thinking. And firemen, let me tell you something, brother. I mean this. I appreciate your trust in me, our friendship, and your support, bro. Brother, don't think I don't. I do. I definitely support. I appreciate your support. Let me give a shout out to some ladies out there: Mahogany Roots and MJ, Sheila E, the beautiful Celeste, Pretty Eyes T, who really showed me some love a couple of days ago. Appreciate that. And of course, it wouldn't be me. And I gave this beautiful lady a shout out this morning on DJ Coolest panel before I came here on my own panel. Shout out to the beautiful Simone Love, who I know is getting ready for work down in the beautiful South. And I just want to say, beautiful, thank you for your support in your man Mace. Okay? Appreciate that very, very much. Uh, Let me see what else is going on in the sports world. Fireman. Yeah, you my guy too, brother. I really mean that, bro. I really appreciate people who appreciate me. I know I'm not an easy guy to get along with, but I try my best to give you guys what you deserve. And I'm telling you guys this right now. I got Supreme King Kun coming out, and we're gonna do our deal right here on the air. I'm gonna pay this man to do my intro. I'm gonna do a long intro and a short intro, and I hope you guys love it. I also gonna get Keep It Techie up here probably next week, and we're gonna do a nice business deal up here for my graphics. I appreciate that. You are too, bro. I try to do my best, bro. I try to do my best to be honest with you guys, to be real, and to give you guys stuff that other sports content creators will not give you. Quasi, what's up, my brother? That's right. We're here, bro. I appreciate you guys so much, man. You don't know, man. I mean, I'm not one of these guys that ignore the chat. I read my chat, brothers, because I came from the chat room. I wasn't no guy hopping on panel to panel so people could see me. Hell no. I was with you guys, bro. And you guys will always be my family, man. And I say that and I mean it, bro. And I see you two guys leaving Kuda and coming to my room to chill for a while, I really, really warms my heart and I appreciate it, man. Let me get some news. I wish the beautiful Simone Love would come in here and say hello to me. That would really make my day. Let me get the sports news up for you guys this morning. Bleacher Report. I don't care about the Super Bowl, but I will be doing Super Bowl coverage on Sunday and a post-game show if the show was good. Let you guys know what's going on this morning. Okay. Fellas, I'm right here. Do not leave. All right. Now, let me give you a recap on the NBA last night. Portland 132, Washington 121. The let's just say that let's just say the Wizards are clearly the worst team in basketball. All right, here last night's scores. Philly wins again. Philly's playing great basketball. 118-111 over Charlotte. Milwaukee destroys Indiana 130-110. Dokic is having a monster year, averaging nearly 11 assists and 11 rebounds with 22 points a game. Right now, to me, he is the MVP of the NBA as Dallas beats Atlanta. Clippers destroy Cleveland. And Washington won a game. Miami's horrible. OKC blows out the Rockets. Knicks win again. You know, Knicks are playing some good basketball. They are. New York Knicks win again. They win in Chicago. San Antonio wins again. They're playing great basketball. New Orleans destroyed Phoenix. Phoenix is on a slide. Sacramento beat the Celtics. And tonight, you got Atlanta and Atlanta tonight. And Golden State at Dallas. That should be interesting. That's the NBA. Let me get back to my boys in the chat. Let me read. Green Machine, what's up, bro? Welcome back. What's up, my brother? Green Machine's here. Quasi, I like listening to you, bro. I can't listen to dude talking all day about broads. It gets boring. Appreciate it. Yeah, Dallas is looking. Doncic is having a monster year, bro. Is DeRozan still with the Spurs? Yeah, yeah. You know what's why San Antonio is winning? Seriously, I caught them the other night, fellas. They're winning because their young players are stepping up. They're maturing in front of everybody's eyes who cares to see it. Remember, we are talking about San Antonio. Okay? No one and people think San Antonio's boring, blah blah blah. They are fun, fundamental team to follow. Hey, Green Machine, what's up, Go Professor? Green Machine, why don't you put something in the chat room, bro? Tell me what teams you like, bro. Green Machine, let me know what's up with that. So San Antonio, is good for the NBA. San Antonio's good. Go Professor's in the house this morning. DeJounte Murray must be. Yeah, he is. And there's another kid who stepped up for San Antonio. Their kids are playing well. I mean, Aldridge is getting old. DeRozan's getting old. CeeDee Lamb believes he's the best receiver in football. He's getting there. Let me give you also some great news, fellas. Remember in the early 2000s, EA Sports had a college football game? Well, guess what? It's back. And it'll be out in August. It'll be college football 2021 by EA Sports. They're bringing it back. And I'll be playing some games on the air. And I will be, of course, my Miami Hurricanes on the game. And maybe we'll play for some cash apps. I think that'll be fun, fellas. We play for some cash apps. What do you think about that, guys? You know? I think that'll be fun. Don't worry, fellas. I'm just typing hello to old Professor and Green Machine. That's why you don't hear me saying anything. But yeah, college football is coming back. If you guys played it when you guys were when we were a lot younger, put a one in the chat room. It's coming back. Yo, J Speed, come up, bro. I'll hit you up in a minute. Let me just say what's up to Green Machine. Anybody wants to come up, come up. This feels good to talk about sports in the morning, this early in the morning, my time. Tired of talking about game and all that shit. You know? Let me read what Fireman said. CD is getting there. Definitely. Dallas picked him up so the Eagles wouldn't get him. Facts, right? They even need him. Yeah, they need him. You know why? Uh OG, what's up, my brother? They need him because this guy's a free agent. I forgot my man's name, but he's damn good. He wears number 13. And the Cowboys can't afford to pay him. So the Charlotte Hornets, that's your team. I feel you, man. I tell you, Ball is playing very well for them. He really is. Ball is playing very well for them. He really is. Good morning to everybody out there watching. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. If you like the product, I hope to give you even better product as time goes on. Yeah, Michael Gallup. He's an unrestricted free agent. Yeah. Gallup is unrestricted. And I don't think Dallas is going to spend all that money on Michael Gallup. I'll tell you one thing about Dallas. I could see them letting Dak Prescott go or sign and trade. Like let's say the Miami Dolphins give Dallas the 18th pick. Dallas would do that. There you go. Here's the link. Uh, uh, Ghost Professor. You might want to come up. Uh, yeah, Philly can get him. Stick it to the Cowboys. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to all the beautiful ladies who have to deal with the man this morning. Shout out to the beautiful, and I hope she come up and say hello to me in the chat room at least. The beautiful Simone Love, who's on her way to work this morning. Yeah, yeah. Ball's doing very well. Trey Lance, yeah. If I was Dallas, I'll think about it. I even get the kid from Alabama because Dallas got so much a plethora of talent. Just looking around. Okay. You got Scott Miller of the Buccaneers, the third receiver, talking shit that he could beat Tyreek Hill in a foot race. He's out of his goddamn mind. It's typical cocky ass white boys. No one on earth can he beat CD Lamb, bro. All right, Deshaun Watson is reporting that he is not putting the New York Jets as the top of his list. Odell Beckham on the block doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. Let me see what he said. Dallas on offense is loaded. Imagine if Zeke was up to par. Facts. The Ghost. Good morning to you, Golden. Okay, he's saying what's up to the Golden Professor. Hey, Ghost, you want to come up? You can't. I dropped the link already, bro. Anybody could come up, Professor. Any you guys can't beat Tyreek Hill. He is about to show them in the Super Bowl. If I had to bet money, Chiefs winning. Yeah, I'm with you. I see the Chiefs winning this game also. Yeah, I do. I definitely do. I see Kansas City winning this game. I do. So Deshaun also Devontae Smith is making himself cozy to Dolphin players. He's been hooking up with that guy who we took last year in the first round, the DB from Auburn. So he's making the rounds. Ryan Fitzpatrick will be on AMA today, 3 o'clock Eastern. The Dolphins will be one of the top 10 favorites to win the Super Bowl next year, guys. It's right here. They're going to be one of the top 10 favorites to make the Super Bowl. A lot of people high on the Miami defense. And I look at the Dolphins, and I think they're gonna have to hit home grand slams in this draft. Let me read you again, Fireman. I think Smith said he preferred Miami too. Yeah, everybody wants to go to Miami now. You could argue that they are building something special. Guys like to be in winning atmospheres. I mean, nothing against Buffalo, Tennessee, but you see the Dolphins building something in Miami. Um, I think it's gonna be interesting what the Carolina Panthers doing all this for Watson. Uh, this is why I really appreciate that I see Carolina having something to say about this. I gave you the NBA scores last night. Um, you guys keep asking away questions in the chat room. I'll answer all of them. What's up, boys?
So I just want to know, you counting out the goat?
What's
You
up,
don't
man?
think the goat? You don't think the goat gonna pull through?
The Brady? No,
Yeah.
I think Mahomes is the new goat.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
tired of
man.
Brady anyway.
Yeah.
I,
I mean, but pretty much, Goat Professor was talking about this on his channel when he was saying that, when it come down to it, if he pull it off, he it shows how who was in the office that was really doing making the money plays.
yeah, I agree with that. It's gonna be an interesting Sunday night. I was told I was listening to some sports platforms yesterday before I came up, and they said that the city of Tampa is not even excited for the game. They say you hear no buzz about it. I wouldn't mind playing for EM. Yeah,
I find that hard to believe.
no, I can believe it.
I find that hard.
Tampa's the type of town where you have to win for them to jump on your bandwagon. That's why they love the hockey team so much.
Yeah, I
Football
mean,
team don't sell out.
yeah, they don't. I mean, but you gotta have them diehard fans. That's like I got a couple of dudes up here in Atlanta, man. They diehard, and they've been riding with Tampa for years, man. And they from the A. And to see them, you know, they see their team make it. They going crazy out here right now. They throwing big old dude might be throwing a big party. I ain't even holler back at him. He might be throwing a smash mouth party, all inclusive.
Yeah, full of Olympic gold medalists.
Well, I said that Tampa Bay is a mediocre team, and they're now that Tom Brady is there with them in the Super Bowl. You know, if they win, I've said this like she had just mentioned. I said we have to question. I mean, really put Tom Brady as perhaps the GOAT.
Yeah, if he wins this one, uh, it'll be undisputed. But if he loses this one, people are gonna say that the first three Super Bowls he won was because of the kicker, because they won each game by the kicker kicking a game-winning kick.
Well, I'm just going to say if he if they win, if Tampa Bay wins, right?
Hmm.
Tom Brady has to be the greatest coach ever.
Quarterback, quarterback.
No. Listen what I'm saying, Mace. He has to be the he. I had questioned if he was when if he wins this game, wins the Super Bowl, right, with his team. So I had questioned, well, if he wins this with his team, Tampa Bay, when he was with New England, I question, was he really the number 1 seat or the number 2 seat? You understand what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
So, I mean, because when he was New England, it was Tom Belichick and Tom Brady. But if Tom Brady takes this team to a win, then we have to. I'm questioning, should we really say Tom Brady and Tom Belichick?
Brady and Bill Belichick. I'll just say this. I think Belichick is a great coach. The problem in New England is they like to be cheap, and they missed on a lot of draft picks because they were winning so many Super Bowls. I believe that if Brady wins this game, um, two things. Number one, he's never had more talent on offense than he does right now. That's a fact. Number two, it speaks on his greatness. And three, Bruce Arians, who's his coach now, is a hell of an offensive coach. He's a hell of a coach. I think that it's going hand in hand. 7 Super Bowls. You can't. No one's even. The next person is 4 Super Bowls. Matter of fact, Ken Norton, I think, got 5 Super Bowls. I think, but Charles Haley, I think, got 5 Super Bowls.
But you understand what I'm saying, though, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm just saying that if the Bucks pull this out, Tom Brady has to be. He came from one team with five. Five. I think it's 5, 6 of them, right?
6 of them.
Okay, and then he goes to a new team that is a mediocre team, and this is their first his first year with them.
Yeah.
And if they win this, we have to lean towards Tom Brady being the greatest, the GOAT of coaches. If not the coach, the assistant coach.
I don't know. I think you're taking a lot of credit away from Bill Belichick. I think Bill Belichick made him.
Hey, is Belichick in the Super Bowl now?
He don't have to be there now, but he's already proven himself, man. And what you're saying, I ain't gonna get into it. It's too early in the morning. I ain't gonna get into it this early in the morning, man. I think Bill Belichick is the greatest coach to coach this sport. Not even close.
Okay. Hey, look, I'm just throwing it out there, Mace, brother.
I think Tom Brady was a product of him. Okay. Without a doubt. I think one thing that Tom Brady has done, which a lot of people don't want to talk about, but it's true, he's won 5 of his Super Bowls without talent. What's up, Dante S? He won 5 of his Super Bowls without talent around him, which is very, very impressive. All I'm telling you is that even if Brady wins Sunday, to me, that doesn't discredit Bill Belichick at all.
Okay. I'm not discrediting.
Also, not you. Let me say this. Fireman's talking about Andy Reid. You taking Andy Reid number 2 over? You taking Andy Reid second greatest coach ever? Okay, Andy Reid. When I tell you this, if Kansas City wins Sunday, not only is Andy Reid in the Hall of Fame, Andy Reid, because the media likes him so much, will be put up as the upper echelon as greatest coaches ever. I totally agree. Belichick had that defense going hard, but Brady is the GOAT. Okay, Dante S agrees with him.
Hey, see, Dante gets what I'm talking about, Brett. I'm not taking anything away from Belichick, right? I'm just saying that Tom Brady, he ran the game. He had to run the game. Yeah, Belichick gave him plays and held defense and things, but Tom had to run the game. Now he took that and went over to a mediocre team His first year, he's in the Super Bowl.
You know, it's funny about Tampa. You know, I just said it a minute ago about how the fans are not too excited. I'll tell you one thing. Like the guy said, he's a the columnist for the Tampa Tribune down there. He said that Tom Brady is every merchandise with his face on it is sold out all year long. His jerseys are worn all over town. That says a lot about Brady's appeal. And he's also living at Derek Jeter's house. So Antonio Brown, I don't know if he's playing Sunday. Um, I just think Kansas City, that kid at quarterback. I'll say this. I know that Professor is waxing on Brady, and Brady deserves every credit he gets. He gets it from me. I'm not a hater of Tom Brady. But if Mahomes wins and beat Brady, I think a lot of people are going to start jumping on Patrick Mahomes being the new GOAT. Because he's
I
going to win
doubt
multiple Super Bowls.
no, no, no,
Kansas City?
no.
Kansas City?
They
If
will
can
put it. They will put it on Andy Reid.
Have you seen how good Mahomes is, man?
Yes, sir. I have.
And you don't think with his talent, he's not the best quarterback in this
No.
league right now?
Well, right now, maybe.
Yeah, but
Right now,
he's young. He's 24 years old. His future is ahead of him. And if he wins Sunday, that's number two. They're going to
okay,
win more Super Bowls.
okay. Well, that depends on Andy Reid.
I think Andy Reid will stay as long as Mahomes can play. Well, now overall, for my style of play, I would fit Reed. I'm I'm bashing this one off of me. Reed is in the top 20 though. Okay, top 10 I meant. Yeah, he's definitely top 10 right now. No way Andy Reid better than Bill Walsh. Okay? Okay?
Hey, Mace.
Getting
I'm
back to
telling you.
Mahomes and the arm
Hey,
talent.
hey, Mace.
Yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
telling you
Hmm?
that. Okay, let's say let's go with what you just said. Let's
Okay.
go with Mahomes winning this game, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's 24, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Andy Reid is the one run this. He's Mahomes is 24. He may have some a win, maybe get this win, but Andy Reid is the energy is coming from Andy Reid. Now, if we take uh Tom Brady, now I want to be clear on this.
Okay.
I want to be clear.
Okay.
I'm not. I don't want to come across like I'm all over Tom Brady like that. I'm just laying out my analysis of it. Okay.
Yeah, I respect everybody's opinion.
Yeah, I'm just laying out my analysis of it, and I'm saying that Tom
Mhm.
Brady, uh, for Mahomes to catch Tom Brady, he's going to have to put some time in.
I, I
He
I think
can't
I
be regarded as the greatest
I
from
think
just
if
two Super Bowls.
I think if he wins four, they'll give it to him. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Except for one Super Bowl, the one against the Falcons. Yo, Sean Jones, what's up? Good morning. Except for the one against the Falcons, okay, when they came back from 28-3.
Yeah,
Russell Wilson threw the dumbest pass in the history of sports.
yes, he did.
Uh The Rams was horrible. That's why they traded Jared Goff. That was the defense that won them that Super Bowl. The last one, New England one, was the defense. What was the score? 13-3. That was the defensive game. The other three games, the field goal kicker won the games for them. My point: Patrick Mahomes was down by 10 points with 7 minutes to go. He scored 21 unanswered points, 24 unanswered points with 7 minutes to go in the game. See, my point is you have to show some dramatics to get that label. And that's why we had a discussion 2 weeks ago about Aaron Rodgers. And the reason why people was amping up Aaron Rodgers because Aaron Rodgers show you more than Brady does. Brady is the type of guy. That's why I question when you said Belichick. People know Belichick made him. That's a fact. Belichick will get it back together again soon, very soon. Brady went to a great situation because he's never had talent on offense like he had in Tampa. Good morning, baby girl. How are you? He never had Sheila E. How are you? He never had the talent like he on offense like he has in Tampa. I'll tell you right now, if we switch the quarterbacks, Mahomes in Tampa, Brady in Kansas City, it will be the same.
You think so?
Yeah. Brady with all that talent in Kansas City and Andy Reid, he will do awesome. And Mahomes with all that talent with Bruce Arians in Tampa, he will do awesome. That's what makes this game fun because I think the team with the balls. Let me read. I'm gonna let you talk in 1 second. No, okay, Sean John. That was the most boring Super Bowl ever. Yeah, against the Rams, right? The Rams patch was boring. Yeah, go ahead, go, Professor. Sheila E said, "What's up, T?"
Yeah. Good morning, Sheila. Good morning, Mama. Good morning. Um, but Mace,
Yeah, go ahead.
look,
Mm-hmm.
we can go by all the ifs, how games laid out.
Mm-hmm.
Fact is, there's a W on Tom Brady. 6 times. Perhaps this will be the 7th time.
Could be.
Okay. Now, you said that Mahomes is 24. He may
Mm-hmm.
get this may be his second one, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's still gotta catch Tom, regardless of how Tom got there. He still gotta catch it.
I think again, Professor, if if he wins 4, they'll give it to him. You know
If
why?
he
He's
wins,
more exciting. That's why. Brady is mechanical,
okay,
but he's great. I saw him play his entire career. I saw when he uh had no talent, but he had a great defense, but he still won 3 Super Bowls. I'm not knocking the guy. All I'm saying to you is these writers, they like a quarterback with flair. Brady doesn't have flair.
okay.
Mahomes does.
Let me ask you, Mace,
Mm-hmm.
brother.
And then,
What's the difference between a Bugatti and a Rolls Royce?
well, I'm not really into cars.
But you know what they are.
Well, I don't know what Blue Gotti is, but I know what Rolls Royce is, right?
Okay. What's the difference between a Rolls Royce
Okay.
and a Mercedes, uh, the high class Mercedes? What's the difference?
Not much.
There you go.
Yeah,
They're still
I know,
cars,
I know.
brother.
I can
They're
agree. I can
still
agree.
cars, brother.
I
One
agree
looks
with your
flashy
analogy.
and one looks just regular. But
Are you surprised so many people are picking Kansas City to win this game?
am I what?
Are you surprised so many people are picking Kansas City to win this game?
I'm not really surprised. I wasn't really sure.
Hold that point. Talk to the chat. I'm gonna go. I gotta let my housekeeper in.
Okay, okay. All right. I want y'all to know now you're in the smooth sounds of Gold Professor. Now I don't want y'all to, get go hard in the chat. Oh, Gold Professor is taking over Mace Taggers. Hey, but look, I want to stick to the point. Mace said that Tom Brady is the Mercedes and Mahomes is the Bugatti, right? Because he's more flashy. He got more, he's not, in Mace's words, boring, right? Mechanical. Yeah, but there's still cars, right? They still move, right? I'm just saying. I'm just saying that
On the 18th, I promise.
Mahomes
Okay,
has
he
to
said every 2 weeks.
Mahomes has to catch Tom. That's all I'm saying. She said I'm always trying to take over. I'm not, man. Hey, people trust me to, handle the broadcast. You got something going on. Mace. You got to replug something in. Plug your wires back in. I think you have something unplugged, Mace. It sound like a jack or something is out. Check all your connections. When you sat down, that's when the sound kicked in. You, Hey, Mace, I have to go, man. I'll holler back, man. But I think you got something that disconnected. So, but hey, peace to the chat. If you can hear me, Mace, peace, brother. I'll holler back, man. But it might be something. It's a connection that you got that disconnected when you sat down or something. But peace to the chat. I holler.
About the delay, everybody. Here we go. We're back now. Oh, man. You know, when you're not really technically inclined, you mess up like this. Manzano, come up, bro. We'll talk this morning. I apologize to everybody. Buglati, I do not know what that is. Hey, Ghost, you want to come up? Come up. Apologize for what just happened with the delay, with the audio. It was something to do with the wiring. I fixed that. Manzano, come up. Anybody wants to come up, come up. I don't care. Worry. I really don't care. There we go. Apologize for that delay. I was talking to the Gold Professor about Tom Brady. He likes to give Brady his love. I already know how great Brady is. Sometimes you get tired of hearing about how great Brady is, but that's something for another day. Manzano, you coming up, bro? Ghost, come up. Sheila E, if you want to, come up. You know, by the way, go subscribe to Sheila E's platform. It's tremendous. That beautiful lady's done a great job with politics. Your microphone's not working either? Huh? What, my microphone's not working? You gotta be kidding me. If I fixed it on this part. My mic's not working? Let me ask Ghost. Oh, you hear me? Thank you, Daquan. Leggett. I don't know how to announce your name, but I'm glad that my microphone is working. You want to come up? That's the what you call is right there. Anybody can come up. So if you want to come up, Manzano. I put the link in the chat. Well, one guy says he hears me, and you said you don't hear me. If you can't hear me besides the ghost, put a 2 in your what you call it. Put a 2 in the chat if you can't hear me. If you can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. Daquan says he can hear me. I guess no one can hear me because no one's putting a 1 in the chat. I don't know what the hell has happened here. I can hear myself talk. Everything is working over here. Nothing's on mute. Yeah, Daquan can hear me. I don't know who can't hear me. Yo, Daquan, you want to? Sheila E can hear me, so I don't know what's up with the ghost. J Speed, you can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but I don't know if they can hear you through the broadcast.
Yeah, because everybody's putting the 1. Thank you, Sheila. Everybody's putting the 1. General, come up. It's Daquan, come up. General, come up. Put this here. How you doing, OG? How you feeling, my brother?
I'm feeling real good. I just had a lot of noise in the background. I just wanted to come off phone. Why I got too much noise in the background?
Yeah. My house is quiet, man. You know.
Yeah, I see your housekeeper just came in. Yeah, I caught you over there at the debate they had tonight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you was PTOC what and fantastic, and got the other gentleman's name. Yeah, I caught you over there.
Yeah. I was there. Yeah. General, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, my good brothers?
I'm good, man. Good,
Everything
OG.
good
Talk,
here.
man.
What's
Yeah,
happening?
everybody says,
What's up, brother OG?
Hey, everything's going well, man.
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
Yeah, man. What
yeah,
you got?
man. Good to hear.
Hey,
What's
what you
going on? What
guys?
you talking about this morning? What you talking about this morning, brother?
The gold professor was up here praising Tom Brady, but I'm trying to tell him that if Mahomes win another one, he's gonna win a couple more. He kept singing about Brady and not giving Bill Belichick his due. I said, you better give Bill Belichick his due. I mean, Bill Belichick's a
Well,
hell of a football coach.
I already told you how I feel about this whole Super Bowl thing. Um, this is what I would tell you. I would tell you that they the fix was on. It's just my opinion. There were at least three of those Super Bowls they shouldn't have won. Period. Point blank.
Yeah, yeah, I feel you. I'm not even going to argue that. Those
But
are facts.
they have to give him the opportunity to have one more ring than Michael Jordan has. They have to give him the opportunity.
I agree with that.
So
Yeah, I
Tom
agree with
Brady
him.
will go down. They want Tom Brady to go down as the greatest athlete overall to ever you know to ever do it in the
Yeah, to
men's
play in
game.
American sports. Yeah, because they don't like the fact that black men dominate sports.
Well, he won't be able to do that, and here's why. You forget about Bill Russell,
Of course.
11 of 11. So, you know,
Yeah, I agree with that.
that's gonna be the next debate. That's gonna be the sports world. Who's the greatest athlete overall? It's
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
can
the
see
whole
that.
Rocky Marciano. It's gonna be the whole Rocky Marciano shit all over again.
Yeah, I remember that Rocky Marciano shit back in
And
our young days, General.
I wouldn't put it past the major broadcast networks or people that are big in the industry and sports. I won't put it past them to try to make that argument for Tom Brady over Bill Russell.
No, of course they would.
And they're gonna say,
Mm,
well, that it's the modern era. You got to think about it. Yeah, but it's the modern era. That's what we're gonna say, man.
Good morning again, baby girl.
Good morning. I was gonna ask General while you talking, why you said what you said about that. They're trying to make him go down as the best. I was saying the same thing, but could you go in a little bit more detail? Good morning, OG. Glad
We
to see
Good
have
you
to
back.
morning.
we have to understand the world that everybody says. All these people on YouTube and with these channels, they all say that they understand how quote unquote white supremacy works, and they all understand how America works. So this is why I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised. Look, Tom Brady left Bill Belichick, right? And
Yeah.
the whole talk is, can he do it without Bill Belichick? Was it Bill Belichick or was it Tom Brady? Who, which, what? And now they put him in position to win. What is this, number 7?
Yeah, it'll be number 7 if he wins Sunday night.
Okay, so now we understand. Now you know what's going on.
Yeah.
I knew that anyway, though. I'm just saying. I figured that that's what they was doing. Mhm.
Do we
It was also this politics.
What you think?
did we forget about the deflated football or something? I really don't keep up with football, but I look at some of the stories. Do we put an extra, whatever they call it, assembled by his Super Bowls? Uh, I mean, you know, if if you come out and you've been fined by I don't know if it was him or it was fined by the NFL for using deflated footballs or something like that. Wasn't that a story at one time?
Say that again.
Was that a story one time or another with him using deflated footballs or
Oh
something like that?
yeah. That was he got suspended 4 games.
Okay, so
That's
um, when we have something like that, do you really call? I mean, did they go back and find out how many years he did that, or was it for 1 year, 2 year?
I
I
think
mean,
I think what's gonna happen is that if Mahomes wins again, I think slowly but surely that all that Tom Brady BS will be put to Mahomes because his future is so bright that he can win 3 or 4 of these, and the media is just waiting because if he wins again, uh, I think Brady will go quietly into the night because Mahomes is the new in thing right now. He's the it thing right now in football. And if he wins again and beats Brady, they'll put him on a pedestal so high none of us can reach it.
okay,
With this Patriots and Tom Brady thing, I think the reason why the NFL looked the other way is because, of course, they were winning, but the Patriots were making a whole bunch of money for the NFL. That's why Roger Goodell was looking the other way when they did the Spygate thing,
Yeah,
and
the first one.
they looked the other way for the Deflategate thing too. So they didn't get suspended. None of the coaches got suspended. None of
But
their
Brady
front
got
office people
suspended.
got fined.
But Brady got suspended 4 games.
No, Brady got suspended 4 games. But what I'm saying, they didn't suspend uh, Belichick. They didn't fine any of the front office people like Robert Kraft or the general manager and stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying. Besides Tom Brady, they didn't really go after hard on the they didn't really go hard on the Patriots by suspending front office personnel or fining them a whole bunch of money. It's because the Patriots were making a whole bunch of money for them and winning, so that they looked the other way because the Patriots were winning them Super Bowl, making them a whole bunch of money and winning a whole bunch of Super Bowls. Don't you agree, General and Ghost too?
yeah, I disagree due to the fact you just look at the name of the team, you look at the name of the coach, you look at the name of the quarterback. It makes perfect sense. It's a perfect picture, and so it came at a time. You got to understand when all this stuff started coming. At what time did it start coming? You know, I stopped looking at football. Maybe y'all can tell me what game it was. It was so miserable that it was on the 1 yard line, and this team could have won. I think it might have been against Brady. And
Seattle.
Seahawks. Yep.
Russell
yeah,
Wilson.
so when you look at this whole garbage, that boy who could have ran that ball with the whole team on his back,
Lynch. Yep,
he
Lynch.
had been talking shit against it. He had stopped doing interviews. And when I seen that, I had no interest in football ever again.
I don't blame you. I don't.
No, but do you understand what I'm saying though? Do you agree with me that the fact that the NFL covered a whole bunch of cheating by the Patriots because they were basically they were making money for the Patriots and it was the Patriots were making a whole bunch of money for the NFL. That's why they were covering up
Yeah,
all the
yeah. I
cheating.
mean, if you thought about what I said, it was totally in the ride on the same way that you were saying. I was just putting a little extra, putting the calendar on the date. Because if you really look at it, it had a perfect everything. So even though that all these things was happening, they wanted this team, this quarterback, this coach to be the poster child for sports.
Yeah.
Which is kind of unfair. You're basically discounting other teams when you're doing that. And that's why I hate the Patriots because they've gotten a whole bunch of favoritism. Let's say team like the Raiders did this, the Raiders would have gotten kicked out of the NFL. Don't you agree? Because did the NFL hate the Raiders?
Yes, they did, but that was 20 years ago.
No, but you
Can't believe it's
understand, if
been
the
20
Raiders
years.
did these same things, they would have gotten kicked out of the NFL. Like, there would be no team in Oakland or in Las Vegas anymore. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but because you're talking about, like, look at the name, look at the coach, look at the owner, not the coach, but the owner. He upset the NFL. Matter of fact, they were totally against him. I mean, he was just like what you call these guys who on the outside of whatever supposed to be in the box. He was a renegade. The owner of the Raiders was a renegade. So if
Yeah,
something
Al
like
Davis.
that would have, yeah, Al Davis, something like that could happen with him. Yeah, you're totally correct. But you still have to come back to my point again. You got the perfect name for the coach, perfect name for the quarterback. You got the perfect name for a football team. It goes along with the theory of what was happening in this country at that time.
9/11.
And so, right. So when you really look at it, the rabbit goes a lot further down in the hole than we want to talk about. But think about this: if Michael Jordan had been caught for 3 or 4 of his rings by putting stickum on his hand to keep the ball intact with his hand so he could lose control, you would see a totally different problem.
Yep, I agree.
General, you'd like to give the state of the Lakers address?
All is well, man. We had a little flare up. LeBron had an issue with the fan. Of course,
I heard. I heard.
you know how that go. Everybody
Yeah.
gonna hate. Everybody gonna hate. They gotta have a hater, man. They gotta have it.
Do you know that lady, by the way?
No, she's dealing with some guy that some old man that made his fame off of Viagra commercials.
Okay. Okay. Cause I saw the lady. I'm like, really, LeBron? Well, she was talking smack to him.
Can y'all
That's what
catch me
happened.
up on this?
Yeah. General could tell you about it.
Yeah, please, because I
It
don't,
was
I don't
her.
know.
It was her husband actually who started in, with the heckling, and he
Okay.
said something. They won't release what was said um, about LeBron and his family. So that's what the big stink is truly about. I mean, people heckle players all the time. Big time players all the time. To get attention and whatever. But the guy said something about LeBron's family and use a few choice words, but the media won't at this time release what was said.
Okay.
So
Oh, okay.
so
Talking about the woman.
so
Okay.
it's gonna come out. They're gonna bring it out. It's just a matter of time before they actually bring out what was said.
Sheila, you got something to say about this?
I'm just saying that, again, I'm for my brothers, right? And this just had to hold this woman accountable. And I think they're not being transparent about the situation. And us as his fans and other brothers should back him up on this. And really, this woman really need to be held accountable what she said. That's not acceptable.
They're not gonna hold her accountable. Look at her. She's lily white, blonde hair, uh, with the rich guy. She claims that she's 25 years old. She looks like she's about 40.
Yeah.
Ain't no way they're gonna hold her accountable because she's a white woman.
It
She's lily
doesn't
white,
matter.
blonde hair.
General. They do.
I
They crap.
I
Let me
understand
tell
what
you
you.
something I know about Caucasians. One thing about them, with position of power, when they feel they're being attacked by a lot of people, they crack under pressure. and she will apologize to him. And what was said, believe me, it will come out in the press.
Well, a lot of this
Yeah.
stuff also, a lot of this stuff also is about ratings. Okay, so this is why they're gonna let the firestorm brew for as long as they can. It'll be in the news for the next week. You know, the Super Bowl is gonna squelch it. That's what's gonna happen. All of that issue with LeBron is gonna go away until after the until after the Super Bowl, and then they'll bring it back up once the Super Bowl goes away. After next week, the Super Bowl will be dead, and then they'll focus on the NBA. And as long as it doesn't happen again, right? And I don't know when they got to go back or play in that arena again. But as long as it doesn't happen again, I think it'll just wash under the bridge. They're not gonna let it be known.
Okay, I'm be honest to the brothers on the panel. How y'all feel about that? Do you feel like they're trying to put yourself in his shoes, that trying to smear his character and stuff? Come on, they
Yeah.
always do that. They always do that to y'all, and then they always something go by and they push stuff on the rug. When is somebody going to really stand up against this?
I
I,
They're
think.
making LeBron for me. They're making LeBron a scapegoat.
Well,
That's what it is.
I think it's a different times now, gentlemen and ladies. I think there's a different time now. See, I don't know if LeBron is still running his barbershop thing. See, these are the things that they can't stop anymore. See, this is what making this planet so small now. See, when the big three used to have all the influence when it comes to media and all that, that was yesteryear. Today, this younger generation, they are the enforcers of this type of stuff. And so, we are into instant media. Everybody now could be in the media now with a cellular phone. So I don't think they can get away with a lot of stuff that they have got away with in the past because
Right.
we're in a instant news and instant opinion. You know what I mean? We don't have to wait for other people to come and tell us how we should think. Now we're thinking for ourselves, and might not be something I might agree along with, General might agree along with, or either Mace or you, Miss Sheila E, or Anthony. But
No,
it's
I'm a
out
younger
there.
generation. I'm in my 30s, so
Yeah. So
I
that's what
agree
I'm
with
saying
you.
is,
It's a good thing and a bad thing.
hmm
The
and
social media thing could be.
that's what I like about
It,
the new generation. They ain't afraid like we were in our generation where we had to really sit down and strategize and then make a move. They make moves without even strategize. They just loose cannons, and that could be a good thing. You know what I mean? We need that type of
no,
support now.
but it could be a bad thing too. No, but
Yeah, it can.
in
I
a sense,
mean,
it
you can
could be a
take the
bad
good with the
thing
bad
because
in
they're
anything.
not doing the research. Then they they go in like a bull in a china shop without the correct
Right.
information, and they give their opinions without having the right information. That's
But it
that's a
started the
bad thing.
discussion. Yeah, that's the bad part of it. But you know what? It started the discussion. These are things that we used to have to discuss in back rooms or picnics and say cookouts and gatherings or something like that. Things we wouldn't say out in public. It starts the discussion, and this is one of the most beautiful things that humans have is communication. If we cut the communication, we stop listening to each other and listen to different opinions, that is where everything breaks down. And that's in any kind of relationship, a marriage or a sport, institution, or anything. If you stop communicating, everything breaks down. So, yes, I'll take the bad with the good.
Yes. And that's what it's all about, because we all have different personality, characters, different point of views. And when we come together, it's like a puzzle. We all unique and different. But when we come together, it's a beautiful piece. And like I said, this woman has smoke for LeBron. But I don't see no Becky having smoke for Chad Willer.
I
You know,
think the Beckys, when it comes to a Chad Wheeler, they're like saying,
but
"Really,
that's
bro? Really?"
my, but
I
I'm sorry, Nate.
honestly, I'm
But my
surprised.
thing is, okay, my
I'm
brothers, why is
you.
it that you always have smoke for y'all, but then the other side always get a smack on the finger, or you know what, just to slide by the under the rug. The Super Bowl coming, everything else coming. Basketball be starting soon, and pre games and this and that. I mean, like, because you know why? Because this generation ain't saying nothing. One thing about our generation, we did stand up. We did have morals, we did have standards, and we did hold
Right.
people accountable, and we was transparent.
This generation, and it's sad, and I always say this up here. You heard me say this last week, Sheila.
Hmm.
They, especially the young black women, they support the Chad Wheeler no matter what he does. And they threw that girl who got ass beat under the bus. They're like, well, she shouldn't have got him mad. That's the way they're looking at it, and it's sad.
Y'all
And,
had to
Really,
and
catch me.
you
Y'all
know
had to
what?
catch me up on that one.
I'm be
um,
honest. I'm
mhm,
the oldest woman here on YouTube streets.
yeah.
I don't really have no older women I could really sit down and talk to on a panel. Really, if it ain't about drama, if it ain't about sex, just talk about the things that teaching our younger women how they present themselves, how they carry themselves. Just different things in the household or whatever. Or you don't have. I don't even have that space here on YouTube.
And I
Yeah.
think, guys, I think you're going, Sheila, you're going right at it. I think it's not it's the way these kids are being raised. It's not them. It's the parents. The parents are not teaching them correctly and stuff like that. So, but and they're
You
growing up.
know, I used to, Sheila, maybe I can give you some hope. When I first got into YouTube, I used to think like, and y'all know if y'all ever seen
I
me on
remember.
panels or seen me place, I used to get cussed out. I
Oh, I
mean,
was
but
there.
I look, but I held fast, you know what I mean? Because in the end, your results always tell you the truth. But I started to understand the new generation and how they think. I mean, if we sit down, just take this, Missy. If we sit down and look at an Andy Griffith, or we sit down and look at a old show, it's cool. We can laugh at it and stuff like that. Them kind of shows are too slow for the new generation. They would be totally bored looking at a show like that. Not because it don't have sex or anything. It's just too slow for them. And I can remember the time when there were certain things my parents looked at when I was coming up into age, maturity, then the things they were looking at, it was just too slow for me. So there is an evolution in it. And one thing I do understand, when you at the bottom, there's nothing else to do but come to the top. So I do have hope that
I do.
there,
Our babies are so smart, intelligent. Let me tell you something. They're so creative. This young
mm,
generation is. I mean, they're really creative, and we only sometimes they're so radical and don't think, and they just need guidance. That's all. You
right.
know.
Yeah,
And a
No.
man told my
let
father told
me
me,
speak for
let
my
me say this
generation.
for, let me tell you about this, what my father told. He said, one of the things you don't ever want to do in life when you start to get old is become me. And what he was saying in that was, when you get to a certain point where everything that you look at, it was in the past, and what you're looking at now, it's just moving faster. And we had a disconnect. We don't want to be honest about this, but we had a disconnect with our parents' music. We had a and they had a disconnect with our music, and so we enjoyed their music because they played it all the time. But at a certain point in time in our life, we had a disconnect. So I just started to look at things, just I guess, uh, embracing and looking at it and saying, what can I do to polish it a little better versus complaining about it so much. So when I do go places now, if you notice what I do when I go places now, I do, other than panels like Mace, because Mace opened up his panels for all types of discussion. But when I go to other places, mostly what I do now is just ask questions. That's how attorney win cases in the courthouse, by asking questions. Sometimes when you get the person to answer that question, sometimes it shows them how stupid what they are saying sometimes. versus
I'm
trying
just
to
speaking for
debate
my
them.
generation. Real quick, I'm not speaking for everybody, but what I'm looking at, I'm gonna bring up specifically Hollywood. The reason why some of these younger directors are bringing back old shows is because the older generation is refusing to let them be creative. Like, this is Hollywood specifically, like directing like shows and movies. The reason why you see remakes of old movies is because the older directors refuse to let these younger directors be creative because they feel that that's too like that the it's it doesn't fit what they see as movies or cinema and stuff like that. Don't you agree? Like the older Hollywood.
I worked in the business for 35 years, and I'm telling you, sir, I would highly have to disagree with you on that one, due to the fact there's been more entrepreneur. I mean, back in my day, we had nothing but Spike Lee. We had nothing but one or two independent film directors or film producers or people in general doing things outside the box. But if you look at how many stations and how many channels we have now, people, how they release movies, it's a new time. And I'm telling you, you wouldn't be able to see a movie like Get Out 25 years ago. From the content itself, you wouldn't be able to see that type of movie. So you probably would probably been able to see it in the 70s when we had the exploitation, what they call the exploitation era. But as me working in Hollywood, I'm telling you, these new producers, these new directors, they are in a class by themselves. Now, when you start talking about the big Hollywood feature films or something like that, you might be correct in that because these are films that they choose to make money with. But there's a lot of independent directors and producers now that are doing great things in Hollywood, and it might not be on the big screen, but you got Netflix, you got all these. Just look at the stuff that they make today.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna use a perfect example. I'm gonna use Francis Ford Coppola
Excuse me, Mace
and
been want to say something, y'all. Mace been want to
No,
say
no, I just this movie
no, I'm
stuff
gonna
is
use
getting to
two.
me.
I,
Oh, okay.
I
I mean,
I'm gonna
Yeah,
I'm gonna use
okay.
two directors specifically that are calling like these superhero movies that you see now, like the Marvel and DC movies.
go ahead, Jay Speed, you
Like
in the business.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use Francis Ford Coppola and Martin Scorsese perfectly as an example. They're like saying these are not cinema. Like, these are not the movies that they hate the fact that these movies are making money. They're saying that they're invaders. They're destroying the business. They shouldn't be in theaters and stuff like that. Do you think it's them being bitter that
No,
their movies are starting?
no, I think they are totally correct. If you think about it, these are cartoon figures. These are
Thank you.
figures. These are
Thank you.
figures that was in cartoons. So you got a generation, Xbox generation. You got cartoons. So you got big grown ass people acting like kids, and the only thing they get to see is fucking cartoons, goddamn movies. And so people are tired of it. Yes, they make money just like reality TV, but they're really not movies.
Uh, I'm gonna get back to the topic at hand. And what Sheila E was talking. Sheila E is cracking up there. Uh, I gotta say this. Getting back to the topic, Sheila, you have to admit, in general, I want you in here too. You have to admit that for those sisters to sadly, young generation that they've defended Chad Wheeler. Don't you think that's kind of a backlash to the entire culture?
it is. It's sad. It's sad that
They hate their
it
men that much.
it hurts me. As an older woman, and I ever tell you my story. What happened to me, Mace, when I was in fourth grade?
No,
I got smacked by a principal. He was white. He called me a half breed.
really.
Yeah.
Manzano, get back up here. And what
Yeah,
happened?
please do.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And what happened, baby?
My mother came to the school and pistol with him.
Oh, good. He
Good.
deserved that.
My mother was a
Yeah.
black. Yeah. Because I had told one of the boys to stop. The teacher kept on telling him that we were going to the soda fountain and get
Yeah.
in line. And kind of find out his wife had left him for a black man, and I favored his daughter because I have freckles and my hair red and stuff.
Yeah.
And he told me life is not going to be nobody's not going to cater to you because of your complexion, who you are, who you think you are. He pulled me in his office. He smacked me in my face, called
Mm.
me a half breed.
So with
Some,
that, Miss E, so what that is, wouldn't you say that there's really nothing new under the sun? That's why we have Graceland, but we don't have anything contributing to one of the greatest entertainers that ever walked the earth, Michael Jackson. We don't have no land for him, no this, no that. And Elvis Presley married his wife, what, at 14 years old?
yeah,
But
Priscilla.
then, yeah, so what I'm trying to say is when I hear guys talking about racism or sexism don't affect our lives, I just laugh. I was
Yeah, I
like,
forgot.
get a little older. That's all
I,
you do. Get a little
wasn't
older.
wasn't that the debate last night on
Yes, sir.
Teapot?
Yes, sir. And that's why
Don't make sense.
I just said, you know what? I wonder after these type of debates, who is walking away laughing? And I guarantee you, it don't look like us. And
No,
in any case, it don't make no difference who win if we all lose.
General.
Yeah, Mace, it hurt my heart that our sisters really. It just us in general, we disagree each other. We talk down each other and stuff like that. Because like I said, at the end of the day is y'all went through a lot. And y'all still going through a lot. And us as females, we should recognize. I know my mother told us that when we was growing up. One thing about y'all, when y'all leave the house, you're not guaranteed y'all gonna come back.
Those are facts.
And then
Yeah.
I get on the streets and I hear them do nothing but bash our brothers. And then, and it's sad that it get to this point that I heard a young girl talking about she was at Walmart and she seen a young black boy stocking shelves and he said hi to her and she's like, I can't stand him. And I could take my gun out and shoot him. And I was like, this is on YouTube. And I was like, oh, I can't stand them. And oh, they make my skin crawl. And I was like,
You know where that comes from? And I hate to say this. In general, I want you to unmute. 'Cause I want to hear your what I'm about to say. I want to hear your opinion of it. Sheila, you can stay on mute. I just think the sad part is, I think everything these young girls see is from television. And because black men don't have their own platform, they really don't see black men who have accomplished and is accomplishing and making themselves good men. And I think um, one of the things that is sad where black women are going to lose, and I keep saying this, is your best and your brightest is not only leaving you, I mean them, they're leaving the country and not coming back, and that's going to grow, especially with this woman as vice president. This is going to grow,
it is,
A-
it is.
and more black men. I hear these guys go, "Oh, they can't afford it." You know how cheap it is to fly to the Dominican Republic now and to Rio de Janeiro. That's not by accident. They know where these guys want to go. And if the sisters believe, especially younger ones, that young brothers or black men ain't protecting them now, wait till black men leave.
But I'm Mace. I'm gonna show y'all my nephew getting married. See, my family, we still old school. One, he got married in January, right before the coronavirus came out. And one, he getting married in August, and the other one, he getting married in September. So my family, we have standards, and they're only 30 years old. They getting married, but it depends. Like I said, go back to the household, you know. So but I'm be honest, they're not black, neither they're biracial. So they get
I'm out of
married.
here. Well,
Yeah, all
y'all
right,
know.
yo.
I,
Yeah, you're
I'm,
going to Africa. Yeah, I
yeah,
know.
I mean, if people would understand and general could say amen to this one. If where I'm going at, every dollar is $19. So why would I stay here and deal with this crazy stuff that this country is producing? And if I can go to a place for every dollar I have in my pension, it'll be $19. So if I have a pension with $2,200 a month, you say that times 19, and you'll see how I'll be living outside of this country. And I don't have to put up with. I've been talking about attitudes in our community ever since the 80s. That's when I got my first bum rush or understanding that the power I didn't have, but I still fought through it. So yeah, this new generation, just like new generation of men, some of the smarter men are leaving this country. And you're right, they're not just leaving this country and going to find a wife and bring them back. No, they're leaving this country for good.
And
And so I have a lot of friends that don't went to Ghana. Don't have too many people who's going where I'm going at because it's a Muslim country and they don't want to be under that type of restriction. But there are moving to the continent and some of the islands and everything else. And it's not just for the women itself. It's just the direction of our community, is the direction of how this country is going, and it don't have the same sting in other countries that
yeah,
we think. We're here, and we don't. If we don't travel, we think the world is like here. No, it's a whole nother world out there.
you better believe it. You better believe. General, you there, man? General.
I think General might be getting
Yeah,
his
I'm
Hey,
signals
good.
ge-
I,
over the
I was
internet.
waiting on.
yeah,
I'm
go
good.
ahead, man. Elaborate
I
on this.
well well I was just waiting on how I do, Mace. I'm
Yeah, I
very
know.
patient, to let everybody get their thoughts through. Um, Listen, and I know OG done traveled around, you know, internationally just like I have, and I would have to. Here's my sentiments on that. Okay, and this is not to knock anybody, especially OG. He done been around, he done moved around, he done traveled around, so he know what he wants to do. I would tell you that I've been all around the goddamn freaking globe. Okay? I've been all around the globe. And this is how I see it. This is my personal opinion. Has nothing to do with OG, has nothing to do with any other passport bros or none of that. Out of everywhere I've been in the world, not because I'm an American, it is because of the way that I feel and what I know and my own personal experience. There's nowhere better, nowhere else on the face of the planet that I'd rather be than here in America, and I'll tell you why. Other countries are not as stable. Yes, we have our problems, but I would not jump out of the frying pan into the fire. I've been to Djibouti. I've been to Ghana twice. I've been to South Africa. I've been to Egypt. I've been to Paris, London, fucking uh, Germany, Italy, Spain. I've been a lot of different places. Kazakhstan, Iraq, Afghanistan. I've been a lot of different places. And I'm telling you, this is just my personal opinion. There is nowhere on the face of the planet. We have our problems here in this country, but there is no other country as stable as America is. Period. You have to understand that when you jump up, and it's just my opinion again, I'm not knocking anybody's decision as to what they want to do. When you jump up as an American and you go to another country, you are not just an outsider as an American, you're an outsider culturally. You're not just an outsider culturally, you are an outsider tribally. You are a 3 times outsider. So when those countries go belly up and flames hit, they often do. And we don't know this because we're not there, and a lot of people are not doing their research. When those countries go belly up, guess who the first motherfucker they go after first? The
Americans.
outsiders.
Yes.
They get rid of your ass quick, real quick. So you can do what you. People who want to leave and talk about, oh, I got a lot of friends that's talking that same shit. Man, when I retired, I'm going to Italy. I'm going back to Germany. I'm going here. I'm going there. I'm gonna go to Prague. I'm going down to Brazil. I'm going over here. I'm going over there. Okay, go ahead.
I was telling
Go
the
ahead.
story. I was telling the story, General, last week that my nephew. I knew a lot of his college buddies, and a lot of them left the country for good. And one of them was telling me that how great the living is in Trinidad. You know why? I know why. OG knows why. And he said to me that in Trinidad he lives like a king. And I asked him about here. He said, nah. He said the white man got this on lock, got the women on lock. I can't deal with it. I'm living a happier, better life over there. And when you hear these young guys, when they talk on these travel shows, how happy they are, it's incredible.
Let me ask
So,
y'all a
Incredible.
General,
question.
so let me ask you a question, General.
Uh-huh.
I have a lot of friends, probably some of the same situation. I have a lot of military friends. I come from a military family. So they always been friends of friends and godfathers and play uncles and all that stuff. A lot of these guys who travel, they never really travel as citizens. It's always been on the code of a uniform. And so when you go to places with a code of a uniform, even when you in the uniform or out, there's a certain mindset. Now, I there is a difference in travel when people want to travel places. See, I have a connection before I travel. I just not looking from the outside in. I got my name of Skill Muhammad from Senegal. I was welcomed into the village and welcomed back home. And you might be totally correct when they turn against uh, people who are from certain countries, and the first place they want to do is turn against the people who are the outsiders. But see, one thing I have found out, General, if you're going somewhere and you have this deep spiritual and physical connection and where you're going at, it's a different thing. It's just so totally different. And I'll be the first one. I'm not a B1, I'm an A1. I'm Africa first. So
Mm-hmm.
I I promised my mother and my father I will be the first one to go back. Now, for the people who enjoy this roller coaster ride that we are in this United States of America, look, I'm all happy for you. You like it, I love it. But as I know that my spirit has never contributed me saying this was ever my home, and that started when I was a little boy. Because I can't see this traumatic experience that we went through, that we still in 2021 and still fighting for reparation, or even just fighting to let people see that we have one country with two different rules for two different types of people. So that's where my imprint is. And so when I go to these places, I'm not going like some of these other guys who's trying to go to these countries and fuck everything that moves. I'm going there to build a school. I'm gonna take that money that I get 19 and 1. I'm gonna build a school. I'm gonna become part of the country, part of the area, part of the community that I want to be in. And I ain't going over there with and see, this is where a lot of Americans make their mistakes at. Going to these other countries and trying to pump their chest up. And that's why the people in these other countries don't like a lot of us. Because when we go there, we act worse than the white man when we get there. And I know that from history of about 30 years now. I have went to tours in Africa, and when people get there, they have this arrogance on their chest, and the people can feel it. They can feel the difference between somebody who genuinely want to be there versus somebody who's trying to say we're better than you because we're from America. So yeah, there's all different levels of why people move. There's all different. I used to say Man, I used to want to be in the military. I wanted to be a police. I used to say this was the best country in the world until I started traveling as a citizen, spending times, months and months at a time as a citizen who go to places. When I go to these places, General, when I go to these places, you know what I tell the taxi driver? Take me where you eat at. Don't take me to no damn tourist spot. And that's how you get to know the culture of the country, not by trying to visit just these tourist spots.
Okay. Um, Again, this was not a knock at your decision because if that's what you decide, I'm with you, brother. I'm not trying to
Sheila,
argue.
hold on.
This is
Go
what I
ahead,
would
General.
tell you. This is what I would tell you. I lived outside. I didn't go visit. I didn't go. I didn't go and tour. None of that shit. A lot of those places I went. I went as a citizen, as a, I guess you could say, as a visitor or as a tourist. I just had the opportunity because I was so close to all of those places to where I could go and spend 2 weeks, 3 weeks at a time. I went to Ghana because I was married to a woman from Ghana. I've been there 3 different times. I stayed in Ghana for 18 months. I didn't just go stay a weekend and come back. So I know how they operate. I understand how. I've been to the outside of the major city in Ghana to the tribal huts. I've been seeing the wildlife up close and personal. I've stood on the side of the fucking rivers over there and watched men hunt alligators and snakes and bring them back and skin them and cook them and do all that shit. I've seen it up close and personal. Okay, this is what I would tell you. I've engaged with the public over there for months at a time, and they know that you are an American, and they know what comes with you being an American. You can try, and I'm just gonna tell you, OG, it may not happen to you, but you can try and adjust all you want to. The minute you tell them, and this is my personal experience when I was in Djibouti. We go to the little local diners. We trying to blend in. We grew beards and we grew our hair out. And they were like, hey, just, blend in and we don't want no problems. And we was cool. We go outside the little installation, the concern, and we own the economy. We mixing in with the general public, right? We wasn't trying to fuck nothing. We was over there to conduct business. But we also understood how to have downtime. As long as we were drinking and spending that American green money and exchanging currency into their currency, we were the best thing. My brother from another mother, my brother, oh my brother, I love you, my brother. The minute we said, hey man, that's it. I'm broke. I ain't got no more money. Hey, tell them, man. Tell them in their language so they understand. You know what we became? You know what we became? A shit nigga.
Yep. Facts.
Oh, you shit nigga.
Yeah.
Shit nigga. Shit nigga.
And Sheila E, go ahead, baby. Sheila.
No, I'm done. I was just listening. And in the day, it's like
I'm telling you. I'm just telling you.
But General, did you just say this same thing I said? When you are there as a tourist, when you're there as a tourist, there are certain things. There's certain things when you go there as a tourist, and let me just tell you, I know, but I'm just saying Ghana.
I don't think that 12 months. I don't think that 12 months constitutes you being there as a tourist when you live there.
No, but General, what I want you to understand is, you got to understand that there are tribal. Ghana is not one of the places I would go anyway. Reason why is they do have a knack against Americans, and that's due to the influence that the United States Pentagon has over Ghana. Now, we can't act as if that don't play into part, neither, General, because you have a military base there right now.
That's not what I'm saying, and that's not my argument. I don't know what.
But I'm just saying, what I'm just saying is, if you only come into contact with people who has an influence in your country and not to your best interest, and if you represents that country, I don't care if you're in uniform or not, they'll go look at you in the same way. They're having tribal wars right in Ghana within themselves when President Rollins was there. That was the first person invited the Nation of Islam to come to that country. So I do understand what you are talking about. And there are a lot of other countries in the continent that goes by the same way. But you got to understand where I'm going at in Senegal. I wish you would just go there and spend some time there. They're the most
Oh,
genuine
I ask you a
people.
question. Now,
Yes.
being you relocate, how long is it gonna take you to be a citizen there?
Say what?
How long gonna take you to be a citizen? Because I know when you go there, it take like a couple of years or something just to be a
Well,
citizen.
well, well. Number one is there's 14 different countries in the continent of Africa right now where you even take you without passport. There are several countries right now are opening and they flow to make you a citizen within a year from the time you've been there. Now, me as going to Ghana, who have had contact with Ghana for the last 35 years, I'm not going to even have a problem getting citizenship, and it won't take no 3 to 4 and 5 years. You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying is there's opportunity, and I wouldn't get on the internet right now. If you wanted to talk to me, Sheila E, off the internet, I can tell you some things. But this is what we got to stop doing too. Is promoting things that have been people who are extending out their hand to us and opening the country up for us. We got to stop promoting this over the internet. We got to do this, and this is what I'm talking about. We got to start using our head and stop using our mouth sometimes over the internet because people do listen, even to these small channels. When you start talking about a revolution type of mind of getting yourself together to make moves like what I'm getting ready to do. So you have to be very careful how you put that
Dude,
information out there.
let me ask you a question then, and Sheila. I want you to answer this too. Uh, do you think the passport gang, as they like to call themselves, you think those brothers are too flamboyant the way they like to brag about when I go here and I go there? Like for example, if you ever watch Dennis Sperling, every 5 minutes he's doing a video about himself and about how great it is. Shout out to Dennis Sperling about how great it is to be a passport bro. You think those brothers are too flamboyant about doing it? Uh, Sheila, go ahead.
My opinion, I think they're just enjoying life. They just like that environment, the experiment, and just enjoying life and just telling people how they feel. Outside America, nothing wrong with that. They're just living their life and they're enjoying, and they just want y'all to see their experience. I don't think it's they're showing off or being arrogant, nothing like that. They're just enjoying life. That's what I
So how
think.
come they get so much pushback from African American men and women?
Be, well, let
Because
me be
like I
quiet.
said earlier, we all have different point of views and stuff. So maybe they're looking at it a different way. But I'm saying my point of view, I
Yes.
think they're just living their life, enjoying the experience, and oh wow, if I knew what I know, I would have did this movie years ago. And I think they're just excited and just just living life, having fun. That's all.
Okay. What about you,
My
Joe?
Um, Listen, man, we over the past over the past 30 years, black people, not just black men, but black people in general. Well, black men, but now black women as well. Over the past 30 years, we've become a more international people, which means that we travel more internationally than we did, say, for example, in 1970. It was only those who had money because number one, we didn't have money to travel like that. Unless you were in an industry or you were an entertainer or you know, you were one of those brothers who thought outside of the box. In the 70s, you wasn't traveling to these different countries and going to these different places, by and large, the way that we are today. We started to gradually move forward. The clip started to go up. The trend went up through the 70s and the 80s and into the 90s and now 2000, and here we are in 2021, where a brother talking about going to Africa or going to one to Brazil.
Yeah.
It's like a brother talking about catching a flight going to Chicago or catching a flight going to New York or catching a flight going to LA and they live in Louisiana or catching a flight and going, that's what it has. You get the idea of what I'm saying. So we become a more internationally mobile people, right? And now you got brothers that are, because of the internet, brothers are bringing those experiences back that they've had once they go to these countries, and it's turning more brothers, more sisters, even sisters, onto the thought process of traveling and moving out internationally. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
but
what.
I'm not asking about the sisters. I'm talking about the brothers. That's what I'm
But
talking about.
I just wanted to be, I just wanted to be even killed. You
Nah,
got
because
some brothers. You got,
the brothers are the ones
well, the brother. Listen, man. I'm gonna tell you the truth. The brothers are going over there, and we know what the brothers are doing. Why we know why they're going over there. They're going over there under the guidelines, and this is how I feel about that. I'm gonna be quite frank and honest. The brothers are going over there, and they're running over there because it's easy. Getting pussy is easy. No. I'm just gonna be frank and honest because I'm sick of this goddamn conversation.
General,
You
man.
got. I'm pissed off because I'm sick of this goddamn conversation. Okay. 2 years ago, I was on our Obsidian's panel with some of the passport bros. And this is what I said to them. If you're a black man and you live in America, with the way that the numbers are lopsided in America, black man to black woman, if you cannot find you a black woman that fits your profile, that fits your narrative, that fits what you need to stop fucking with women. You need to just cut them off. You need to stop fucking with women.
I fit that category.
When you say that's another side to that story, wait a minute, come on, wait a minute, Jimmy. You just said a lot, and you say you're tired of having this discussion, okay?
I didn't say
okay,
I was tired of having discussion. What I said
you
was,
say you were talking.
I'm gonna stand firm
Okay.
on my beliefs. What I said was, if you are a black man in this country,
That's
if
me.
you live in New York and the women that you are running to in Brooklyn, the Bronx, Staten Island, Manhattan, and they all got all of those women out of 19.5 million motherfuckers in the New York area, in the Big Apple. You mean to tell me you can't find one
that's me.
your narrative?
I raised my hand. That's me.
Hey, General.
You even have upstate New York.
Hey, General. Let me say something. All right, I'm gonna use myself as an experience. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I have a different, with me being raised up as a Muslim and in the Nation of Islam. All right. Now, you talking about numbers that are real small when you go in the Nation of Islam because the women are taking up. That's number one. If you go to any pro-black movement, I guarantee you, movement, there's probably 99% of the women that's already taken. All right. Let's just start with my standard. All right, General. Let's just start with my standard. I don't like false hair. I don't like makeup. I don't like women who drink or smoke.
Mm-hmm.
I like women who take care of themselves health-wise. I've been a herbalist for 40 years. Now, what percentage of women right here in California, and I'm still strictly talking about chocolate. I ain't talking about vanilla or cocoa. I'm talking about strictly about chocolate. What percentage of women you think in that category, and I ain't brought my spirituality in there yet, would fit that criteria?
I don't know. I can't tell you what percentage of the women that fit that category, but what I can tell you is, out of 12.8 million motherfuckers that's in the city of Los Angeles, if you can't find one, there's an issue.
Yeah, man. Oh,
Now, General, I said black.
I said
it ain't 12 point. It ain't.
I know
it ain't 12 point.
He's talking about all women.
So I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about all women. I'm talking about black women. If you can't find one ADOS black American woman who fits your bill, what you're looking for, you need to stop fucking with women.
No, I ain't say Adolf. See, you want to put names to it.
It
See,
doesn't
I'm
matter.
talking.
Muslim, okay, not ADOS, Muslim, who have the same beliefs, the same faith, the same ideology. If you can't
Well, I'm
find,
just saying is they're Muslim. Wait.
but
There's Muslim. There's Muslim. Wait, gentlemen. There's Muslims who wear makeup.
All right, man.
They don't go by the prescription. So listen, what I'm just saying. There are Muslim who wear false hair.
Right.
Now,
I know that.
for you. Okay, so I'd like for you to go in the street. Wait. I'd like for you to go in the street today and count the first 10 black women you count and see how many of them have natural hair.
Okay, I got that. Then what you need to do is change your location. That doesn't mean that you need to go all the way, goddamn it, to a whole nother side of the hemisphere to find.
But I'm just saying is, I'm not going there for that.
OG, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, everybody hears you.
I don't want to talk over nobody, man.
Okay.
But if we're gonna have the freaking conversation, let's do it like adults.
Okay.
All right.
Well, what made me think we wasn't?
Because you start every time I try to you ask me a question, and every time I try to answer it, you start talking over me. You're not
okay.
Well,
if you thought that, I apologize for that. Let's move on.
Well,
brother.
That's what happened. Now, this is what I'm gonna tell you, and this is what I would tell you. Okay. You take the city the size of, I'm in Texas. You take the city the size of Dallas, which has roughly 5 million fucking people in that city, which has roughly 35% of the population being black in Dallas. Okay? Out of 35%, what's 35% of roughly 5 million?
That would be 5 million. That would be about 2 million.
Okay, so now we got to look by age group and all that good shit. Okay, when you take away the brothers that, I'm gonna show you how the numbers work. We know that women, and particularly black women, outnumber black men roughly 2 to 1. That's worldwide, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you start subtracting the numbers, you take away the brothers that have been murdered. You take away the brothers that are incarcerated. You take away the brothers that are living on the down low. That implodes that number even higher. So if I go to Dallas, between Fort Worth, Arlington, and Dallas, I have my pick of roughly 186 different women in each of those cities. Now, that's not counting when I go to the smaller suburbs of those cities like DeSoto or Frisco or Plano. That's another 186. What is 186 times 6?
Yeah.
And if I can't pull one out of roughly 3,000 motherfucking women, I need to stop fucking with women.
Yeah, well,
so
I'm the poster child.
That's your answer, General. And just like I say, it's strictly the way you think. But I'm just saying is, you gave me all the numbers on how many women there were. You gave me all the numbers, how many men there were. And so what you didn't do, you told me about all the down low brothers. You told me about all this and all that and that. You didn't give me one specific number on how many of them women go have false hair in their head. How many of them women's go have makeup on?
Okay.
You see, no. Let me finish. Now you interrupting me now. Okay. So you ain't gonna tell me how many of them women's gonna be in the same spiritual consciousness I'm in. So you try to make it as if I can just take a woman and change her into what I want. I'm not looking for that, goddammit. I'm looking for a woman who I don't have to teach anything, who knows who she is, who loves herself, so I don't have these kind of goddamn
and
conversations.
OG, you're missing the most important one that General did not mention. The good men who these women consider lame.
Right.
And guys who are making six-figure salaries. Six-figure salary, young black men, but these women want nothing of.
Okay.
And that's the reason why those young men are getting the hell out of here.
Granted, that be true, but it still doesn't take away from what I said. If you can't,
No, it don't take away.
If you can't find one, the point that I'm trying to make is.
Oh, you're making a good point, General. I'm not arguing against you.
No, because you want to tear it. You want to tear everything I said down.
No, I'm not doing that.
Well,
All I said was.
Come on, let me finish. I didn't say that. What that's what's happening because you're saying, well, what he didn't do is he didn't say this, and what he didn't do is he didn't say how many women this, that, and the third. When you go to Africa, guess what you're gonna find? Weave, makeup, eyelashes, attitude. That's what you're gonna find right over there in that country.
Remember, he's going to Africa, not me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so General.
Let Sheila speak for a second. OG, let General speak. I mean, let Sheila speak.
General. Do you know the makeup? Do you know the makeup of a synagogue? Do you know makeup of synagogue before you start speaking?
Let me finish.
Do you know the fucking makeup before you start speaking?
All right, boys, calm
It's a
down.
predominantly Muslim country.
Thank you.
Okay, but you just said that even the Muslim women here are wearing makeup, hair.
Here.
But guess what they're doing? Guess what they're doing
here?
Guess what they're doing over there?
Here.
You think it stops? Guess what they're doing? Guess what they're doing over there? They're following suit. They're doing
like American women. That is true.
Hold on. Let me tell y'all something. God
you don't understand Islam synagogue.
Let the general finish.
I'm not saying that I understand anything. I'm just telling you the makeup of the fucking world. They're even wearing.
I'm talking about synagogue. Let's stick with that point, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, General. Stick with synagogue. You just said it. Say it again. What you just said about the makeup.
I have not been to synagogue. I can't.
All right, then the discussion is finished.
Okay, good. Now it's finished for you. But for
me,
it's
finished for you because you can't talk about something you don't know.
It ain't finished for me because I've been to the continent of Africa.
But you can't talk about a country you haven't been to.
All right, OG, you win.
No, I don't win. It's not about winning or losing, brother.
It is.
It's about knowing or not knowing.
You just ended the conversation.
Okay. Can I tell you about the military? Can I tell you about the military?
I don't know.
Wait. No.
Now you asked me a question and you're doing the same shit. You
said I don't know. You answer it. You answer it.
I don't know if you can tell me or not because you said I come from a military family, so you've been around it. You might be able to tell me something about the military because you come from a military family.
But I can't tell you about the makeup. I can't tell you about the makeup. I can't tell you about the makeup.
Yes, you can because you've heard your family. Yes, the fuck you can because you've heard your family talk about it. You've heard relatives that serve talk about it. You've been around them. You've seen them in uniform. You've heard them talk about the tales and the stories that go on and the things, the rules, the regulations that govern it. You can.
I can't. Are you still
Stop
acting
being
now,
fucking
General?
disingenuous,
I'm asking.
man.
No. Don't use that word on me. Yeah. Let me ask you a question because that's talking point words for me. Let me ask you a question. Are you still active in the military now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Would you say the military makeup today is the same it was 20, 25, 40 years ago?
Obviously not. We know that. We know that the numbers have increased as far as military service goes with minorities and blacks joining.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I would tell you that in some instances, in some branches, it's decreased.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, when my family was in the military, because you got to understand what I'm talking about. My father was born in 1909. All right. My father had me at 50 years old. So a lot of these guys who was uncles and stuff to me was older guys. When I was talking about the military, I was talking about the military when women wore skirts. So I don't see women wear fucking skirts now. So I can give you the makeup or anything as for specific wise of giving anybody any instruction about the military today.
Now, I'm going to help you. I'm glad you said that. Right? Because when I was in Africa on the continent, right, I noticed a lot of things that were totally different. I have never been to Senegal, but I have been to Africa, right? So the same can be said, right?
No.
Yes.
That would be like you trying to explain the Navy and the fucking Marines, which
It's still
they
a,
are
it's still,
fighting
it's
names.
still,
But no, but it's
still a
two.
branch. It's
It's
two
still a
different.
branch.
It's two
It's a
different.
two.
It's two different types of service,
Right.
but it's two different
Right.
types of. It's two different types of service, but they're designed to do the same thing. The thought
Right.
process behind both of them are the same thing.
Okay, the chain of command. We can go with that, but I'm just saying
It's the same shit.
But again, you got African nations who are in total tribal. Then you got African nations that are spirituality. You got African nations been conquered by other European nations. So you're talking about a continent, you're not talking about a country. We're talking about one country here. And so what I'm trying to say is, if you had never been to Senegal, maybe you should understand about a place, demographic place that you are talking about, and trying to compare to other parts of Africa before you try to put everything into a soup bowl.
That's not even my argument, OG. My argument, that's not even my argument, my brother. That's not even my fucking argument. Not even.
But your argument comes from your argument comes from a point of about men leaving this country and just going there for women. That's not my case.
I didn't say that. Men are. I didn't say that's not what I said. You want to shape and scope the conversation to make it.
Well, that's what I got from. That's what I implied. What you were saying. So give me exactly what your director is.
Okay, there are brothers. There are some brothers some of the passport brothers who do travel just to meet women, specifically for women. There are other brothers like Charles Tyler who went down there for that purpose. But once he got down there, his whole thought process changed. That's why he stayed, because he got in tune with the country. He got in tune with what was going on down there, and he said, "Hey, this is a better deal." So he stayed.
And that's good, ain't it? General, you cut out. You there? I think General cut out, or his mic went down.
No, I'm here.
Can't hear him. Okay, go ahead, General. Go ahead and finish.
There are brothers who travel and go to these places for a lot of different reasons. A lot of brothers do go primarily, I would say, for the culture of women, to see what the difference is, to compare and contrast. You got some brothers to travel just because they like to go places and do shit. When I was in Europe, that's what I did. I wanted to go goddamn places. I wanted to go to goddamn Egypt so I could get immersed in the culture and see the pyramids and the Sphinx and see how people in different parts of the world live. Did I come across some pussy while I was there? Of course. But was that my primary reason for going? No.
I think most black men, especially younger black men's reasons for going is for the women, not for to see the world.
That doesn't mean that they can't change their mind once they get down there. What I'm
saying, that's true.
But let me finish this statement. Yeah. Here's what's happening.
Okay.
This is just my opinion. Here's what's happening. Okay. Brothers are staying within a 10 square mile radius of their city. A lot of brothers. So, of course, if you're within a specific city and you stay within most people don't travel in excess of 2 to 5 miles outside of their home. 2 to 5 miles outside of their home. Most people. So guess what you're going to run into if you live in a major metropolitan area? Most of the people within that 2 to 5 square miles radius that you travel, that's the furthest out that most people go in their cities, to their jobs and back home. So guess what you're going to find? You're going to find the same mindset. So if you live in Brooklyn, take your ass to Staten Island. Go to Harlem. Go to go to the Bronx. Go to goddamn Syracuse if you need to look and you really searching and you really want to try to make something happen. If you live in LA, get your ass out of LA. Go over to motherfucking Orange County. Go up to Sacramento. Go up to San Francisco. If you really goddamn, you can't tell me. This is my point of the argument. You cannot tell me that you can't find one out of 20 million that are here in this country to fit the description that you're looking for. It's bullshit.
Where are you getting that number from?
Where am I getting what number from?
The 20 million.
Women. There are roughly 43.5 million Black Americans in this country. Roughly.
Okay, and then you would start to what percentage would you say? Because you keep throwing that 20 around. What percentage you would say would be at marriage age, and how many would be women?
Again, I have to go back and I have to look at the demographics and break down the numbers.
Okay, so we can't throw around.
What's the largest population right now in this country, age-wise?
65. I'm gonna say 55 and old.
Okay, that would be in
65%.
That would be in my age group. Okay, there you go. 65%. You mean to tell me 65% of 20 million is what?
65% of 20 million is 17 million people.
You mean to tell me that's just the women? You mean to tell me you can't find one Black woman out of 17 million?
Hey, I'm living proof. I'm living proof.
Well, Mason's living proof.
That's why you're right. You told me to don't chase women.
Again, I'm not saying don't chase. Exactly. Again,
yeah.
If you can't find it in New York, take your ass to New Jersey. If you can't find it in New Jersey, take your ass to Arizona. If you can't find it in Arizona, take your ass to goddamn Chicago. Take your ass to goddamn Atlanta. If you can't find it there, bring your ass down to Texas. Go to Louisiana.
Okay, Joe.
Go to DC.
Sometimes, like when I listen to you on this topic, it sounds like you putting a team together and it sounds good on paper, but when you go into reality of it, it ain't about shit, because I'm gonna tell you, you're forgetting about a lot of things that goes in between that. And so you act as if the culture of this country is not turning men off.
Oh, it is. I preach it every other night.
And that's one of the biggest things, I think, where your argument goes downhill, because you say you are able to be identified outside this country. Why do you think you are able to be identified? It's a certain kind of air you carry with yourself. It's a certain kind of strut you got. It's a certain kind of way you talk. And you try to act as if culture don't have anything to do with turning men off.
That's not what I said.
I know it's not what you're saying. I'm just saying you're not putting that into the scope.
I've been a Black man now for damn near 54 fucking years.
54 fucking years.
Okay, you got a few years on me. I'm not okay. 61. Goddamn.
And raised by a 50-year-old father who had you at 50.
I would like to hear.
You got a few years on me. Your father had a few years on my father. My father is fucking 76. I got it. 77, matter of fact. I got it. Be 78, motherfucking March. I got it. You got a few years on me. Your father had a few years on you and had a few years on my dad. Okay, I got it. But my grandfather was still around.
No, Iman.
I watched my grandfather. Okay, so I watched my grandfather and my grandmother foster a relationship for over 67 years.
That's beautiful.
Wait a minute. I watched my mother and father foster a relationship for now going on 56 years. Okay, so you can't tell me that it's not out here. You can't tell me that you cannot tell me from my personal experience. You can't tell me.
I got that. And I'm glad you just said what you said.
You cannot tell me, just like I can't tell you yours. You cannot tell me that if you really, really, really are about the life that you're trying to lead, if you really, really, really want a certain type of woman, you can't tell me that you can't find one out of 17 million in your specific area within 100-mile radius of where you are. Can't tell me that.
I can't tell you. Wait. I would never, ever tell you if I was wanting to get my ass out of this house every morning, do a full-time job, trying to find a decent goddamn woman who fit my criteria. Let me just tell you something. I'm glad you did say about your mother and your grandfather.
You said jog. I said
no. Listen to what I'm going to say. I'm glad you said your mother and you said your grandmother and your grandfather, how they were able to put their relationship together and sustained it. You know who I get mine before I even got into the Nation of Islam? You know who I picked my standard, what a woman supposed to be? It was from my grandmother.
Little Rocket gets old.
It was from my grandmother, General. I got these standards. How
Okay.
she carried herself,
Right.
how
Good
she
for
did things in her life.
Right.
And I'm telling you,
Mm-hmm.
if you think that's not trying to find a needle in the haystack today, then you are fooling yourself.
No, I'm not
That's
telling
what
you
I
that.
believe.
I'm not telling you that because it's impossible to do. Your grandmother came up at a different time in a different era where the world was not as modernly shaped as it is now. Your grandmother didn't come up with fucking flat screen TVs and goddamn 290,000 channels and goddamn
And
cell
motherfucker
phone
twerking on the
and
goddamn
internet.
all over
Right,
the world,
right. Your
out in the
grandmother,
street,
but
and all that other bullshit.
guess what they did? But guess what they did have? They came up with the funky chicken, the Watusi, which is the same goddamn bullshit.
But it was a time and a place where it was done at, General.
Yes,
it was a time and a place. It was not done in front of kids. And when kids and grandmothers and stuff got together, General, you know what they did? They separated the kids. They separated the kids from the grown people. So
yes,
you know
they did
that. But it's not like that now.
Now you
got
let one guy talk at a time. Go ahead,
General. Can I finish?
Now
Can I
what
finish,
you want to
General?
do? Now
General,
what you
can I
want to
finish
do?
this? Can I finish this, General?
I already know where you're going.
Okay, but let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, so now you got goddamn grandmothers, goddamn 30-something years old, when that used to be a mother's age, and she's trying to wear a shorter goddamn miniskirt than her fucking grandkids is. So you keep talking about all these women in the world, but you ain't talking about the quality of these goddamn women.
And you got these same women who's defending a white man who beat down a black woman last week, and they're defending him and throwing that one of their own under the bus.
Okay,
that just tells you the mindset of black women in America.
The same thing can be said for black men. They're just as fucked up, Mace.
I don't see black men beating women. I see black men getting their passports and getting the hell out of here.
You don't see black men beating women? You telling a damn lie.
Hey.
When did a black man?
Wait a minute.
When did a black man?
You just had one. You just had three that jumped on one right there in New York, in Harlem. So stop telling that goddamn lie.
What about the
I don't
think.
I don't think about. I'm sorry. I don't think about the Harlem incident. I know it happened. I'm more focused on Wheeler than what happened in Harlem. Harlem was black on black. I'm talking about Wheeler.
And that's the problem. We got to focus on. We need to fix our own goddamn house before we worry about trying to fix somebody else. That's the fuck.
Right.
Yeah, you right about that, John. Hey, John, let me ask you a question.
Goddamn problem.
Hey, John, let me ask you a question, John. I'm not into dating men, so I really don't. I mean, number one, number one, General, is
where is this going?
Me. Hey, General, you know me. I'll tell you, our men's are just as fucked up as our women. I'm not the one who think it's just on one side. You know how I think.
Well,
so what I am saying is, you know how the nation say, if you see a bad woman, she's been trained by a bad man. So
hey, you want to come
up? This is what the nation says, and this is where I broke. So you know me on that side of the What I am saying is, I'm at the age now, General. I'm 61 years old, and I don't want to die alone. And I want to have a beautiful woman on my arm as my queen.
You guys and these women.
Wait. See, what I'm saying, Mace, is I think with all the trials and the tribulation I went and the things that I did for my community and put myself and put my life going into Jordan Downs and going into these projects, put my life with guys with guns and stuff like that. I think I deserve that. I deserve to live a life.
No problem with me.
I deserve to have a life and have a loved one in my life that I can consider as a decent queen for me. So if anybody hate me for that, or say that I'm wrong for that, or call me a simp, or call me anything they want to,
You must have
they
heard me
can
last
have
week.
that. But I'm
You
just
must
saying
have
they can
heard me
have
last
no,
week.
they can have that because I deserve that. I still got my health. I can probably outrun most 30 years old, and I damn sure can play basketball in most 30 years old. So
Dave,
I
stay.
got the energy, and I got the look, I got the body. I preserve my body to have a queen on my arm, and I want her to be chocolate, and I want her to be beautiful and love herself and know knowledge of self. That's all I'm asking for.
Dave Bowman says in the chat room that my boy Dave says that I have no sympathy for black women who are getting their asses handed to them by white men and black men. These women, these women, I mean these men are tired of them, and that's what Dave says. And Little Rock
I
says that you
disagree with
got your
that.
blue pills.
You know what? I'm being as a young child. My first smack was from a Caucasian man, and I always call them the devil, but it's so evil. It's just
Yeah,
the hatred they have in their eyes and stuff. I can't with them. Even when it
can
comes
you
to
explain?
politics or anything, I don't play with them.
Can you explain the hatred black women have for black men?
I think majority of them, the ones I had talked to, um, excuse me, not all of them. Some of them, the ones I was focused on was more like after they have a child, they leave them, or they've been cheated on, or some been molested by some. So it's a lot
And bit
that
about
the
the
hatred come with,
and
you
bit
know.
about the
And you
and
got to realize too, a lot of them have not been going through professional help. So this is a platform to spread, different things or whatever. But
daddy
hey,
issues.
could we be honest? It's both ways though.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
not just the woman, it's the males too.
But
So
see,
No.
let's not be biased on this.
what Mason's gonna do is sit there and be biased because he's gonna say black men don't hate black women. That's a
They
goddamn lie.
don't. You see these sorry
Because
simps
let me tell
who
you
are
something, Mace.
crying,
Let me
who
tell
are
you something.
yeah.
You
Go
can say
ahead.
what you want to say about the black woman, and I'm telling you, because I sit at the table with the Congress. You know who ain't speaking up for you? Becky ain't. You know who
I
ain't speaking
know.
up for you?
I know.
Maria ain't. You know
I
who ain't
know.
speaking up for you? Asian. And let me tell you something. When they go and they Jaguars and they Mercedes and they Bentleys with their husband, their black husband, but when they making the laws of policy, they ain't saying nothing at the table.
And,
But I'm
and remember,
saying something, and I'm celibate, and I don't have no man.
I'm not the one getting a passport and going
So
overseas.
go ahead and be
I'm
with
not
y'all. Go
me.
ahead and be with Emmett
I'm
Till
dealing with
Killer.
these guys.
At the
I
end
have
of the
to.
day, is y'all just
Yeah.
another black man concerning to society. I don't care who you be with, what country you run to, or whatever. You still a black man. They look at y'all as a threat, and it's sad. When y'all gonna get to that?
Many
Let's
of
talk
them.
about that, guys.
I'll do that in a second. Many of them have daddy issues, and I have sisters and nieces that have daddy issues as well. That's from David Bowman. Now, what you just said, baby girl, about talk about what?
I said, let's talk about y'all problems. Y'all want to
Black
talk
men?
about the woman. Let's talk about your brothers being
Oh, okay, I can do
stereotyped.
that. I can do that without a problem because I
What
killed
is what
black
is
men
y'all
too.
doing? Is y'all going to the counseling meetings? Is y'all challenging
No,
the police departments?
no,
Because you know why? Because it's not y'all.
yeah.
But when it affects y'all, then that's when it's the problem. It's sad.
And see,
And
that's
he's
why I say, Sheila E. That's why I say, Sheila E. That
okay. What's up?
I'm just an old general now. I ain't trying to take your name, D General, but I'm just an old general now who's an advisor now because I did all that and I'm still doing it. And I did it on my station. I did it on my channel. I had never charged anybody. I don't have no super chat. I don't have none of that shit. Ain't nobody ever gave me $1 on none of my channel. I refused to take it, even if they gave it to me. And so what I'm saying is I put the work in. I put the work in put my boots on the ground. And I wasn't wearing the uniform of the United States military. I was wearing a bow tie, a white shirt, goddamn shiny shoes, and a damn suit every day. And so what I'm trying to say is, this is the problem I'm having is in these conversations is if you do want to talk about the male problem, Sheila, that you ain't gonna hear it on these stations. I'm not talking about
Oh,
Mace,
you'll
because
hear
And
Mace
I
it
don't
ain't
here.
even
the judge.
talk about it
No,
because I got some
no,
strong,
yeah.
powerful lawyers, judges
I'll tell
Right.
you.
I'm
I'm not
saying, Mace,
afraid.
you open that
Yeah,
channel,
I'll
but I'm
say
just
it. I'll
saying,
kill
I'm
men
just saying,
here.
I'm just saying, in the most of this black spaces, when you start talking like that, they're thinking you are telling them that they ain't having problems with women, and why are you talking about that? Because they're talking about a man's channel. But I'm like this: if you are in a man's channel and you're talking about bringing your society up to a higher standard and a higher way of looking at things, you're gonna have to talk about both. You can't have two people on crack and just talk about the female who's on crack and
You're
not the
right about
male on
that.
crack neither.
You're right
So
about that.
what I'm trying to say is, the same dog that bit her bit you too. So if she decide to act right, what the hell you gonna do? And this is where a lot of our brothers don't understand that, is we got problems too. And
Oh
so,
yeah.
yes, our women have problems, but they have problems. If we're supposed to be the macho, we're supposed to be the leader of the pack, we're supposed to be the alpha dog. How in the fuck did they get in this condition in the first place?
I think a lot of it, and I hate to say it, has to do with black men not showing leadership or not getting the respect from their own community. Allow them to lead. That's why your finest and your brightest automatically they leave the community and don't even look back because they feel disrespected. I hate to use this phrase, but I'll use another phrase for it. They feel that the malcontents of the community gets more respect than than the um than the good. Let's just say the the good guys who get their backs turned on all the time by the community. That hurts. That kills it because those are men with resources. Those are men with intelligence. Those are men that if they would have catered to these men, they will try their best to lead. And let me ask you guys something. I'm talking about General and OG. Let me ask you both something. When we were growing up, didn't our fathers, our uncles led the community? They were everywhere to be seen.
And in most certain places, but I want to piggyback on what you just said.
Yes, sir.
Uh, I got more respect in my neighborhood, and I was working in Hollywood. And a lot of people didn't even know I was working in Hollywood, but I got more respect in my neighborhood by wearing a bow tie and a fucking suit and
There you go.
shiny shoes and representing the Nation of Islam than any fucking drug dealer or any pimp in my neighborhood.
Yeah, my dad. I think in my entire
So
life, my dad
that
never wore a pair of sneakers. He always wore a suit to work and back home. And that's how I know my father as a well dressed man. Yes, I agree with him. He got
right.
respect in the
So
community.
so what I'm trying to say is, if we don't understand that, so we got 40 and 50-year-old guys dressing like 19-year-old men,
Mm-hmm.
16-year-old men with a lot of bullshit on, all they damn shirts and pants camouflage, looking like they trying to get their groove back, like Stella was trying to get her groove back. We got to understand this shit is on both sides of the fucking table. And we
I
want to fix
agree.
this shit, we can't keep arguing on one side of the table, because if one person decide to go get off crack and the other person just want to do crack and talk about the person who used to doing crack, then we ain't gonna never solve this goddamn problem. Because
Facts.
for the family to be together, we have to get both sides in line. But if we're supposed to be the leaders of the community because we are men, maybe it's imprinted in our women mind and DNA from the time we got here that they feel like they ain't never really had no protection, but they had to wear both uniforms.
Go ahead, official.
I think that I understand where Jay coming from, but I kind of look at it a little different. And the way I look at it is, if you're a man and you're in a relationship, and or if you're dealing with somebody on any type of level, intimate or friend or any type of level like that, and you're a man and she's a woman, and if you're having problems with the type of relationship that you're having, I feel like that's a man's problem. And the reason why is because if the man is the problem, or the woman is the problem. Either way, you fix the man, and and the man fixes that situation, which is why I put the onus more on men than I do on women. And for example, if the man is the asshole, you fix the man, he fixes the relationship. If the woman is the asshole, you fix the man, he fixes the woman, and that fixes the relationship. So either way, as men, we have to look at it like it's our fault because we are the ones that can fix it. That's just my personal opinion.
Thank you. I amen that all the way to the dirt and the mark.
Sheila,
You're totally correct.
Sheila?
Good morning, official. No, I'm
Hey,
just
how you doing,
listening.
beautiful?
All right. No, I'm just listening. I'm just saying. I ain't trying to attack y'all, nothing like that.
No,
I
no,
just
no.
said,
You never. And let me tell you this, baby girl. We all love you up here, and you
mhm,
always support us. So whatever you say is not gonna affect any of us.
mhm,
You just spoke your mind, and we're
yeah.
answering you, and you're getting. I hope you're getting the answer you want to hear because
I
everybody's
am.
blaming
I
men.
am.
Yeah,
And
we're all blaming men.
yeah, I'm no, because no, it's not y'all. And like I said, and no, some of them, we don't live in the city, but we come back when we grew up. When I came back, because I had left New York and helped my community, stuff like that. Because I have a compassion for. I know everybody don't have that compassion, but the men I work with, they don't live in
Hmm.
the inner city. I mean, they
Doesn't surprise me.
and they love like my uncle. He runs a $30 million homeless shelter for women with kids.
Okay.
He go to the jailhouse every Friday and minister to over 200 guys. It's just like y'all don't even see the trap this set against y'all, and yet people talking on social media. We talking about women. We talking about this. Won't y'all build so y'all can have society stop stereotyping y'all? Stop coming from y'all.
That's a fact. I
Build
do
Cause the
agree
what
with
though,
same
that.
ones y'all
Sheila?
running to, those are the same ones against y'all. I had a boy call me, a young guy. And I always, because I ran for city council, if y'all have a problem, my phone is open. Don't you know he was in the car with his little Becky, and he had gave her the phone and said, call Sheila. The police had a gun up to his head and told her in front of him, I will shoot him in his head, and you're going to walk out this car like nothing happened.
Yeah, that's how they do it. General, it's all yours.
Man, listen. You know, you sit in these spaces, man, and you hear. I guess I was raised and cut from a different cloth. A woman has never ever impeded me from being a man. A woman does not allow me to be a man. That's number one. Men shape the society in which they dwell in. And to me, the defeatist attitude that I hear a lot of times is fucking ridiculous. To walk away from something that your forefathers and foremothers built, regardless of how they got here, regardless of what they went through, for 460 plus goddamn years, we shaped and molded and scoped this country. And then to just say, well, I can't find what I want, then fuck it, I'm just gonna go over here and do this. To each his own. I don't have a problem with that. But that would be spitting in the face to me of my forefathers and my foremothers who landed on the banks of South Carolina off a slave ship, who were brought from Western Africa. See, a lot of motherfuckers don't know their history. They don't know their own family history. They can't go back multiple generations. They've never done it. So for me to jump up and say, well, fuck this shit, I'm gonna retire out the army, I'm just gonna move over. I got a homeboy that did exactly that.
Yeah, I
My
did too.
money gonna stretch when I'm going over here to what's that goddamn little country over there in the
He,
Pacific in
he went to Trinidad.
no. I'm not talking about you. I got a partner of mine that went over to what's the other little country? Manila, the Philippines.
The Philippines, yeah.
Man, I'm going to the Philippines, man. The women over there, and man, my money, and man, I could live like a king. I went over there for 30 days and I was living off of not even $750 for the whole month, and I had a whole big old mansion, and I had a whole compound, and I had maids and all this shit. Okay. All right. You right.
So, General.
And when they got ready to get, and when guess what? When they saw his ass over there with that money, and they got ready to get his ass out of there, they came up with some bullshit and got his ass up out of there.
So, General, this is what I'm talking about, being in the movements that I was in. It's almost like you in the military, that you're trained in a certain mindset. And see, when you say that those in the face of your forefathers, well, my mother and my father, my grandmother and my father, we have a book. My great aunt had 26 kids. My mother had 18. So in my book, in my family, it's not thorn in the face of my ancestors, because the ones who got off that ship, they weren't thinking about building this country. They weren't thinking about we should stay in this country. They was thinking about going back home.
Right.
And that's what my trip is all about. Going back home where the fight began, to help a new generation over there who could probably partnership with a generation over here, so we can tie that umbilical cord back where we do have a home. See, all the people who come here, they are tied to their country in some way or the other. I don't give a damn where they come from. They come from Europe, Asia, Latin America, or whatever. They have a umbilical cord tied to that country. That's why they can send money back and forth from one country to another country. We don't even have any trade. See, Africa, the country of Africa, going to be the mecca of trade in the near future. And we always be the last one off the fucking boat when it comes down to commercial, when it comes down to finance and everything else, because we believe that the white man's water is colder and his ice is colder than anybody else's water. But he's getting everything he gets from the motherland. You can't even have that cellular phone you talking on if you didn't have the motherland, because they had to get a certain mineral over there to put in that cellular phone. So I am completing these circles.
Yeah, you're talking about coltan. Yes.
Yeah. So I am completing this circle when I go back home. It's not that I'm turning my back on my people. I'm just reattaching that umbilical cord so we can start communicating with each other as a people, universal.
Hey, can I say something, OG? Oh, never mind. Go ahead, General.
I'm gonna say this. And then I'm gonna go on mute. I'm not here to say to argue the point of why you, OG, are deciding to reattach yourself to the motherland. My mother and father came from the Panther organization, right? Los Angeles chapter. And,
yes, sir.
And for years, I had that same thought process, because that's what a lot of them were talking about. A lot of them were talking about, hey, we need to leave here. We need to get on out of here. And there was a split in that organization because of that thought process. And this is where I made what shaped my decision. My father said, leave for what? You gonna leave a house that you were forced to build? This is our goddamn country just as much as it is theirs. So you gonna leave something that they brought you over here and forced you to build? That's spitting in the face of your ancestors, your forefathers. That's exactly what the fuck that is. And that's my opinion. Now, it differs from yours, OG, and I understand that. And I don't have a problem with that, because each man is entitled to think and believe the way he chooses to believe. But for me, knowing what I know, and I'm telling you from a military standpoint, and I'm telling you from a world standpoint, I know that when shit go to shit, because in Djibouti, I've had to evacuate Americans, civilians that were not affiliated with the military whatsoever. When them motherfuckers went into an uproar, guess what happened? The first motherfuckers they went after, the outsiders. Whether you were black, and there was a lot of black folks living over there as civilians too. Whether you were black, whether you were fucking half black, they didn't give a fuck. If you wasn't born native to that country, they wanted you to fuck out of there. I've had to put motherfuckers on the chopper, on the goddamn transport, to keep them from getting their goddamn head chopped off. And they were totally immersed into the society over there. They were dressing the same way those people over there dressed. They were eating the same way that those people over there were eating. They were worshiping the same way that those people over there were eating. They were helping the communities over there, taking their American dollars that they were getting, that they had made from their American jobs, that they had saved to move over there and giving it back into the communities. When that shit went up, them motherfuckers like, let's chop the heads off of these motherfuckers. Let's kill them first. Let's kill them first. We're going to get rid of the outsiders first. And this is what, let me tell you, well, hold on. And this is what the Chinese are experiencing right now. The Chinese went over there and they're building super highways and bridges and wells and investing into the infrastructure. And guess what they're doing over there? Guess what our brothers and sisters over there across the water are doing? They're getting them the hell up out of there. They want their country back. And if you think, it may not be your case, it may not be in every case, but if you think they look at you as a brother, because I serve with them, I know how they think. I've lived around them. They don't look at you as a brother, somebody that was stolen. They look at you as an opportunity. Not all of them, but a great deal of them look at you as an opportunity.
Thanks, family facts.
But John, every day I look at myself the same way. I'm in the United States of America and I feel like a fucking outsider. And when I see brothers walking down the street and get shot with no guns in their hand, and I see another man comes out of theater with a fucking assault rifle and he gets to go in the car, and I see another motherfucker goes into a church and kills some 7 motherfuckers, and then he gets to go to McDonald's before he goes to jail. What the fuck you think I don't feel like an outsider here? I'd rather feel like an outsider at home where my umbilical cord is tacked in than to be somewhere that you always feel like a fucking outsider.
I agree with that. Go ahead, Dusty.
Um,
I'm your official.
Now it's okay, y'all day ones. I don't mind. Nobody here calling me Dusty. Now I think in America, what's bothering me is this false sense of community, because we don't have a community. We don't own the homes. We don't own the businesses. And deep down, when you really look at it, I don't think I'd want to live anywhere where it was nothing but black people. I mean, like, we're fucked up here, bro. Like, I'm more endangered by my own black brother than I am by the police, and this is a fact. If I was to fucking go, like, what happened to Tony Muhammad when he went to shut down that nail shop? Who locked him up?
Yeah.
And the next day, who was waiting outside to get their nails done? So it's like, why should I care about the community as a whole? You got to care about your family, and that's it. And it's fucked up that that's what it is, but that's what it is, because these niggas ain't shit. They really not. And I'm not speaking about you guys here. I'm sure we find individuals that we got love for, but as a whole, like, niggas as a whole ain't shit.
It's true, bro. I may go back to where I grew up,
Right.
and eat soul food and stuff, because it's, that's where I eat. That's my people's. That's my heritage. That said, the official was 1,000% correct. I worry more about men of color hurting me, and I'm talking Latino too. I live right here in the Bronx. Than I do a white cop, because the one thing, I'm very friendly with my police. My police around my old neighborhood. I always say, if you don't commit crimes, I don't ever think about the police. That said,
Mace.
Official's right. Yeah.
Mace, if you go to help somebody out,
yeah.
Like, let's say if you're Tony Muhammad, you get arrested for protecting and doing what you do, right?
Yeah.
Somebody is going to try to fuck your girl. They're going to try to rob your house. You know what I'm saying? They're going to try to take whatever you got. You know what I'm saying? And nobody's going to have your back. Nobody's going to look out for your kids. So it's like, why should I give a fuck about a community that doesn't exist?
That's why I left mine.
Official. So you are here where I'm at. I'm at 27. That's what I'm out of, 27. Minister Tony Muhammad. So, yeah, I was under his authority for I think for like 8 years before, because I used to be the special task unit for Dr. Khalid Muhammad and what we call the West Point out here. So I do understand. This is some of the things that I had to think about, man. This is some of the things that, that wasn't the first time he was arrested. You know what I mean? So I had to think about all these things. And then when I put them all into perspective, and it's like, all my children, my oldest son is 45 and my daughter is 22. So I really don't have anything that I can really say that it's clinching me here now. You know what I mean? Because they have to make their own life, their own decision. I did my job with them. I'm always going to be their father. But it's my time to spend now. And so if I feel like I can be a better help in a different place and a better community, I mean, Acorn, he the one that got my eyebrows up about 4 or 5 years ago. He was talking about this stuff 4 or 5 years ago. And so I remember when Wesley Snipes was going to build an African town in Atlanta. And about 6 months later, all of a sudden the IRS had his ass locked up because he was with another pro-black brother who was going to build this African town in Atlanta and put pyramids right there. And they like, hell no, that has never happened in America. So what I'm trying to say is, how long are we going to keep on going on with this same circle like a dog, chasing his tail? And when we realize that in our lifetime, is they going to ever change or have we changed? And what I have came into conclusion, we have changed. Especially when you had in the 50s and just before, I guess in the mid 60s, you had 80% of our household was married couples. And look at it today. We look at it today. We make more money. We're in better position. Why were we able to do more with less? And now we're just totally fucked up.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, like, I understand that, and I actually empathize for it because I come from a family that was, married. I was raised by my grandparents. They're married for 60 years, almost 70 years. So I was raised by the silent generation more so than my mom. So I mean, I understand what exactly that you're saying. I just don't see why, each individual has to be the one to put their back on the line when nobody's going to be a safety net for them. Like if I go out like Tyrone Muhammad, who's going to look out for Baby Official?
That's it.
Who's going to look out for Baby Official?
Yeah, when I was locked up, the only person, like when I was locked up and we was out there fighting out there in the street against the things that was happening in the street as the nation, the only person who had my back was the nation. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't nobody in the community that had my back. Matter of fact, I went to like 20 churches and left a nice cover letter of what the situation was and what happened. Not one representative from not any of them churches. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. There was 2 black women outside of the Nation of Islam who showed up for my court date every day. Now this was back in the O.J. Simpson when his trial was going on. So my trial was not that big. But anyway, I came through it. I was exonerated and everything else. But just like I say, there was no brothers or nothing showed up for me other than the Nation of Islam out of the community. There was only 2 women who didn't even know me. I went on Stevie Wonder's station, KJLA, and told my story with the police, what had really happened when they had me felony assault against 2 police officers. And so what I'm trying to say is, I don't did my work, man, and I don't owe this country anything. Not one damn thing. If anything, it owes me a lot. But I'm willing to go ahead and close that bag and close that chapter and move on to something else. And maybe I can raise another generation over there in that continent that can touch bases with this generation. And they can build where they can have exports, they can have businesses, and they can have a lot of other things. Because the fastest computer is still made in the continent of Africa. And I bet you a lot of us don't even know that.
tell you, a lot of people are enjoying this conversation. Let me read some of these things my brothers in the chat said. I appreciate the growth. Oh, okay, that's me. If I leave America, you can send me my check. I'll leave and forwarding my address. Uh, I'll let you know we can have a deal of dual citizenship. Uh, Back to the ancestors, they wanted to have only the recent ancestors want to stay. Uh, Being seen as a lick is an upgrade from how we are seen here. Uh, I left my neighborhood of Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn years ago, and I never will go back. And the capacity to the left to be left alone to create and maintain our own culture is what we want. I totally agree with that. We owe America nothing, not even gratitude. Okay, that's from Dollar Will.
I'd like to say this too, mate. On
Yeah.
my jury,
Mhm.
on my jury trial,
Mhm.
the only person held up my jury trial, and I would hate to say this because I don't want to get back into this woman thing. It was one black sister with a blonde wig on, and we
I
we
can't with you, OG.
okay, but I got to say this, Miss E, because it's actual fact. And when the jury was all over and they exonerated me, we
Yeah.
questioned them at the end of the trial. We asked them what was it made me, because I testified against 6 officers. I was the only one was a witness, other than the exculpatory evidence. And I think it helped me because I was into show business and I was in Hollywood and I hadn't had any record. I even had a parking ticket at that time. And so, but there was one woman with a blonde wig, and she said that when we polled the jury afterwards, and I was like, "What was holding y'all up?" Seemed like it was a slam dunk case. And the head foreman of the jury said, "Well, we had to get past what she said." And I asked him, "What did she say?" She said, "That's them damn Muslims. They always starting something." So
Wow.
she would not vote for me
Wow.
due to the fact that she had it in her head I was one of them damn black Muslims who always started something.
And you wonder why I stay solo and I stay single.
But she came around. But I just
Oh
wanted to
wow.
she did come around. But see, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. That when you got 2 sick people been bit by the same dog, we become like prisoners. And I'm not gonna say I made this up. Dr. Clark said this. When black people are in this country, they act like prisoners. The prisoners don't turn against the warden. They don't turn against the guards. They turn against each other. And that's what I see our community doing. More and more.
Yeah. Oh
More I stay
yeah.
here, I see that more and more we're turning against each other,
Well,
like prisoners in a jail. And believe it or not, I do believe we are in a prison.
Again, I really believe this should be done, and I think the quicker this is done, the better both genders will both be. We just sign a pact that we no longer associate with each other, and the women go stay here with the men of America, and we find a state to ourselves or leave the country. I'm a little bit too old for me, but if I was 20 years younger, I would seriously get the hell out of here, bro. But I decided to stay. I'm a man. I'll stay. But I know the fact that for me, other than making money, there's nothing else for me here. So I
That's it.
understand that. I mean, it's nothing for me here except making money. Nothing else.
Right.
I
And you
mean,
have to
I
spend
understand. I understand what you said a little while ago about going to find yourself a queen back in the continent in the motherland. But uh, I know where I stand, and that's just the way it is. It's the way of our society. It's the way it is here in the United States for a black man.
and I'm gonna be honest. Mace. Um, see, one thing. Okay, this is how I wrapped it up on my last show.
Yeah.
When a person don't have your best interest,
Mm-hmm.
and gentlemen probably could piggyback on this. When you're at war
Yeah.
and you're on the front line,
Mm-hmm.
what they try to do is take out the biggest gun. Reason why they try to take out the biggest gun because it hurt the most people. It can kill the most people. So
Mm-hmm.
if you out there with a 50 cal and a man with an M16, they're gonna take out the 50 cal first. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
So the black man here in this country is the most threat because he can zip down his pants and change the whole population
Mm-hmm.
without even raising a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you understand that, and then you'll understand why he would use our women to use against us because she is the closest thing to us. She was
Facts.
made for us. And so for him not to want to fight us heads up, he'll intertwine. It's almost going back to that Adam Eve story, you believe it or not. It still could be into this place. So he gets her, and now she gets in her head that she's better than the male. Now she fights against the male. And by the time she's finished fighting against the male, by the time he walks out of his household, he's so weak, he can't even do a damn thing. Now, that same enemy who didn't like him can take advantage of him. That's where the prison institution and all this other bullshit comes in.
I
So, what
totally
I'm
agree.
saying is,
True.
I'm looking at this thing for what it is.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Go ahead, Sheila.
I'm just saying what OG saying is correct, and they use that corporate. They use women's against our black males, and that's where I'll start. Because if you both for a position and they have the same degree, they would give that degree to the female instead of the male. Because what they do is they know they could control that female, and that female would be more submitted to them than that male.
Oh
And one
yeah,
thing I
without a
find
doubt.
out about them, they are threatened by y'all just sitting at the table talking, policies and passing laws and stuff. When my brothers, when they speak, they just shut them down.
And I will say this right now. As much as they hate us, I think when they start to notice 6, 7 years from now that black men are leaving this country in droves and not coming back and living their lives in other countries and setting up businesses and companies, I think white men, instead of like people are gonna think they're gonna be celebrating the night because now that a lot of the black men will be leaving, and a lot of them is going to be your brightest and your smartest that can help your corporation. So you don't want in your corporations. I mean, what are you going to do? Turn to the Mexicans to do it for you?
So, Mace, you
Yeah.
know,
Right.
so a
They're
lot
gonna
of people
follow
don't,
y'all where y'all go and torture you there. They're so evil.
Mace, you know what made the Nation of Islam to be one of the longest standing organizations ever since 1930 in this country? You know why the government feared the nation so badly that we was on the FBI. Elijah Muhammad went to jail for not going to service way before Malcolm X. And say Muhammad Ali did. He did the same thing, but that's never even talked about. But you know what feared them most? It's when Elijah Muhammad and said that a man can't rise no higher than his woman. And so what he did was cover the women's head, cover their body, made them presentable, and made the men strong. That scared the shit out of this establishment
Yeah. And,
because they knew when the family was intact, there's nothing they could have did.
Joe?
OJ, I like what you just said because once you kill the head, the whole body gonna fall, and that's what it is. That my government had asked me, Sheila, if you could change one thing, what would you like to be changed? I said I would like for my my black males to go back in their position, which is the head of the household, the head of everything. And we are not equal to y'all because we was not created to be equal to y'all. We was created out of y'all red. You know what I'm saying? So a
Yeah.
lot of people don't understand that. We would never, ever be strong like a man. So how can a woman be in competition, be in competition with a man where we was created for y'all?
Right. And that's what
Beautiful
he said
job.
so much time.
Beautiful job day. Excuse me for a second. She says, "Good morning. Tell OG to come to the East Coast. Come to the East Coast. Being a natural woman, there's a lot of natural women in my area. I
I
bet.
was born in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I was born in North Carolina. I spent most of my adult life in Atlanta, But I was born right there in Charlotte, North Carolina. I spent up till I was like 18 years old. Then I moved to Atlanta. So yeah, I do know there are some beautiful sisters in North Carolina. But my mission is a little more bigger than just a relationship. My my mission is a relationship with a group of people to unite in some kind of way because I have already seen what Africa is going to contribute to us in the near future where we go have to have some kind of umbilical cord tie. And Miss E, I would like to say to you is you are correct when you talk about, see, this is what the biggest threat it is for the establishment when it comes to our women. Our women
Job.
are the manufacturer of all males and females that comes in our community. That's why we have these abortion clinics in every other block in our community when they are not in other people's community. Because there was a time in this country there was more black people than white people. It was bringing us over here so much they forgot about the numbers.
Yeah.
And so if you understand pan what they call it, planning, whatever that shit is. It is not planning anything but abortion.
Planned Hood.
Yeah, so these things was put in these our communities so our sisters could walk in there. Now nobody's forcing them to walk in there. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm trying to say, you are the only woman who can produce me. You are the only woman who can produce you. And see, when you have something like a style, I know you're a stylish woman, Miss, but when you buy something, you look at it and you say, "Oh, that's beautiful. I would love to wear that." But when it comes to be a time when you don't like it anymore, you have no more use to it, what you usually do is throw it out. And the problem we don't understand as black people in this country, they brought us here for one reason and one reason only. And they don't need us for that now.
No, they don't. And this next race war in this country, it ain't gonna be us. It's gonna be them against the foreigners.
Right.
Most certainly.
In about 2032, I predict it'll be around that time that the white trash Americans, white lower middle class, can get tired of all the crap. Jade, if you want to come up, I dropped the link, sweetie. If you want to come up, good morning to you. Dollar Will says America needs a black underclass to define race and class stratification. Without a big rung there is no ladder. The system lives off us. We leave, it falls. I totally agree with that. That's what I just said a few minutes ago. That when black men leave, and they leave in droves, Sheila, you think they're going to follow wherever the brothers go, honey? You believe that?
I think there is. Even look at Africa, how the Chinese trying to take over. And yes, I think they are. Y'all a threat. Y'all really don't know how powerful y'all really are.
I think we do, but the problem is we have all Indians, no chiefs. That, and also
That's what it is.
the
That's what it
also
is, Mace.
the worst thing is, and I say this all the time up here, we hate each other too much as black men. We don't like each other. We don't trust each other. We don't respect each other's opinions and minds.
Envy, jealousy,
Yep,
all that and above.
that's what brings us down.
Right. And I like to say this. Thank you for having me on this
No
morning.
problem. Anytime, my brother.
I didn't decide to, yeah, I mean, I didn't say when I came in that I was going to stay this long. I have to go take care of some business, but I want to leave y'all with something.
Yeah, go
There's a
ahead.
beautiful song out there, and it's done by Anthony Hammer, who was born in Charlotte, North Carolina, too. I like for y'all to listen to it this morning or this evening or the night sometime.
I
It's
know which
called
one you're gonna
Mercy.
mention. I have it.
It's
Go
called
ahead.
Mercy. I want
Yes.
y'all to listen to that song. There's a sister who starts off that song telling the black men how she feel about you. And then he comes in and do his part. I would like for y'all to listen to that song today. I listen to it on a daily basis now. So peace, love, and always strive for the truth. OG, I'm out.
Okay,
Be
OG.
good, OG.
And I
Thank
want
you
my
so
beats
much.
too.
Okay.
Be good.
All
Be good,
right.
OG.
Be good,
Appreciate you,
OG.
my brother. Have a good day out in
Yeah.
California, bro.
All
We
right.
have to have an old school talk on my panel too.
Most certainly, Missy.
Yeah.
And General, salute.
I think General's on duty, he said, so he's taking care of making some
No,
rounds.
I'm sorry. I told OG salute, man. I didn't realize I was on mute. Yeah, salute, man, 100%. No issues. But, you know, the problem is, in my opinion, we tried to have generals, and no pun intended to myself, but we've tried to have leaders. We had King, we've had Malcolm, we've had many others, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is they understand, because this is where we got the cliche from. You kill the head of the snake, you kill the snake. So what we got to do is go away from having a one single solitary point of failure. It's what we call a fatal funnel of death, a point of impact, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
if you got a leader and you stick him out there, just like they did Fred Hammond, just like they did those brothers in the Panthers organization, just like they did Malcolm in the Muslims organization, just like they did Martin with the Civil Rights Movement. They go on and knock him off.
General, you there? There you go.
That's what they can't do. You see, our problem is ego. That's our problem.
Facts.
Everybody wants to be
True.
the leader. I know the right way to go. When in terms, you don't know the right way to do shit because you're only thinking for yourself. And then
Mm-hmm.
sometimes that can fare out. The things that I've learned studying military science is that you have to understand how guerrilla warfare works. When you're dealing with an enemy who's superior in every other way, what you have to do is you have to use what you know works to your advantage. And what works to your advantage through the history of this country is not having one single solitary independent board or person or one single solitary group to speak for everybody. If everybody have the same mind thought process, that's what we need. We all have to think collectively alike. Put aside all the bullshit.
Right.
Get rid of your ego. That's what we have to do if we're going to actually turn the tables. You see what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
we
I want to
won't be
ask
able
you
to do
something,
that.
General,
Why?
because
Because you got
you
motherfuckers who feel
smart.
like
You
the
from
best thing for us to do is this, or the best thing for us to do is that, or we need to go over here. We need our own shit. Well, the history has proven that that doesn't work. That's number one. Number two, other countries really don't want to fuck with you. Just gonna tell you the truth of the matter. They'll let you come visit. They'll let you move over there for a little while, but they really don't want to fuck with you. It's the truth of the matter, man.
I'm gonna
I'm
ask you
not saying that
something,
that's true
General.
for all places around the world, but I'm telling you, a lot of places I've been to, that's, yeah.
I'm gonna ask you
A
something.
lot of
Being you
things
in the
I've done,
I
yeah. A lot of
and I want you to
information
be
I
honest.
learned through certain things of dealing with the government and how other countries view not only Americans, and particularly Black Americans. It's not a good look, brother. I'm just here to tell you. Let me go on mute. I'll be right. I ain't going nowhere.
No, I want to ask you something, General. Being in the army, you know how y'all have lieutenants, the
Sheila,
privates,
you
different
can
ones when
take
you
it. I
going
know
for
Mason's
war.
doing something. I'm gonna go on mute for a second.
Okay, and like I said, you have to know your component. You have to know your enemy. Don't they train you to know their weak spot, their strong spot, where they be at, how you could get them when they least suspect and blind side and everything. That's what I'm saying. As us, we do not have people in positions. You can't just be in one place because while you're in one place, they're having 4 or 5 different meetings and stuff. You have to have people organizing different boards, different
Well, I guess it's the general's takeover.
I can't hear you, General.
Hello?
I can't hear you. Yes, what you were
Mace, you
saying?
there?
I was talking to you,
Mace, you
General.
there?
Do you hear what I said? You got to drop off and come back.
Let me say good morning to One Z's, Quasi's back, Tack, Pete, Era Black is in the building, Dollar Will, the beautiful, Jade Flores is in the building, and here's the link. Anybody wants to come up and discuss what we're talking about, and then I'll move on to other issues. Sheila E, continue, baby. I just think this is a fascinating conversation for me. I mean, you know, I love this stuff, but I will be
No, you
fair.
done started. You done started something
No,
this
no, no, no,
morning.
no, no, no. OG started all this, not
No,
me.
you knew we were gonna chew off. You knew what you was
No,
doing. You
no.
was sitting
OG
back
started.
laughing.
OG started by saying
Mace,
that he wanted to go
you
to
know what you
Africa.
was doing.
No, I was not.
Come on, I
OG
study you.
started. Oh God, it was OG, and OG knew it too. And once the general jumped on him, all hell broke loose. But Sheila, I'm gonna say something to you, baby, and I
Go
mean
ahead.
this. You are right. It is
I
both ways.
appreciate you, Mace. Go ahead.
Last week, I killed the men into that Chad Wheeler incident. Last week, I was all in on weak black men. I killed them
Really?
all. Yes, I was killing them everywhere. Seriously. Oh, I lit the men an ass last week.
Why?
How weak they are.
I told y'all.
It
Y'all told
saddens
y'all
me.
we our weak spot. One thing about women, y'all could build on decades. We could tear down a couple of weeks. I'm telling you, we ain't no
You're
joke.
right.
We
Yeah,
is no joke.
yeah, I
And
agree.
but you get some. I'm not saying all women. You get some of us to go by the rules and regulations. But when you got the angry ones, the harlots, the ones the Bible talks about.
Yeah.
Come on, like I
Hey,
said, they done brought down the strongest ones in the Bible. David,
Eric Black, come up, bro. The link is there.
Solomon.
Who? I lost my audio? Because I hear me. Sheila, you hear me, baby?
I hear you.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys, I know I didn't lose my audio.
I advocate for my brothers and my sisters, and you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I advocate for them too, but we have so much opportunities for us. We really do.
And we
And
blew
but
it.
it's
I
little
totally
for
agree.
males. Yeah. And we spoil too. We spoil. And
You know, I may crack on. All right, Ghost. I love you, man. You have a good day. Go ahead, baby. Go curse. Ghost. I didn't start nothing. Go ahead.
I said we are spoiled. You know, I'm come from Generation X, where I ain't really had to say much, just sit back and just look pretty and stuff like that or whatever. And got
Yeah.
scooped up at a young age. And now I see a whole generation where these girls are so angry. It just hurt my heart because you having kids. And like I said, I was a grandmother at 50. And you have the grandmother, the daughter, and mother all hanging out the clubs or hanging out each other and twerking and stuff like that, whatever. And it go back to us women. We have to put the standard in the household.
I totally
If
agree.
you can't afford no child, don't have no kids is expensive. Now they raise the price. Now having babies now and a male to get them circumcised is almost $30,000.
That's crazy. That's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I look at all this what's happening, and I'm like, what the hell? Where did it go wrong? I have a theory where it went wrong, and I think a lot of brothers are gonna get mad at me. I'm about to say, but if I can bring one thing into the equation, I think the late '90s hip hop did a lot of damage. When you look at those videos and see those girls shaking all the time, I'm like, are you serious?
No, Mace, it started in the 80s. It
With the
started
crack
in the
babies?
80s when a lot of Jamaicans started coming to the country and stuff. It
Yeah.
started in the 80s.
Okay. All right. With the bummer clots.
Yes, and they were, the less girls fortunate, when kids used to pick out while they was in school, they didn't have no hair and when they was smelling and stuff, the Jamaican would scoop them up, have them sell drugs for them and get them an outfit and a package, and it was okay.
Really?
Yes.
To tell you the truth, I'm not a guy that was. I grew up in the hood, but I was the guy that always had places to go. If you know what I mean. I didn't know all that craziness was that bad.
Only reason I know that because I know one of my friends. She was I had grew up with, and we had to part. And she was messing with Jamaicans and stuff, and she would tell me a lot of stories and stuff, and I would see it too. Like a lot of girls had died from AIDS, messing with Jamaicans and stuff like that. So where our outskirts is still like 5 to 10 minutes from where I grew up at. So like you could live in a bad area, but 2 blocks be different. So and then where I live at, everybody know everybody. So but at the end of the day, it's go back to us women. We let who in and out our body, and then the men's this so nasty and grimy. They lay down with anybody, anything, you know.
Yeah, I buy
So
that. I agree with that.
yeah, because you talking about standards. Let's have standards. Why would you want to be with somebody who had 4 or 5 kids, or don't take care of their child? So you just as bad as she is, you know.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that the the old saying, you let yourself go, we let ourselves go
Yes, yes.
as a community. We did.
And
It's
it's
so sad.
sad because it's sad, Ace. I mean, Mace, because some of them look for a come up to get pregnant to trap a guy and stuff. And that's why I said be careful who you lay with, because you pillow talk and that could be an enemy for you and mess up your whole life, you know?
I agree
So
with that.
everything look good ain't good.
That's true.
And that's for
Those are
males
facts.
and females.
I agree with that. Not everything look as good as appears. I agree with you with that one, baby. I just
And
think it's
then
set.
and then
No,
they
go
talk
ahead.
about high value men. I mean, let's go back to the standards. Okay, let's take money out the picture. Uh, let's go back for man communication, being transparent, technically and stuff like that. Morals and standards. You know, when you come with all those qualities and stuff, that is a high value man because he ain't gonna stoop down to nothing low beneath him.
I agree.
Widow guys. There's a lot of guys still there today, but you got an outrage because they pick and choose who they want. No, just like some women, they're not just gonna just lay down with anybody. So you have to respect these people standards. If I ain't have no kids, I don't want to mess with nobody who have kids.
I agree.
There's nothing wrong with having standards.
I think who was on last night? Oh, it was Cooter last night. He said that when it comes to black men, they're not supposed to have standards. But when white guys lay down the law, the sisters look up to them and their standards. That's very true.
Let me tell you something. Some of the Caucasians is some of the nastiest. Let me tell you something. They be having no women in no office doing different stuff to give them positions and stuff.
Of course.
Come on. And then they're talking about those spas shop in New York and stuff, those Asian. You know what those is? They ain't nothing but call girls. What you think those lawyers and judges and stuff be going there getting massages? You really think they be getting massages?
Of course
Come
not.
on now.
It's that the world is a little different now. But everything you said, you're correct.
Yeah, my mother, let me tell you something. My mother had 5 girls and 1 boy. And my mother raised us to be warriors and told us the ins and outs about everything. You know, because she
I
was
agree.
in that Black Panther life. So she taught us what to look at, how to observe people, read them and everything. And like I said, if something pop off and me and my sisters in the place, believe me, ain't nobody coming out with a scratch because we know where every exit at, we study everything. We like Charlie Angels. We
Yeah.
blowing a spot up and leaving with no marks on us. My mother trained us very well.
Your mother did a damn good job with all of
Hmm.
you. God bless her.
And all my sisters married, even my brother. I was the first one that got a divorce. Yes.
You the only one got a
So.
divorce?
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
How do you feel now that on a woman's side you have freedom?
I love it.
There you go.
Being married at a young age, and let me tell you, and I'm be honest.
Hmm.
Even some women's out there signing my voice. Marriage is a beautiful thing. It is. It's not a burden when you catering to your husband and your children. Just cooking dinner, just going on vacations, just seeing a smile on his face. Just simple. I mean, men's is so simple. It's just like something about being married and a family is beautiful. It's beautiful.
You know, it's funny you say that because I live a single life and I've been single all my life. And the one thing that I realize is the older I get, the more happier I am. You know, the OG said that he didn't want to get old and be by himself. And I can understand that, you know. But a guy like me, I'm so used to being alone that I've grown into it.
You know what? I think I'm gonna be like my grandmother. My grandfather died at a young age, in his 40s, and ever since then, my grandma been celibate until the day she died, until she was 97 years old. So I think I took that after her because being celibate and not being in a relationship, and not want to be in a relationship, a lot of women can't live that kind of lifestyle. And I'm saying celibate, not no playing with no toys or nothing like that, no
Mm.
oral or nothing. It's a lifestyle that everybody can't live, And just, I was married for 25 years, and believe me, if I could, I would do it again. I love my kids, and they're grown, and I have a grandson and everything. I could say nothing bad about my husband, that he did had a baby and I divorced him, and things happen, and I would never talk down about him because he was an excellent father. But one thing I can say, that now just living this life is like, wow. If I want to lay in the bed, I don't want to cook, and I could just do me now, you know,
Isn't it a great
and
feeling?
I love it.
Isn't it a great feeling to do you?
It is, Mace. It is. You don't have to worry about attitudes or please anybody or nothing. It's
Hmm.
beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, I always look at the man's side, but you're the example of the woman's side of it. So I'm just balancing it. I know that it feels great for you that you can do you. And really, the only person that matters to you is your little grandson in a nice way, in a beautiful way.
And he loved be like, I will never be home. Like, I've been over here. We had a snowstorm. I've been over my daughter's house for like a week now, and I just go home and you could tell when I'm home when you see my live with my little mirrors on the wall, my little furs and stuff, and I got everything packed and stuff. But I be over here all the time, you know. I be under my, just
Let me get,
enjoying my son-in-law, my daughter, and my grandson, just enjoying life, and that's what it's all about. And that's why I say, don't judge nobody or whatever. If they want to boost what they're doing, be happy for them. That's what it's all about, you know. You know, and
everybody
I
in this chat.
just,
Everybody in this
yeah,
chat room, if you have not subscribed to Sheila E. The Quiet Storm, do it. She is in
thank you,
fuego right
man.
here. She is so hot right now. She's like Johnny the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. I'm dead
It's
serious,
like
fellas.
you'll
How
never
big?
know what you're gonna get on my channel. That's amazing. I mean, kudos like Sheila, what is your channel really about?
I'm
Cause
like,
I'm like, oh God.
when I
Mhm,
go to my clinic, when I sit in my chair, go to YouTube,
mhm.
and who do I see live or videos out at 5:30 in the morning? You. And I'm like, damn. Then I saw
Come
your
my
subscribers
sector,
here.
Mace. The sector I am. I'm the radical one in my sector. So I'm in a whole nother sector too. So they be up that, early. Cause you gotta realize I'm older than you, Mace. So y'all keep on forgetting. I be 54. So and us older people, we go to sleep early and we wake up early. So I give them the something, on that side of sector.
I wake up early too, and the
Hmm.
cool thing about waking up early is that when I first got here, hardly
Hmm.
nobody was on it late at night or in the middle of the morning like we are.
Hmm.
And then Kuda started it. They tried to follow, they couldn't handle it, but you're doing it very nicely. Good for you.
Thank because y'all never know what I come on. I don't really promote my channel or anything like that. So I just trying to I'm be honest. When it comes to the Bible and politics, that's my strong and
That's why
fashion.
I
Go
disagree with
ahead.
Kuda this morning.
What?
Stick to the politics, baby, because that's your strength.
He said don't we told me.
Kuda said, "Don't do the politics." I said, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'll catch you on my channel. Now I got you here. Keep the politics.
Yeah, I have a brother. We're gonna talk about restoration Saturday, one-on-one. And he the one's really working with me because I'm be honest, I was angry for a while at the community because I'm like, how can I fight for somebody? Y'all not fighting for yourself. And my family, they're like, look, we ain't trying to be in no inner city. We ain't look, been there, done that. You go ahead, be their savior. Say, even my daughters, and look, mom, they get tired. Look, you running for office again because I ran twice. Oh God, oh, so they don't. So y'all, I ain't helping you knock on no doors. No, mm. So my daughter, they're like, no, uh. Yeah.
it must be good to Tack, come on up. Anybody Arab Black, come on up. Yeah, this is fascinating for me today
Mm.
because I've never talked this deep like I did today. Now, this is a question I
I
got to
could
ask you.
tell, Mace. You was
How you
like,
could tell?
ooh. And I read people. My major psychology, and I'm a retired case manager for mental ill people too. So I've been working in the medical field ever since I was 13. But I could tell by when you sit back in your chair and when you put your hands on your face. I read people, so I'm like, okay. And
Yesterday
you
you
don't be
called me.
saying nothing.
Yesterday you
Yeah.
called me out when you said I didn't know about the guys in prison. Oh, I didn't do that, girl. I mean, I'll tell you a little bit about me. I grew up. Half my friends. I'll put it this way. I'll break it up in thirds.
Hmm.
A third of my friends worked at Wall Street or big accounting firms. The other third were like me. We did industrial work, and then the last third were drug dealers. So their young brothers were in and out of Rikers all the time. Back in the 90s, they loved going to Rikers. I could never understand that mentality of going
I
to
heard
jail.
that was rough there.
Yeah,
I had a cousin who worked there. And, he
I
said
heard
it was
upstate was
rough.
rougher though.
We was one of the capital murder of New York, the city. hmm The city I grew up with was.
Mhm.
Now we the most safest now, but what we really did got a team to get together because our people the first ones to go against you. You don't live in the city, Sheila. You shouldn't have any input, whatever. Because I didn't know I was gonna take off in politics like that. So but I'm be honest, our people. Okay, William. Our people. Some of them they don't care. I just help the ones who want to change. So
It's sad, isn't it?
it is sad because it's not my family or nothing like that. It's just other individuals, and it's like when I was running for office, the city I grew up with
hmm
had
hmm
less votes than the town I was working in
Crazy.
and living in.
It's sad
And I
because
do all the
yeah,
work
good
for
man.
the people in the inner city than I do in the town.
You said something the last couple of times you was up here that hit home to me. That the coons who are on your panel, anything against black men was supposed to be their own men. They just let it go. When you see that right in front of your face, how demoralizing is that for you inside your body, your heart?
You say that again?
You said the last couple of times you was on the panel that the coons that were on the panel,
hmm
they let bills pass against black men and they don't care.
Yes, yes,
How
yes,
how
yes.
demoralizing is that to you in your heart?
It really hurts because I was like, really, ain't nobody gonna say nothing. So what I had to do was, cause it trained me very well, um, for like a decade now. One of the lawyers, a judge, retired judge, he a lawyer now. He trained me and teach me politics, the in and out, and everything like that. Um, And so he was telling me the ropes and stuff. So when they started passing different policies, before they passed them, what they do was they put them on the table and they have to
hmm
vote. And before they do that, we go to the county, and the county is like the capital of the city and the town
hmm
before the Albany governor office. So they would lay it down and try to get people to agree with them so they could bring it to the county, so the county could bring it to the city so it get passed. So if everybody agree with it and nobody ask questions or challenge them, they're gonna go right past.
Oh yeah, of
It
course.
was 250 people in that room, and I was the only one said something.
And that's so sad. Dollar Will, what's up, bro? Welcome to my platform. Welcome to the panel, bro. What's up?
Good
Hey, what's
morning.
happening? What's happening, everybody? Hey, listen, you could. I don't want to mess up the flow of what Sheila was talking about. I can. I don't want to. If y'all are on to another thing, go for it. I'll fall in.
I'm just talking about her career, her life, how
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
she's right there at the heat of battle at the table, how bills get passed to hurt us as black men.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And,
So you're a politician or a community activist.
yes, I am. I ran for board education at city council. Um,
Awesome.
and very involved in my community. I helped get the first black mayor in the inner city his seat. One of the guys who've been running for
I'm
4 or
sorry. What
5
city? What
years
city are you from?
in city New Bern, New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right by
Okay.
Poughkeepsie,
Okay.
Beacon. Yeah, that's where I grew up at.
Oh,
Um,
awesome. Awesome. Yeah.
when
Yeah.
I
That.
came back and just started, because I started my politics in Indiana, this guy had trained me. So when I came back, I got on the Democrat committee and one of the judges had trained me. And then he retired, and he was a lawyer, so he had took me under his wing, me and a couple other people, and taught us the ins and outs and stuff. And so what I do now is everything they taught me, I use it against them.
Right. See
And
that
I know.
yeah,
So
yeah.
now we having they had a meeting, and they wonder why I ain't go last night, because it's sick into my stomach that now they Biden passed the immigration law. So now the city where I grew up at is a sanctuary city for a lot of immigrants. So it's just a lot of stuff going on that it's not affecting my family, but the people who was affected, they calls me, and I'm like, the sad thing about it, that the person I was running against, I wanted that person in that seat, and now that person got that seat. They're not doing nothing, you know. So it's just
Black
a
Wall
lot.
Street, what's up, bro?
Yeah, but I'll give y'all the floor. But it's just a lot that I see. I just don't talk about, and it hurts my heart. The stomach blocks they have and the obstacles against my brothers. And I don't worry too much about our sisters, because there's a lot of opportunities out there, so much for them. They'll pay for their LPN school, they'll pay for their CNA class, they'll pay for them rent-free, nice place, like condominiums for a whole year, food, clothes, voucher for furniture. So I'm not so worried about them. Only when it comes to if they do something, advocate for them in court. More like my brothers. I'm trying to also pass this law where when girls get abortion, they can't just go and get one without the person that got pregnant by physician, this signature. So we trying to pass that when they make that law legalized for prostitution.
Kamala's going strong for that.
Wow, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Strong for that.
You said legalized prostitution. Wow.
Yeah, Kamala Harris said that last week.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She wants
she's talking about it, yeah. And she was saying that that being is rough and not making money, and her thing was them. Why is it putting them in jail behind it? And so she just gonna go ahead and make it legalized. But
Yeah,
that's another thing.
Yeah, because the economy, we got some tough days coming, some tough years, some epic stuff coming, and it's gonna be a whole lot of that going on. The country don't have the resources to imprison all these people for that, So that a Judeo-Christian values aside that people may have, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Coming to the last days.
Yeah, it's never, it's like, oh, yeah, it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop. It's only going to get worse,
Yeah,
so
fireman.
my thing is, I was just going to just say one thing, maybe. My thing is, if they're going to do it, just know the consequences behind it. Protect yourself, the females, and also the males. That's doors to open up that they could set y'all up, and the law gonna be on this side. So make sure y'all have contracts. Make sure y'all videotape yourself and every move, because this is another thing to open up the doors for y'all to go behind bars again.
Right. And yeah, of course, health got to be first, and we got to also be clear as we teach young people that there's a difference between something being because it's legal. That doesn't mean that it's endorsed. And so we got a problem with that. And of course, we think that because something's legal, that means it's right.
That's right. And right is sometimes right. What they think is right is wrong, or wrong is right. And let's keep it real. What about morals and standards? And you got diseases out here that you can't. They don't have no cure for it, whatever. Then you talking about babies. What age you starting? Because 18, they're still under their mother insurance until they're 27. So I know New York legal age is 21. That you can't buy alcohol. So what age is she legalizing it? So it's a lot of stuff. But when they pass the bill, it just don't be one bill. It'll be so much in that bill, whatever.
The only thing the bill does is stop people from going to prison for a bad decision or that they may have made. So keeping the unwanted behavior, keeping it illegal. So basically, the undercurrent of this is that prison is not necessarily a deterrent. That's the problem. You can't fix the problem by just punishing people. You gotta eliminate the cause of the problem. And it's like, so people in their illogic will say, well, they're prostituting because it's legal. No, they were doing it even when it was illegal. So you don't correct the problem by coming up with suitable punishment. Prevention is how you solve a problem or prevent a problem. So that's
I have a question for Sheila, real quick. I'm not sure if you can answer this. Do you think that what affects passing laws like what you're talking about, legalizing prostitution, is that the religious people, like the big religious institutions, have a huge influence in Washington? Do you think that's another reason why something like that is not passing? Because some of these big religious institutions like the Catholic Church and like the Christian church in general are funding some of these politicians. That's why it's not passing.
I'll be honest. It's going to pass because majority politicians, that's what they're doing anyway.
They love doing it.
So it's going to pass. And I'm a virtual woman, and I go by standards, and I'm against that. It's going to pass.
It's always behavior has always been there. There's nothing.
They're going to protest. Yeah, they're going to protest and make it seem like but it's going to pass.
But the landscape in this country is changing, and with regard to religion, the church has less power. There's the major Judeo, the big three religions are losing numbers, not gaining numbers. So their power in the political arena is diminishing as well.
Well, the church is in the bed with the politician. They do more trafficking and molesting more than anybody else.
Well, the church has always been in the bed. There's never been no church that wasn't, or I mean, just say we can just look at the big ones. How we got Christianity. It was when the state sanctioned it and took it on, it became a weapon or agent of the church. I mean, of the state. Your taxes.
So it go back to his question. His question, but it's gonna be a little who will protest.
Oh yeah,
it is.
Gotta do it.
They gotta do it. Who really truly we stand up for morals, and we don't believe in prostitution, saving ourselves until we get married and stuff like that.
So it depends on how the state sells it. If the state doesn't sell it as an endorsement, if they say, look, we just can't afford to lock all these people up, and we're going to offer more social services and counseling and try to, improve in ways, eliminate or reduce the economic stress that would lead people to make that decision. So if they sell it right, saying, okay, we're not just turning our back on people and shoot all kinds of bullshit, BS about how they're going to create job training and all that kind of stuff. So because that's really how you prevent people from making that choice. Okay, when you got people going through school, they can't even read, and which is the school's failure. Okay, because people getting passed from grade to grade that can't read, don't have any basic competency, and the system knows that person is not going to be able to function as an adult in this society. Prostitution is pretty much all that's left. So
I talked about that Brown versus the board education in one of my on my channel, and I brought that up too.
That's a hot button with me. Yeah, that was a big. I don't want to start it. That one would set me off. That was a big defining.
No, the reason why I'm saying that, and the reason why I'm saying there's going to be an issue with that is because in the deep South, these people are super religious, and I think they would be against that. Like,
well, that's the South, and that's in the past, like way back in the past. You're right, but in the modern, say, recent years, there's a demographic shift happening in the country, especially in the South, where in my lifetime, I grew up in the DMV, the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. In my lifetime, and for everybody listening to know, Virginia is the Texas of the East Coast. Okay, Just so you get that. I'm a liberal, okay, I'm a Democrat. We all for pro-life and all. I'm not pro-life. No executions, no state execution. That daggone DC sniper came, and there was, because that sniper had killed people in Maryland, DC, and Virginia. There had to be a discussion about where that person would be tried. DC and Maryland shut up and let that court case go through Virginia, because we knew that's where the death penalty existed. In my lifetime, Virginia has gone from always voting for the Republican to voting also now for Democrats. So there's a shift going on in the South, where you got southern states
You're right.
looking at legalizing marijuana. Okay, so there's a demographic change going. This country is not, when it comes to money issues, this country is not. It's getting like the religion out of the money. Okay.
Yeah, and I think
It's so funny you said that about marijuana. Okay.
And it's in general, it's a generational thing. Don't you agree? Like my generation, like the kids who are 30 and below, are for all that stuff. I think the older generations, like people in their 60s, 70s, maybe in their 50s too, that have an issue with that.
You're totally right. And I'm 56 years old, and what we have to realize. So what we have to realize is that. So let's see. I'm 56, so I am the youngest. I'm the no. I'm gonna clarify it right now.
I'm baby boomer.
No. I'm the youngest baby boomer, and the oldest Generation X. The demarcation is 1964. If that's what.
That's right.
Yeah,
okay.
So you're right.
I understand both sides. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, but the older set needs to understand that politically their ideas don't matter that much anymore. So whatever that we think that are 56 and above, the younger generation got the numbers, and that's who the new elected officials are going to be. It's going to be these Gen X people. So you're right, Anthony, about historically what the mood of America is, but we're going through a huge demographic shift right now. And also, we're talking about we're always debating a man-woman relationship. You got 50% of people not married, never had a kid. So those family value type of conservative arguments, they don't get no traction among other younger set now, because they're not in a traditional family structure. So that's changing the view of everything.
Yeah.
The majority of my friends and the majority of my friends in high school actually come from divorced parent homes, like a single parent home. So they split time between their dad and mom. So they don't really have a traditional home. They have a home, but it's not traditional, where they have both parents in the same house.
Yeah, my parents separated, and I went to go live with another relative, and that house went through separation. So yeah, you're right. So it's like the death of the family structure. It's some issues in the broader culture, some imploding. The broader American culture thing ain't working.
Yeah, and what people need to realize too is eventually when you look at you were talking about demographics a few seconds ago. The South from Florida to Texas and to Arizona is going to become majority, what is it called, in the next 10, 20 years, where it's going to be Hispanic and Black people and Asians too.
No, that's all across America. A kid, I forgot what the age is in the elementary school kid. By the time they get to be 18, white is no longer going to be the majority population in America.
Yeah, most of the kids who are graduating now are like that graduate high school are like 18, 19 years old. When I was in high school, it was like maybe 19 or 20 that they didn't start high school, college until they're in their late teens and stuff like that. Most of these kids are starting college at 16, 17 years old, which is kind of, that's what's going to be happening. Don't you agree with that?
Oh, it's not a matter of agreement. It's a matter of fact, because the birth rates and the demographics project that. Now, what's happened with the racism of this country, really being driven by, of course, that older over 50 crowd, that has to die out, because racism is unsustainable in America and London. Neither side has the population of whites to be able to sustain any kind of racist kind of policy. So it's dying out. It is literally dying out. People don't even have to change their mind. The people that primarily think that way, they're just dying. And so
yeah, and they're afraid to lose their spot at the table.
Yeah,
that's another thing.
The power of the internet, man, changed everything. I mean, again, at my age, all of us on here that are over 50. See, we lived in an America or a world where there wasn't no internet, so you could travel from one region of the country to another and see huge regional differences. You don't hear that anymore. You don't see that anymore. You can go to the South and find people who don't have an accent. So everything is kind of moving together, and even across the world now, we're on YouTube talking to people in other countries, and now we see how other people live, and everything is coming together at a change is happening at a fast pace. The governments are even concerned about it because they can't control it. You got, China blocking the internet. You got certain other countries blocking the internet. They don't want their people to see certain ideas. Yeah.
China's a perfect example. They limit how many people, like they actually limit how many children their citizens have. They can't have any girls. If they have girls, they put them either for adoption or they just kill them.
Yeah, I don't know if they still have that policy now, but yeah, that's what created their issue with too many males and not enough females, and that's why they're exporting their males to Africa and having them marry Africans and acquiring land rights that Africans only give to Africans. But if you marry in, then you get, your child will have the land right and you won't. And so we're over here on this channel arguing whether to go to Africa or not, and the whole world is already there, which is like showing you how behind the times we are, with our nationalistic, let me just finish this one little rant.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
With our nationalistic point of view. We got this resurgence of this ADOS thing, which, on one level I understand it and I agree that we do need to make differentiation in law between American citizens or Black American citizens versus Blacks that come from other parts of the world to come here, because it is a fact that this racism game is real and we act like it's not. It is a fact that these corporations would take they in fact did take every person that was a foreign Black, whether they was from the Caribbean or African. They come here and I'm saying this as someone who I'm behind this emoji for a reason. Okay, I filed discrimination lawsuit. I led a union movement. So I shout out to you, Sheila E., for getting your involvement at a higher level. But I know about the fight and the struggle and how to organize people and take on the establishment and all that. But when you challenge them about their racial practices, they come forward with data and they show you who all they count as Black. And it's like a rainbow of people that don't look nothing like you. They don't have your experience. They like recently here. They only been here for, a few years, or they find the most, the multiracial contingent. No lack of love for y'all. Okay. I'm just saying that the system used y'all as a pawn in a game. You didn't choose it, but that's when the data comes out. There you'll see just how how big that black category is when the EEOC comes forward to investigate the hiring practices. You'll see everybody's black and none of them look like you. So I understand the ADOS concept, or I agree with the utility of it, the need for it in that sense. But to take ADOS beyond that point is holding this back. One final point. Three things we got to get clear. You got the separatists. We got different ways we're trying to deal with this American thing. You got one group, a Nation of Islam, say, I want to separate.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna run this down because we got to stop thinking everybody's wanting together. We're not. We got different approaches that we had to solve this problem, and everybody's has some measure of success. So you got the separatists who want to be a part, say just leave me alone. But that didn't, back in the day, they weren't, a Nation of Islam were not allowed by their own rules to vote in elections, serve in the military, or run for political office. Okay, we've seen them since Elijah Muhammad's passing. We've seen them change that. Okay, they could not really isolate because they needed the money from those of us that were working with the establishment, because we the ones were buying them bean pies and newspapers. And
it was our parents, bro.
Well, I mean, we as the community of people who were not Nation of Islam, their money was coming from us who were supporting those businesses. They didn't have enough. So separating doesn't work without the economy of the group that's not separating. So that's the limitation of the separatist point of view. Then you got the nationalists, and that was your Black Panthers. Black Panthers they said actually I can't even call them nationalists. They're not nationalists. I would say then you had the groups. I would say that would be Southern Christian, whoever the Black Power contingent. That was the nationalists, and then you had the Black Panthers. I put them in another category because their mantra was all power to all people. They were the Rainbow Coalition, the what y'all call it when you combining the different groups.
Not the original wasn't done.
What's that word we use today for combining all the
integration?
It's close to that.
No, the original wasn't. They didn't start off like that.
Well, it was always kind of multiracial.
No, hit that like button, everybody. Hit that share and subscribe button because I'm getting an audience for this.
Yeah, their issue was all power to all people, and the different. It was a class-based struggle, the way that they defined it. But we see Afro big pig fists in the air, and we say that those people are the same as everybody else. I mean, but
see, I'm telling you that because my mother was one, and I'm telling you who the ones.
But it's right though. I'm not. It's not a difference.
Yeah, but see, this stereotype that.
No. I'm not. It's not a criticism. It's a statement of fact, and I'm not even saying that they were wrong, because if you look in that, you got to look at the area where it comes from. If you
look at it, started the free lunch. This started with. Go ahead.
All that's wonderful about the free lunch. Okay, I'm not even criticizing them. I'm saying you can see what they are by what they say they are, not our emotional what we want to make them into. They come from Oakland, and that demographic at that time, and that whole area is more integrated than what we are here on the East Coast. So it had to look like that.
You too, Black Wall Street.
And I got again, I'm not criticizing them. My main theme is that there've been many different approaches to fighting this struggle here in America, and all of those various strategies have had certain degrees of success. That's all I'm saying. So and we got to look and see and be aware that we're not all saying the same thing. We don't have the same aspiration, because the separatists don't want to go nowhere. And then you got, the at some point in there, you get the globalists to say, when Malcolm X left America to travel to Africa and go to Mecca and then went to the UN, he became a Pan-Africanist when he did that. He was no longer a separatist when he did that. When he made his appeal to the world, he left separatism at that moment.
I'm going to read the ghost now. J Speed. This is his following comment. Do anybody think that we'll be trading our races to be a new race? I told you, yes, it's already starting, sir. They call it social engineering. Yes, I agree. They killed that policy about 3 years ago. And then he says, why is it the Jews can have the dual citizenship and can go and fight for Israel, but the African people here can't go and fight for, can't have dual citizenship and fight for their country? I totally agree with that. And then he says, ADOS would never take our Pan Africanism. I totally agree with that too.
And so when I meet somebody that's ADOS, that's why the first thing I ask them is, are you also Pan-African? If they say no, then we got a problem.
Okay.
I have a question for you. I'm not sure if you can answer this. Was there a civil rights leader that actually was advocating for like black people to go to Africa and stay there permanent? Like the African, like the
No.
like
No,
African
but the answer is no. And let me say this: when I say Pan-African, that's another thing we got to get out of. I'm not blaming you for this. I'm saying that when we listen to that, we hear that word, we black folks, we getting our feelings because we think that Pan-African means going back to Africa. It might mean that for you. It doesn't have to mean that. But we just get like buck up against that. We ain't going back. It's not that. It means changing your mindset about your orientation in the world. When that Jew leaves Israel, he's a Jew. He's Jew and he's pro-Israel everywhere he goes. You can take him on a plane and a train, and he knows he's a Jew everywhere that a stop along the way. Okay. And I can say that for a Polish person, everybody else, but it's only when you get to this post-slavery African do we say we are where the ship took us, and we don't want to go home. We got Stockholm syndrome. We fell in love with the slave, with the kidnapper's house and everything in it. And we don't want to go back home to our parents. And then we say, well, they don't like us. Well, they don't like us here. The truth of the matter is we got no easy road, no matter which way we choose.
Jay Speed's about to come up, but before he does, two things. One, Dollar Will, you from the DMV or you from up here in New York?
I was born in New York.
Okay.
Raised in DC. My parents remained in New York. I spent about every summer. When I say New York, I'm talking Long Island.
And that's okay. It's New York. I mean, because me and Sheila E live in New York. That's why she lives upstate and I live in the city. Go ahead, Sheila. All yours, baby.
I would like for him to come over to my channel Saturday at 1:00. I got my brother Corey. That's our proposal about restoration in New York City. And we have a team, and we going ADOS. We going back to 1809 only concerning our ancestors.
Unfortunately, I can't do it on Saturday because I'm doing like private teaching. I teach trading and stuff on my. That's what the college for. It's about the market.
You do know that you was stolen the show today.
Brother Jay.
I'm having a good laugh about this because Sheila E stole it earlier, and now you stole it now.
No, I'm passing the ball back.
Brother, you good, man.
He knows stuff. He knows stuff.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Go ahead, OG. All yours.
I just want to clarify some of the stuff that he was saying earlier. He was part of pretty much on point. The Black Panther Party started in Oakland, and they started because there was a street that didn't have a stop sign, and somebody got killed on that street. So they started to guard and protect that community by doing sidewalk crosses for the school. That's number one. And number two, when you come to talking about the Nation of Islam, it started in 1930. We had our own land, our own farms. We were selling not only just bean pies and final calls. He said, look, this is what people don't know. We were selling food to our people, and we were supporting our people with way more land than people would ever think. And then we had another production we called Clean and Fresh. It was production hair product, soap, and everything else. So we were sufficient. If you really want to know what the Nation of Islam, it haven't changed since Elijah Muhammad. There's a couple things did happen, and I'll explain that. But if you want to know what we stand for as far as when in the Nation of Islam, read the back of the final call. It's printed on every final call. What we want.
No, this guy ask you a question. Have you been to Harlem lately?
I haven't. I've been there when corporate came there.
Yeah.
I left. Yeah,
Well,
I
let
used
me
to go
say
there every summer.
Yeah,
My mom.
and you know it was on 116th Street, right?
Right. And
Yeah, that's
so,
right, baby. The best Muslim bakery on the planet Earth.
Shabazz,
Yeah,
yes.
there
And
you go.
we
Yes,
still got the
yes,
only
yes.
black-owned
Facts.
printing press in
Mm-hmm.
America even today. We
How
own
did
our
I
own printing press.
misrepresent it? How did
No,
I miss?
no, brother. I didn't say you misrepresented it. What I say is there's some other facts go along with what
Ozzy,
you were
I'll read it
saying.
in a second.
Oh, no question about it. I
Okay.
couldn't possibly represent the awesome example the Nation of Islam provided for us in terms of what we can actually do. Oh yeah, you.
Right.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to
Dollar Will,
minimize.
you part of the nation? Dollar Will, you part of the nation?
No. I grew up in.
I'm just asking because I know OG is.
No, we got a lot. The nation has a strong presence in DC. So even if we weren't in it or not, and they have a strong presence in New York, of course, you know. And so we see what they did economically. And that's why we had no problem supporting it with whether we were Christians or whatever, because it was like the message makes too much sense. But when it got to, hey, everybody, we all need to do this, I'm like, that don't make sense, because this money that we directing from the larger economy to the Nation of Islam, that's the way. Siphon the money from the larger economy where we go with our office jobs downtown, give it to the nation and let them keep building businesses. That's what I was on. Do you?
Okay.
We got to work together across.
I just want to cross all these, cross the T's and put a little dot on it.
Oh,
and
thank
then
you.
You got another, the Pan-Africanism. It's pretty much the oldest African organization on this planet. It even has its own flag before the Nation of Islam had its flag. And so when you start talking about separatists, separation and all that, yes. But when you start talking about separation for the Nation of Islam, you're talking about we wanted our own land, which was promised to us in a colonel. It wasn't a president, it was a colonel in the Civil War. It was an initiative to get black soldiers to fight harder, that you would get reparations. It never was a direct from the White House itself. So what I'm saying to say all this is we have tried so many things, but we have to look at the things that we can use that did work, because somewhere down the line, as the general said earlier, and I am a total believer of this, is we got to clean house first before we start talking bickering with other people, because that's the only way. Believe it or not, you know why everybody else got reparation and we don't? It's something I said earlier. They have a biblical cord tied to their country. And see, we don't have a biblical cord tied to our continent.
Yeah.
And until we get that, that's where the power will go come back. You remember when South Africa was into apartheid?
Yes.
You know how it started getting the relief when Stevie Wonder started going around and getting black people rallied behind, tying that umbilical cord to South Africa, making it pressure on Washington, D.C. That's when it was overturned.
And our media, especially like in DC,
Right.
Howard and other,
Howard,
they start collecting
and
money.
WOL,
There you go. We were giving money to fund that movement. So we knew. Let's make this clear. We knew we were buying guns. We knew we were buying guns. Okay, everybody knew that's what it was, and so that's why I said earlier in this conversation, Pan-African don't mean back to Africa. Stay where you are, but act like an African everywhere.
Right, global.
Okay, don't lose your mind in these other countries. Don't be consumed and totally absorbed by them. So that way you can redirect that money. You can import goods from other places in the world, set up a business for yourself, and then they can make money in those other other countries, and you can make money here in America by growing the culture and adding the economic part to the culture. We make all this wonderful music, and we ain't even profiting from it like we should. We running
it's been
touchdowns
taken.
and scoring goals and touchdowns, and you look up and you see all these daggone white agents and everybody, and we don't even pressure our own people. We churning out professional class of doctors, lawyers, accountants, and then our people won't even use them, and we don't say anything. I know OG is from the media. I'm a radio engineer, a broadcast engineer. I'm abroad in that, and let me just say recording engineer, because I've done stuff all out of media too. If it's on a record, you know, I can record it. Okay, so OG and I got that in common, and I used to get pissed off reading Mix magazine, seeing all these rappers and everything, and they got a white engineer, and we don't check them on that.
Yep, and let me say this also. I'm glad you said that. Let me say this about that. You do it. That's an excellent point, Dollar Will. You should come up here more often.
That's Pan-African.
Yeah. I think it's sad that these multi-million-dollar entities, which is your athletes and your entertainers, are so goddamn ignorant. They have to have the white man lead them by the hand. You know, they're not educated enough to do it themselves. And something that Will just said, they don't even trust their own people who has the same goddamn positions as those white folks do.
Jackie Robinson started that. Think about it. We had our own league, baseball league, that Babe Ruth himself couldn't take a goddamn pitch from Satchel. So what I'm trying to say is, this is what happens when you're in the midst of people who has dominant over you. You always think their ice is colder.
Yes,
because we already had this. Think about it. Look, I don't know if you know this, Mace, but I'm going to break this story to you. You wouldn't have a goddamn NBA if it wasn't for the Harlem Globetrotters.
That's true, yeah.
Because the Harlem Globetrotters used to play at halftime at all them little white boring games, and that's what the people would want to come and see. So without the Harlem Globetrotters, you would not have the NBA, not in the way we see it today. And matter of fact, the Harlem Globetrotters, even at the time of war, when we was at war with Germany, they went to Germany as diplomats. So what I'm trying to say is, we have the talent, just like my brother Dollar Will said. We have the talent. We have everything. The only thing we don't have, you really don't have, is knowledge of self and pride of self, where we don't have to have someone to tell us to sign it on the dollar line. Because everybody wants to be Mike. I want to be the man who pay Mike.
Yeah, I want to be the middleman of the percentage that they get. I want to say, most importantly, it's lunchtime for some of the East Coast here that's at work. So for the beautiful ladies like Sheila E. and Mahogany and the beautiful Jade, Forrest, and of course, Simone Love, enjoy your lunch, ladies, and don't let the man get to you, okay?
Will and Jay, I have a question for you guys, if you can answer this real quick. Do you think, honestly, you guys are focusing on how, when it comes to the reparations thing, and I know it's meant for slavery, but can you apply that to the Native Americans who got their land taken away? Because I really don't consider
they got paid off,
casinos.
Anthony, they got their reparation. Why you think all these casinos all around like the
No, I don't really consider that fair reparations, though.
Well, forget fair for everybody else, okay? We ain't here representing nobody but ourselves. Everybody else gotta speak up from themselves, and it's right for us to be self-interested. And when that question like that come up, we should respond with all due disrespect. Do not marginalize my request, and you're gonna balance everything out and be fair and equal at the time when I'm coming to get mine. When other people came to get theirs, you didn't say, well, I ain't saying you in particular, but nobody spoke up and said, well, what about the enslaved Africans? Nobody said that then. So why I got to be high-minded and think about somebody else? No, I have to be
Exactly.
self-interested, and everybody else should be self-interested. And when they come to the table to get theirs, then it'll all get worked out. So all these other people that you're talking about, why go ask them why don't they come forward?
Now they got theirs. That's where you see
And the
casinos.
Jews still getting theirs when they have
Always.
different stuff at the table. They're still getting
Right, they
theirs.
get
They get
$5
$1
million
trillion
a year.
Asia
those
got
Jews.
theirs. That's why they sit up there. Got Chinatown in New York.
Right.
Come on.
How you think they got the best military in Israel if they didn't get the billions of dollars from us each year? They get more in that one little small country, and they give to the whole continent of Africa. And let me just tell you something about the Indians too. When the Indians got their reparation, do you know they kicked out all people of color to get anything? When they got the casinos, all the black Indians got nothing because they made the policy they would kick out. And let me tell you something else. Indians was the last one on this geographical area, United States of America. Indian was the one who was forced to release their slaves. I bet a lot of us don't know that. All of us keep talk about we got Indian in us, but we got to know the history of it too. How did they get in us?
Right. It's a very complex.
Thank you guys for. I'm a young guy, so thank you guys for educating me on this, because some of the history books don't. Some of the history books in the schools don't talk about that stuff. It's like they filter out that stuff. They rewrite history to fit a narrative. So thank you for.
Yeah,
thank you for
you hit
helping me
it.
with that.
Yeah, you hit it when you said schools. And the Nation of Islam, they provided an example, the best example, the only example we have of the real cure. It is in the education. When I get into this kind of stuff and, these anti-pro-blacks come around and they start talking about, why you got to be black? Why can't you just teach algebra? I'm like, look, idiot. When you go to school to learn any subject in this country or any country, any culture, they take that subject and they put it in the context of their culture. You can go learn math and they're going to teach you that a white man created it, even if they stole it from somebody else. Yep. They're going to teach you white supremacy, even while they're teaching you math.
And that's how they brainwash these young women who go to school and brag that I have a PhD. That's how they brainwash, like telling them lies and like putting in their books, and they believe everything that the white man tells them. Quasi said, "It's nonsense that the Chinese run Africa. I am well traveled. The people who run Africa, richest economics, have always been Jews. Look at the richest mining families, Rhodes, De Beers, they run Africa. Chinese are just adding to fuel infrastructure policy." And Quasi said, "Dudes need to get out with that Chinese shit. Where is the Elon Musk? From what is his background, he is a Jewish South African who already had the political and economic clout. The world is run by a Jew. Of course it is, by a few. Yeah, that's true. It is run by a few." And
Mace.
yeah.
I wait till you finish.
Okay, baby.
I wait till you get finished. Cause we had did some history in New York. Because we're not playing. We ain't looking. We starting in New York. New York and South Carolina was the most racist place for the blacks, our ancestors. A lot of people don't know that. And a lot of them wasn't sitting here with boats. Majority of them was here. Don't you know we have an area that my cousin, she fighting for now. We've been fighting for now. Our ancestors buried on almost 10 acres here. Don't you know they didn't even give them a nice burial. They got gas stations over them. They put a school and then a court. Don't you know, I had to say that was disrespectful because the court and the board of education work hand in hand. How can you tell a child gonna be in prison when they're in the 5th grade? When I ran for board education, I had to bring up a lot of stuff, putting our kids on medication, putting them in special education. There's a lot of stuff the board education and large school system
Yeah,
Public schools is not for blacks.
I
The
agree with
biggest
that.
union in America is the
Th-
school system. And
That's
Mace,
right.
right where you live at, Mace, I, tell me if you know this history. Do you know that black people used to own Central Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
And it was taken from them? Do you know
Yes.
Martin Luther King was not able to finish his march in New York, not in the South, not in the West Coast? Do you know the march he could not finish in New York? The
yeah,
Italians ran his ass out of there.
yeah. That's what they would do back in the good old days.
But OG, guess where I found all this stuff at? I went to Martin University when I was in Indiana. They didn't
Yes,
teach me
ma'am.
all this stuff in school.
No,
When I
and
went
that's
back, when my job paid for my tuition, and I was like, wow, a lot of stuff. I didn't know they didn't even know how to build boats until they went over Africa because they had boats over there, and then it took their ideas, and that's how they carried majority of the slaves over to Africa over here.
most certain. And a lot of people don't know that we have a school out here called the Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey had the biggest black movement in this country. And you see what happened to it. He had people surrounding him, envy him. He had people who was infiltrated in his company and really destroyed. He got his ship right there in the Hudson River right now, under the bottom of the goddamn sea. So what I'm trying to say is, if we understand our past, we can understand how we can take the importance and the things that did work. But we can't do it over this net. We got to get a think tank together and move. And there are a lot of things that don't believe me. This black manosphere, black YouTube is very small to the people that I know who's putting in the work. Let me just tell you that again.
Yeah.
This
This.
black YouTube,
Guys, I forgot to mention. I'm not. I realized I'm Hispanic. I'm not black.
Yeah, we know
okay.
that. Yeah, I know that.
It's
I knew
okay.
that.
It's
I
okay.
always
You
knew
just
I
a
that.
figured
brother.
that.
You just another brother. That's
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
Because you know what?
You
We
welcome.
all came from one blood. But what we're talking about now is equality. And what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say now is one thing. When we do this, there's a lot of groups that work underground. I hear a lot of brothers on the YouTube. I hear a lot of sisters on the YouTube. But the people who I roll with, the people who that I was mentored by, they don't get on the internet. They have think tank groups to think outside of any communication where people actually have to be there, where they can see the person's eyes, feel their spirit, and they're making moves.
Yeah, that's true. But we
OG, was
also
Marcus
mentioned.
Garvey was Marcus Garvey part of the Nation of Islam by chance
No, he was
before he?
before the Nation of Islam.
Oh, the guy
Matter of
who
fact, a
wanted
lot
to.
of people who came, who started the nation, not started the nation, but a lot of people who joined the nation was Garvinites. He had the
Right.
biggest movement in the United States, in the history of the United States.
That's why they had to go after. That's why the government had to go after him.
And he had started ships. He got ships to do imports back and forth from Africa here. And he didn't tell everybody you had to go back.
Right.
But he did say we can have commerce with each other, where we
Correct.
have that communication. And that's what I'm going over there to do, because I don't think there are some people over there qualified to do that. But I think when you go over there and put your foots on the ground and they get to see you, feel you, they can understand where you, and I have things I can learn from them, and they have things they can learn from me. I
But
just wanted to say that.
To,
So you brothers and sisters, y'all have a good day. I just wanted to make sure that we dotted all the I's and crossed the T's.
can
I
can
didn't
we
All right,
can,
all
can
right,
we
OG,
can,
you take care.
OG can we get your radio sign out, man? You know.
I haven't came back yet because I'm not gonna start my channel back up till I get to Africa, and so that's why I'm popping up on other people's channels and
No. I'm
stuff.
saying your radio voice, your radio sound. Can
Oh,
you give us that
okay.
persona on the
Can you
way
get
out?
it? Lovely sounds of SPWD Speed, bringing it to you all the way live. The weatherman say hi. Today it's gonna be 95 degrees in the shade. Don't forget, peace, love, and always strive for the truth.
Jace.
wait, Ghost. Before
Be
you
good,
go, I have
OG.
a question for you.
Thanks, bro.
Before you go, I
Yes,
have a
sir.
question actually. What were guys like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Garvinites too, or no?
I think when you understand history, you understand the influence from the past that makes the music for the future. And so even though you might not be part of the organization, but you might be influenced by a movement that had already started. Just take it as the telephone. When I started off the telephone, we had a dial telephone, go around circle. Now look what you got now. So one influence another, even though you're not participating in that group per se, but it helps you, it's evolution of that group.
Yeah,
Okay, so
the Quasi wants to know what part of Africa you're going to.
Synagogue.
Senegal. He's going to Senegal.
I won't say what country yet.
Your question is hard to answer because it's like, again, it's different approaches to make it real oversimplified. There's only been 2 economic responses to our situation, and that has been Marcus Garvey and the Nation of Islam. Now, so the other people you're asking about, like Martin Luther King, he didn't have an economic solution, and he came to see the flaw of that thinking. Okay,
no problem, Quasi. All right.
Okay, so he's flawed. He had the right mindset. He just didn't have the correct thinking. Is what you're saying?
Well, that's a contradiction. He had an incomplete thought.
He was moving in the time of the situation that he was dealing with. So you got to understand, it's all about timing too. Sometimes, my brothers and sisters. Sometimes you got a flat tire, you can't worry about the alternator. You got to fix the flat tire. And so he was just a piece of the puzzle. You got to understand, even Board versus Brown versus Board of Education, it wasn't that we wanted to be integrated. We just wanted the same funding for our schools that the white schools had. But by the time it got to the court system, they say they can kill 2 birds at once. If you take a bunch of children who already feel like they inferior and put them in with classroom with children who are superior, now you are starting to lessen what we call social engineering. So the children will always be behind because they're already thinking they are in an inferior position. So that's what hurted us, because we really wanted funding, because I think our school was getting like $400 in the per child, and the other school was getting something like $600 or $700, something like in that figure. Don't quote me on the figure itself. But when we went to that court system, it was called unfair, unequal financial for the black school.
And so that there you had a group that was working on legal justice, and so there's many different fronts, that this war was happening on, and you're right. The Board of Education, the pivotal moment was when Thurgood Marshall, when they said separate is inherently unequal, and I say the mistake was stopping there. We have to go back to that. And we have to accept that separate must become substantially equal. We cannot abandon that fight. What we did was punk out on the fight and said we're gonna start playing numbers game and putting black faces and white spaces and calling that a victory. Okay, and then what? And so then the inferiority and the discrimination that took a hold. So it was it was a flawed kind of idea, and I can't, that's what I said. I didn't want to get into this topic,
but you had a pleasant. Tell them about the pleasant.
Let me make this last point, because it's kind of loaded. Because we have a mulatto class, and that class, everybody don't want the same thing. Now, the children of that white man has a different issue. They're trying to gain acceptance from their daddy and their family. These black universities, Howard chiefly, were created because the white daddy didn't want his black child going to the same school as his white child. So the black colleges were invented. So the mulatto class got a different issue. So when that separate is inherently unequal, let's work for assimilation. When that mindset came along, that's not as objectionable to say a mulatto as somebody that's dark from the South, really country, because we're gonna it's going to work differently based now into the colorism.
Yeah. All right.
Spike Lee covers that very well in his first two films.
Right.
He covers that very well. And the NAACP didn't have their first black chairman until I think like
John
15 years
Jones is
ago.
coming. Just give me a couple more seconds.
All right, I just want to leave y'all with that. Y'all have a good day, man. I gotta get out of here.
Hey, you be good, man. Hey, come back anytime, bro. You know that. Hey, if you see you see Beasley, tell him to come up here.
Okay.
All right, man. Appreciate that, OG. Thank you so much. I appreciate
I'm out of
you.
here.
You have a good day out in California, bro. It's only what 10 minutes to 10 minutes to 9 out there out in California.
So yeah, it's a
Sheila,
whole
you're
lot.
welcome, baby girl. You know that. You have a blessed one too.
Yeah,
Dollar Will, final words.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that when we have these conversations, we gotta remember it's a whole lot of different groups, with different views of the world and themselves in the world, and we never were united. And I say it never takes everybody to do anything. And so like-minded people have always clicked up and accomplished what they could, and that's what got us here. And I don't think the future is going to be any different. It's always going to be different groups, and they're going to get what they can get, and we'll deal with the sum of it all. But there was never a time we were all united, and I don't think there ever will be. I think that's a pretty juvenile expectation, actually.
Yeah, I
So
agree with
you
that.
think my generation? You think my generation is my generation, like the millennial and the 90s generation in general, are overthinking what we're trying to do?
Well, no, they already made their decision, bro. Look what's going around you, especially in our culture, not your culture, our culture. What's going on with the younger people, bro? They're already separating in droves, bro. It's over for us, bro. When it comes to the young generation, it's too late. They already. I say it always all the time, Manzano, and I'm ending this. I always say that when the worst enemy to our culture is the educated woman. She is the worst enemy because she's the one ingrained in white supremacy. She believes everything the white man says. Like Dollar Will said, they changed the history books to make it seem like they did everything. We did anything at all. And unfortunately, our female counterparts really believe in that shit. So it is what it is. I hope the sooner we separate for good, the better it will be for both the men and the women. Like I said before, the women can stay here and worship white supremacy, and we'll go our own way. And I think that's the best way it is for African American people and ADOS. Just go our separate ways, and we don't have to deal with each other anymore. You can hate me because of my skin color. I'm not going to pay your dumb ass, the female, any attention. I'm going about my business. I don't have nothing to worry about. I let them enjoy being slaves to the white man. I ain't worried about it. I gotta live my own life.
Can I respond to his question?
Yeah,
I know you're trying to trick it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to answer your question by taking it to Hispanic, because I think that's a key piece on the chessboard that's going to either solve this whole thing or make it worse, because this whole thing called Hispanic is a construct. Okay, it's not a race. Okay, it's a language group at best, and you can't really go much further than that, because every race is represented under Hispanic. Okay, so when you take the history of white, you got to watch some videos, y'all, on the history of white, how this term and concept was created. They've evolved this definition of whiteness, and in America, they're getting ready to expand it and fold that Hispanic group into white. And what we got to do is we got to throw the race question out. We can't let that race question go, because that's what stops the expansion of whiteness, because the white got to expand. They can't birth no more, so they have to redefine what whiteness means to grow that way. And they're going to expand and embrace the multiracial coalition and call them white. And we have to say no. That's why we can't be stupid and narrow-minded that has a definition of black that gets, that eliminates people who are something in addition to black. We have to go, if your ideas and your ideology, your values match with this, and you have black parents, you're black. So when we say to the Hispanics, we got to go, well, are you black or are you African? We got to cut that knife right down the middle of this group and racialize Hispanic and not allow America to keep creating it as though it's like one group of people. It's really not even a group. So a lot of diversity under that banner of Hispanic, and they're not a group. They're a language, and that's about it.
Yeah, and it's funny you should bring that up, because what people don't realize, places like Puerto Rico, Cuba, and Dominican Republic were colonized by the Spanish when they brought slaves over there. So majority of people are black.
So we got to support the African consciousness that's rising from within these Spanish-speaking countries. That's where your Pan-African sensibility will have you understanding that that's important, because as they rise up, that helps it. That makes it better for all of us on the planet. Because one, you got somewhere to go. We're making ourselves an island in this country. Okay, we can't do that. We got to have some friends, some connections elsewhere so that we can have some place to go. That's it. I ain't going to go, wrong with that.
Yeah. Thank you for explaining all this to me, Will, because like I said, no schools talk about this type of stuff, because they work history books and make it seem like nothing happened before.
So these countries want you to have a national identity. They want you to have a national identity, meaning American, Jamaican, Haitian, Dominican. They don't want you to have a cultural or racial identity, because the government, the state, can't control your culture. They can't control whether your nationality. So that's why that's the fight. And race and culture is very close together. Nationality, that's all that shit is just war history. People fight, draw a line down the middle of the street, and now these are separate countries. You can't really control that, but you can control the cultural identity and the race.
That like and share button, everybody, and subscribe button. Well,
okay.
People
like I said, thank you for educating me on this stuff. And
Manzano, why don't you go get something to drink, huh?
I'm just one brother with one opinion.
Right back. Let me talk to you for a minute. I've never spoken to you before. I always said what's up to you in the chat room. What made you come up here today?
You talking to me?
Yes, you.
Oh, I didn't hear.
I told him to be quiet. I'm talking to you.
Okay. I was a little triggered by a little bit some of the stuff that I appreciate, the brother, the general, respect, thanks for his service to the country and all that, but it's just it's just a little too hard on the give up women. If you can't find a like-minded woman in America, just one, you need to.
I lit him up for that.
That's what triggered me. But typically, what I'm doing is I'm charting and doing my stock stuff, and so I listen to a lot of stuff. You see me all over the manosphere.
Yeah, everywhere. Yeah, I always say what's up to you.
I got active typing when that kind of triggered me. So then what made me get on when brother OG J Speed came on, and I heard the brother around for years in the manosphere, and he just put the exclamation point and shine the light, so we can see. And I'm like, yeah,
I'm glad to hear from you, man. It's nice to finally meet you. Believe it or not, what month you was born? Manzano, stay. What month you was born, bro?
You can tell by the fire, man. I'm an Aries March.
Oh, so you'll be what, 50? You'll be 56 in March. I mean 57.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and you born the same year. I just had a birthday in December, so I'll catch up to you before Christmas.
Yeah. So yeah, we've been in this a while, man. This fight, we've seen a whole lot of stuff, and
Yeah, man.
we got a lot of wild ideas that I hear floating around in the manosphere, and you can tell by like the age the person is, how the country changed, and how
Yeah.
media affected the way that they think, and the internet is allowing these different groups that wouldn't ordinarily talk. We're talking across generations. We didn't have that benefit to be able to do that. So I'm a little more encouraged than most about what the young people that they're gonna fix this, because when they get,
You think they do? Let me ask you this question. You think they do
do I think they do what?
want to fix all of this?
As they come in contact with the knowledge, yes.
Okay.
Yes, because they learn at a faster rate than we do, because more information is more accessible. Prior to the internet, you could live in your own little bubble of stupid. You come on the internet, you can come across some information that can change your whole worldview.
Yeah.
And so that's happening globally. And so there's just certain things that are true that that they gotta get. They still got a little a bubble that gotta burst about the nature of man. Man is tribal.
Okay.
Man is all man. All humans are tribal.
All right.
Okay, and that word tribal messes us up, because that's like a pejorative term. So if I can say ethnic, ethnicity, that's tribal, same word, but we have a different response to it. So I like to say the word tribal to agitate us a little bit, just to think about it. But everybody comes from a culture, and every culture is connected to a phenotype or race. And the only time it don't look like that is when there's some kind of war, if one group conquers another. But whenever there's a state, that state is going to take on the power of that state, is going to look like the tribe that won the war.
Sean, stay. Man, hey, let me tell you, Dollar Will, your added contribution to this entire conversation this morning was off the charts. And my brother, don't be a stranger. Yeah, I know you from the chat room, and you did it this morning. Whenever you want to come in, bro. I just put you around the panel. It was great having you here, bro. I mean that. Thank you so much.
All right.
Don't be a stranger now.
All right. Thank you.
All right, my brother.
Good luck, Anthony Manzano. Keep searching for the truth. Keep searching. And they've always been bold, aggressive people who were not black, who search for the truth. And when they find it, they always end up around black and other folks. There's always been brave, courageous white folks and other folks who open their eyes, and they've done their part to keep this going. Because a lot of this pro-blackness and stuff we talking about, a lot of it is because some white folks saw the truth and the hypocrisy of their own culture, and they wrote it down, and they told black folks. All you gotta do is look at all the black icons, the scholars, and read, have them tell you who inspired them, what books did they read, and it'll always go back to some book a white person wrote, some conscious white person. Even the racist, the most racist white folks, even when they would do their research on Africa, the racists would tell certain truths that would undermine racism. So.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right.
If I don't hear from you in the next couple of weeks, happy belated birthday.
Oh, thank you, bro.
I mean that, man. My birthday is in December 8th, but we share the same.
Well, happy belated birthday, bro.
I appreciate you, my friend. The great Dollar Will. What a job he has done today. Captivated both the audience and the chat room, talking about Black history and which direction that we should go. I completely agree with him with that one. Manzano's here. Pete will be up in a minute. Folks, I've been on for 4.5 hours. Nearly 5 hours already. Kareem Jackson said Deshaun Watson wants to go to, is interested in Denver. I've heard that too. LT Man, good morning from Chicagoland. How you doing, my brother? I know it's freezing cold in Chicago. Manzano, since you're back, let me ask you this. Let's get to what this platform's about. Peace to you, Dollar Will. You was awesome today. LT man, what's up, bro?
He's my favorite. He's one of my favorite. Him and Sheila and
Yeah.
Jay are really informative. They educate me a little bit more
Mm,
about that
that's
type of
good. The
stuff.
Dollar Will was tremendous. I didn't even know he was gonna pop up here, but he did a phenomenal job. I mean, I think see most of my shows when people watch it again, that's where I get my views and get my reviews and people who I don't even know tell me I do a hell of a job up here. I appreciate my audience. I do. I give my audience versatility. Yeah, it's 30 degrees in Chicago, huh? Damn. LT man is
Oh,
there.
speaking of temperature, I have a friend who's in Germany right now. He said it's no, yeah, he's in Germany. He said it's negative 13 degrees there.
Yeah, in Finland, yeah, it's crazy. LT man, what's up, my brother? Sean Jones says this. Look, I've been talking to Sean Watson over and over again. I don't mind doing it because it's the story right now in the National Football League. Pete will be here in a few minutes. He was right when I tried to talk about the Senior Bowl. Mace, we like good, factual conversation. I appreciate that, LT man. Thank you. That's
And
why
do
I
you
gave
think
you a wrench last night. You got that wrench, bro. Yeah,
and, and Mace,
yeah. Mhm.
when it comes to this, do you think the salary cap is ever going to catch up to other
It's
sports?
185 this year. I promise you, Manzano. If they let the fans back, it'll be 250 next year. I promise you that. You heard it here
And the
first. A year.
contracts are going to be. Do you think
Yeah.
football contracts are ever going to catch up to baseball, where it's going to be like,
No, that's never going to happen. Only for the quarterbacks. It's never going to happen.
oh,
Never.
do you think they have to raise the veteran minimum to maybe like 6 million to make it even?
Yeah.
The But the owners will never do that, right? The owners
No.
will never accept a
No.
raise like that.
But here's the problem, and it's a good problem for the NFL. Television loves it. Fans love it. It's a better TV sport than it's going in person now. It's much better on television. You can buy yourself a 75-inch television for $400. Go to your neck of the woods, Publix, get you some sandwich meat, already made sandwiches like a chicken cutlet, parmesan for like $5, and chips and your favorite soft drink or ice cold beverage, and you can enjoy the games at home in surround sound.
Yeah, I think honestly that's what's going to happen eventually. That the
Yeah,
stadiums are going to be these football stadiums are going to start moving towards entertainment complexes, like using them for concerts and other sporting events like soccer games and stuff like that, like the international soccer games that are for like the World Cup and stuff like
yeah,
that. Or
yeah.
so that's what's going to happen eventually. Like those stadiums are going to be moving towards entertainment complex. I think that's what's going to happen with the baseball stadiums and basketball stadiums too. Don't you agree? Eventually,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
it's going to be
No doubt.
where
I think the NBA is going to suffer. If any sport, it's going to be the NBA
no,
because their
actually
ratings are dying. Their ratings are dying, bro. That's why they
ho-
changed the times of the games.
hockey is going to suffer the most actually because that's
No,
not really a
no,
big.
hockey's okay. You know why? Do you know what they did smart? They regionalized the teams. So like the sponsors pay for the players and the Canadian teams, and that's the most important teams of the Canadian teams. They put them all in one division, and whenever they do decide to let people back in the arena, it's going to really benefit them more than anybody else because
Because they
there's the that's
regionalize.
yeah, they
Good.
regionalized the divisions now. And what's going to help that division more than anything else? Canadian people are loving it, but they're all in the same division.
Yeah, and I like the division that the Panthers and the Lightning are in because
Yeah,
you don't have to. we don't really have to fly. We can drive to take buses and stuff, like the high-end travel buses to these games, like in Detroit, Columbus, and stuff like all these all those Midwestern teams and stuff like that.
Yeah, it helps the sport. You keep all the teams in California, with Arizona and Colorado. I think hockey finally got it right. See, hockey does good things, but because it's hockey, America doesn't care, and that's America's fault. Because if I was the NBA, I'll do the same thing.
The NFL should do that. Honestly, I understand. I hate that we're so entrenched in the old school way of thinking with these stupid rivalries. You can still
Yeah,
have the rivalries if the teams are not in the division and stuff like that. But it's
yeah,
not
I
just
agree. If I'm Stephen Ross, you give me a division of Miami, Atlanta, Jacksonville, and Tampa, I'm taking it.
no. Actually, the division I would like the most would be New Orleans, Tampa, Atlanta, and Miami.
Why wouldn't you want Jacksonville?
Oh no,
In
Jacksonville. My
Atlanta, the
mistake.
travel's short. Why wouldn't you want that?
So is the travel from Tampa to the travel? You don't have to fly to New Orleans. You can drive there too. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but I'd rather have Atlanta in my division, along with
Over
Jacksonville and Tampa.
over New Orleans or Tennessee.
Yeah,
Why?
let New
Why?
Orleans play with Tennessee, Indianapolis, and
No,
the
I think what would
Cowboys.
happen. No,
Yeah,
the division that's going to be affected the most if there's realignment are the AFC South, the AFC East, the NFC East, and the NFC South, because
I would agree with that. Yeah,
because Dallas would move to the NFC South with New Orleans, Tennessee. Who else would be in that division? Shoot,
it'd be
Houston,
Houston. Yeah,
and there's
and
5 teams in each division, right? Or is it 4 or
yeah,
5 teams?
four.
No, there's 5 because
No, it's four. It's Miami, New England, Buffalo, and the Jets.
and then you would move. Honestly, you would move Indianapolis to. Would you move Indianapolis to the NFC North and move one of the NFC North teams to the AFC East?
We could do that.
Yeah, which
I'm
team?
just,
But which team would you move? Washington or Baltimore to the AFC East? Who's
Buffalo.
closer
I
to
mean,
New York?
who's closer? Baltimore.
So
Baltimore's
Baltimore
like
would be in
4
the.
hours from here by car. It's real quick to get to Baltimore. Just drive down I-95, and in 4 hours you're there, and
So
everything
yeah,
is right there. When you get off the highway, the Ravens Stadium, you run right smack into it, and behind it is Camden Yards, where the Orioles play, right in
yeah,
downtown Baltimore.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think, and then in the AFC North, you have Cleveland.
Yo, get back up here. I didn't know you cared about sports, bro. Get back up here. I'm talking to you, Dollar Will. Get back up here. Here, here's the link. I want to hear your opinion. Don't worry about it. Come back up here. Here you go.
Uh,
It's me and Manzano. Pete will be here in a few minutes. iTest was here. He'll bounce back in. I feel good right now, so I may go to like 3 o'clock, take a little rest, and then be back at 6:30 to do the nightcap before I go to bed for the night. And then tomorrow night we'll have a monster show. I made Manzano, you better be here tomorrow night. All football leading to the Super Bowl. I'll be up to about 3 o'clock tomorrow night doing this. We'll have the night
okay,
show tomorrow. Go ahead, Manzano.
yeah. Oh, what I was saying is, and then you move the Colts to the AFC North with Cleveland, the Steelers, and who would you move? Who else would you have to put in? Cleveland, huh?
Cleveland, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and Buffalo. They're all driving distance. And you leave the
No.
North the same. Chicago, Minnesota, Green Bay, and Minnesota. That's perfect.
Where
Again, driving distance.
Yeah,
would you
yeah,
put
man.
Indiana?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Where
What
would you
team
put?
you like, bro?
Oh, I'm a piss y'all off. I'm a Cowboys fan.
That's okay.
But
I
I'm
don't
a
have cowboy hating here.
I'm definitely a sports fan. I got see
I appreciate you,
I
bro.
started working my first job
Mhm.
in I say real I can't say real job, but first job as a teenager, something like 17. I was hired by Rock Newman and in his life before boxing. He was a radio announcer. He had a sports
Nice,
talk show.
bro. Yeah, I know
And
Rock Newman, the agent.
yeah, he had
The manager. Yeah.
Dwight Muhammad Kwawi was a guest on his
I haven't
show.
heard that name in centuries, bro.
And what was his
The
name?
boxer, right?
What was his name before that? Before he
I
converted,
don't remember.
it's gonna come to
I
me in a
remember that
minute.
name.
But he was a guest
Yeah.
on the show. Rock is a powerful dude, very, very, very powerful, inspiring person.
Yeah.
And
So are you, bro.
And, oh, well, thank you. So are you,
Oh,
brother.
thank you, bro. You add to my platform. I appreciate you, man. Let me ask you something.
So yeah, all that to
Let's
say,
talk
I've
about
been
sports.
interested in sports for a long.
Yeah,
That was my
so
first.
let me ask you this.
first
Let me
passion.
ask you this. Mace, I'll catch up to you in the dentist chair. Oh, okay. Good luck with that with your tooth, bro. Much love for you too, my brother. Be careful in that chair, bro. As LT man says, support to the panel. Let me ask you this. I'm dying to ask you this one, man. LT man, good luck with that. Um, you come up here. What took you so long to come up here, bro?
I'm charting and doing trading stuff during the most of the time, and so I'm not on a whole lot of panels. If you really notice it,
Of course I noticed. We travel like in chat rooms in most circles where I'm at. You're at most of the time in the mansion.
right. I don't
So
even put up
always say
enough
what's up to
videos
you.
on my own channel.
I always say what's up to you in the chat room. You know
What's
that.
going on, everybody? How's
What's up?
everybody's day today going?
Hey,
What's
what's
up,
happening?
Pete? Yeah, man. Because let me say something to you. I'm being honest. You've added so much today to my platform, man. Thank you so much. And like I said, Dollar Will, anytime you want to come up, talk sports, talk manosphere stuff, talk um brother stuff, you're always welcome, bro.
Thank you. I'm gonna
Thank
take
you,
you up
bro.
on that.
I love your perspective. Even you won Manzano over, which isn't easy. He said you one of his favorites.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Manzano.
mean, I just try to keep it real and honest. I mean, I went through a lot of phases with all of the, rabid,
Mhm.
angriness and all of
Yeah,
that, and
I understand that.
you kind of grow out of it, and the more you meet other people, as I got older, traveled more, met different people, I started meeting people of other races and stuff, whose views I could find even who agree with me more than a lot of people that are black.
The one lesson I learned, and then Pete, we're going to talk about the Deshaun Watson, so don't move. One lesson I learned was, and no offense, but you can tell people who not only don't respect you, but OG said you are fantastic. He just put in the chat room. He said you are fantastic. He said don't forget about Dr. Claude Anderson.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, he just said that to you.
Yeah, respect OG, respect.
Yeah, I respect him too. The one thing I learned, my brother, is you could see the true racism of people when you're talking sports, and automatically they don't respect your opinion
Okay. Yeah.
because you're black. I experienced that a lot, and then when the facts come true,
Hey,
they,
Mace, I'm
they
sorry,
got
man.
nothing.
Can you
They
go
got
ahead
nothing.
and say that again? I didn't really quite
Say it
understand.
again. I said you can tell the true racism of certain people is when you're talking about something like sports, and they disrespect your opinion and they start saying shit. But then when it comes true, they don't have nothing to say to you anymore.
Right.
They just look at you sideways and then they go, "Oh, this guy knows his sports." I had a buddy of mine when we were
But
younger.
how does
Like,
that break into race? Like that's what I'm trying to clarify.
because
Like
let's
sports
say
debate
no,
and
hold
race
on.
is
Let's
kind of
say
like
you
a two
talk,
different
okay,
entities.
I'm gonna give you an answer. Let's say that I'm talking not just me, friend of mine was talking baseball, and there's black guys there, Asian guys there, white guys there, and he was Latino. Every time he would talk about baseball, and he knew what he was talking about, white guys start talking shit the sides of their mouth, rolling his eyes at him, rolling their eyes at me, because they're the white majority. But when what he says is true, and you click on sports talk radio, and they're talking um, about back in those days, it was about the Yankees, about them bringing up the young kids they brought up, and eventually became a dynasty. White guy never had nothing to say no more. Matter of fact, when we was in our group, he refused to be around us anymore, and that's because he couldn't take a Latino brother telling him about the Yankees. Because Pete, you're a little young, bro. Dollar will know this. There's certain people, bro, that they think their team is their team. Am I right about that, Will?
Oh yeah. I got a friend like that. He's a fanatic. Not
Yeah.
he gives the fan. Yeah, he's a fanatic.
I wish I had EM up here, and you may know this, Dollar Will. Pete, the Dallas Cowboy fans in Texas is like that. Seriously, my boys are Cowboy fans, and they go to like 4 home games a year, and they tell me that they can tell they're not from Texas. They got a New York accent, and when they talk about the team, all those rednecks just glare at them, get up and leave, bro. That's just the way it is. Black brothers are that way too when it comes to basketball. They say, yo, you don't know what you're talking about, blah blah blah. But
You can't tell a New Yorker nothing about basketball.
Exactly. There you go, Pete. Pete, there you go. Dollar Will this signed off on what I just said.
I mean, when it comes to sports debating, not everybody has to agree. But if someone doesn't agree with you, Mace, I don't think it's just flat out just racist. You understand? That's what I just think.
Pete,
I get your point. I get your point. You have
Dolphin fans from Miami are that way too, you know.
Yeah,
white
Dolphin
ones.
fans in Miami, bro. A lot of
The white ones I'm talking
bandwagons
about.
anyways, bro.
I'm talking about the white ones, bro. You see how your Latino brother, when you was on camera last night waiting for your wife and kids to finish dinner, how that dude saluted you on camera, bro?
We both
Remember
had
that,
some
Pete?
Dolphin gear on.
Yeah. Here in New York, the Dolphin fan here are cool like that. The whites, the blacks, the Latinos, we're all cool because this is a big Dolphins town, bro. I forgot who I had up here last night, and I told him, I said, yo, it was last night. I said, if the Dolphins make the Super Bowl in New York, they'll be all on Times Square, bro. It will be who's the opponent. Like if it's San Francisco, it's gonna be all Dolphin fans downtown, bro. But if it's Dallas, it's gonna be one half Dallas fans and one half Dolphin fans at opposite sides of the street, bro.
Yeah,
It'd be like that everywhere, bro.
I think
It'd be
that
like that.
I think that there's just racism in the society. So it's a powder keg. The further we get away from the game itself, that's when the racism creeps in. That's the beautiful thing about sports.
Yeah, man.
When you're on a team, race don't matter. You want to win. Or when you're rooting for your team while the game is being played, you want that sorry player off the field. It don't matter what his race is. You want the better player on the field. It doesn't matter what his race is. But when the game is over and we start
go your separate ways.
Yeah, but when the game is over and we're having a conversation about it later, that's when the world creeps into the conversation again, and the racism starts.
Pete, you should come up here sometime, bro. I'll take you to a Dolphins bar in Midtown Manhattan, bro. Shit's packed. It's good.
I'm kind of surprised when you say that, Mace, that there's a lot of Dolphins fans in New York.
Yeah. I think in New York, right here, I think the number one fan base is Dallas. Number 2 is Miami, without a doubt. It's Dallas, Miami in this town, bro.
So there's not a lot of Jets or Giants fans.
And one thing I didn't like about my stadium down here is I didn't like seeing all the other fans, bro. Like it really gets crazy.
You know, fans. Pete,
there's
I'm
so
gonna answer
many
that for
Jet
you.
fans, bro.
Pete, I'm gonna answer that for you. I'm gonna give you a good answer you're gonna like. That was the old Dolphins. With this coach and the way this defense plays now, that plays into the psychology of the fan base. You understand what I'm getting? Like, like now, if they let the fans back in, if the other team fan, like I'll give you a perfect example of this. When Baltimore comes to town, the way they used to bully us, bro, that's not gonna happen no more. And if
Thank
Baltimore
God.
fan talk shit in our stadium, they're gonna get their ass kicked. You know why? That's the mentality of our team, bro. We have a
I
physical, tough football team, bro, that kicks ass and takes names, bro. That's like
I
Jared
agree with
Goff
you.
is in Detroit, not
They try to
in
set the
LA no
tone
more.
with the attitude,
Yes, it does. A team like Baltimore comes to
but
town
that
this
doesn't mean
year.
I'm not on Flores. Flores is not on my bubble, Mace. You see,
I know he's on
that
your
does.
bubble, but all I'm
Oh,
saying
he's on
is,
my bubble.
like the Dallas Cowboy fan. They're very mouthy. They talk a lot of shit. Why? Their players do, because they got the blue star on their helmet.
Hmm.
Dallas fan
Honestly,
is very
Well,
mouthy.
there's a special separate place for the
Yeah,
Cowboys.
they're very mouthy. They're not bullies. They just talk a lot of shit
I
because they're
mean,
the Dallas
but but
Cowboys.
but you gotta remember when you say the Dallas Cowboys, it is a special situation. It
Of
is a
course, but I'm just telling the truth, bro.
yeah.
'Cause
I'm
I've
not.
been
I'm
all the
not.
country.
I didn't disagree with you. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
that that
that there's a certain special kind of
yeah.
respect for that franchise
Pittsburgh,
that has to be there. If you're a fan or not, if you're a
Pitt,
fan of the sport, you got to have a
yes,
certain measure of respect for the Cowboys.
Pittsburgh fan are bullies. They go to other stadiums. They bully you. They try to intimidate you because they're the big bad Steelers. Remember the game, Pete? You didn't see this, man. I think you was too young. There was a game in 1998 in Miami in the rain. They played the Steelers. And I'll never forget this game because I got into a fight with Steeler fans outside, bro. And the play of the game was on 4.5 a foot. Jerome Bettis got a handoff and fucking Zach Thomas hit him 3 yards backwards, bro. And we went on to fucking stomp the Steelers in the rain, bro. And Steeler fan, after I beat the Steelers fan ass outside the hotel, bro, they just kept looking at me. I said, yo, let's do this, bro. No, they went home. You know why? Because I stood up to them, bro. 'Cause I know how the Steeler fan is. They're bullies.
Yeah, but see,
There
I
was.
think
you can
you
say
take
that
it too
about
far.
You can
It's
say
like
that
the
about
Philly
Cleveland fans
fans.
too. Cleveland Browns
Who?
fans are like that. Cleveland Browns fans are bullies too, because I've
I
seen.
I remember going to a Dolphin game, fellas, and not in the stadium. I was outside. You know how it goes down out there,
Yeah.
and everybody's drinking. It was against the Peyton Manning Colts that day, and it was so wild out there. And there was this Peyton Manning crowd, and they threw down after that. I'm talking about. There was so many fights that day. It was unreal, bro. And this was
Yeah,
like
man.
recently, like 2003, 2004 season.
Yeah. Viking fans, Bear fans, they act the same way. When they go to your stadium, there's fans here for the Vikings here. They got a big contingent here. You go to the Viking football, yo, they ready to fucking fight you, bro. They
Raiders
start
fans are like
talking
that.
shit.
Well, would you say Raiders fans are like that too, Mace?
Yeah, Raider fans too. The big Raider contingent here. They got their balls. This is the beautiful thing about New York City. Every team that are the marquee teams, like Pittsburgh, Miami, Buffalo, Dallas, or what's it called, the Vikings, teams like that, Patriots, they got their own sports bar here in New York, in Manhattan, downtown. And you go
Do
there,
the
and
Packers
you,
have a bar? Do the
oh
Packers have a bar?
yeah. The Packer fan are like the Seahawk fans are a little different. The Packer fan are very intense because they wear their cheese heads, but they know the game. They were born with footballs in their cribs, so they live and die for the Packers. And right now in Green Bay, I'm telling you, Aaron Rodgers is getting lit up, bro. In Green Bay, you may think it's little Green Bay. It ain't like that. The whole team, the whole city owns the team,
The
and
only
they
team in
went
the NFL like that.
Yeah, they went 13-3 back to back years, no Super Bowl trip. They're tired of that shit. Now I'll tell you who's a fucking I'm gonna change the language. Who's a wussy fan base? The 49ers, bro. I'm not kidding. they be drinking their champagne, bro, and their wine, cheese and crackers in the tailgate. Who the fuck tailgates like that, bro? Fucking 49
Over
fans.
here in Miami, you see a bunch of Four Loco cans floating all around the streets.
No, know what I love about
They're
Miami?
cooked.
And I got to get down there, man. You know what I love about Miami? When I see the scenery outside the stadium, the palm trees, oranges on the trees, bro. People barbecuing in November, bro, before a game. I'm like, God damn, I got to get down there. Get up here, Tack. I got to get to
Man,
Miami,
listen.
bro.
You go
I
to
love,
119th and
yeah,
27th Ave. You go
yeah.
to Mama Lucy's,
Okay.
and I'm gonna tell you, you'll get the best ribs. It's going popping right now.
There you go. There you go. And I
Mama
tell
Lucy's
people,
is no
national
joke.
radio, bro, I don't want to hear about Stan Kroenke Stadium in LA. The best stadium is in Miami, bro. It's the best stadium in the world. Every World Cup soccer team, they play in Miami. They don't play in LA. And they get 80,000 in Miami. Am I right? Am I right, Pete?
That's the
Yeah,
thing I was just
yeah,
complaining about. The stadium will be full, but it'll be like divided, Mace. That's what I'm trying to explain to you for the last one. You see the stadium, it don't matter who you're playing. You could be playing the 49ers. You'll see that red and gold all over the stadium.
That's going to change now, Pete.
Is
No,
Miami the only team with some black ownership interests?
Yes, Atlanta's trying to do it, but it didn't work. Miami's the only team, yeah, Miami. And I'm
And let
proud
me
of that,
say
too.
something, Dollar Will, about the Stephen Ross, the owner. He's just starting to get credit about his rise thing, but that really has a big thing to the city and to the black community and everything, bro. Ross has been actually, been one of the owners, at least in the NFL, advocating, for blacks to be more successful. He's teaching them how to go in routes and businesses and buying and owning. Like, there's so much back stuff to that Rise program that he built. And a lot of people will actually like it if they really get into it and see what it is.
Peter,
Well, it
Peter,
made me, when the Williams sisters, when they got involved, that kind of made me look at that could be really powerful, for
well,
that area, really.
who's the big person of the celebs who are really involved in the team? What's that chick name who used to be in the Black Eyed Peas?
Fergie,
Uh,
Fergie.
She's big into the team, bro. The
okay.
Williams sisters are just named. Fergie loves the team, bro. 'Cause her father loved Dan Marino. And Fergie loves the Dolphins. She
Yeah.
does.
You know, for me and Pete, you know who's the big owners that represent our partial owners that represent the Dolphins for the Hispanic community? J-Lo and Mark Anthony. That's who
Yep.
Yeah,
owns.
yeah.
But
And the
you see there what Ross is doing. You see, not many owners will do that,
It's
bro.
fucking tack.
Not
Yeah,
many owners
Fergie.
will do that. He went out and got names for blacks to get under the ownership of the Dolphins, Spanish, and I'm pretty sure that guy wouldn't care about any other race, bro. It's not about race. He said it. It's not about race. It's about your
It's about
mindset.
money. It's about
No,
I
money.
mean, they could be. If
it's
they
about your
start winning,
mindset. Forget money. If you're
I
bright and
mean,
you want to go out there and get it, you attack your goals in your head, bro. You're gonna have the money you want, bro. Trust me.
if they start winning, Miami could become America's team.
I agree with that. I agree
They'll
with that. Look at all the love they got, and they only had a defense.
and,
Right.
and
Imagine if Tua takes off. Shit. I'm a
It's hard. It's
fucking
hard to be against
and
it. It's hard to
yeah.
root against them.
It's the truth. Yeah. I tried telling these guys this, these young guys like Pete, Manzano, and other guys. I've been telling them the Dolphins are turning the corner big time. I mean,
but I never disagree with you. What do I always say when you say that? We already shown we can win with Tua. We went what 9-3. That's not the thing. The thing is, like I always tell you, Mace, and everybody, when he was needed, that's when you hear a million excuses. That's the only thing.
all
We
I'm
are
gonna say is
tired
this:
of excuses. That's why I made that video. What you said, bro. No more excuses.
you gotta put your link to the chat room. I gotta see me cursing them out again, bro. That day when I cursed out
I loved it, bro.
Greer, bro, I was pissed already, man. And he
It
came on
gets
my
you like
mind
that.
because of Watson, bro. And I said, and I watched the Senior Bowl practice. And that's when I went off, bro.
See,
I looked at
and
all those kids on the field. I'm like, motherfucker, you better hit on these picks, bro.
You were loving everything you were seeing at that Senior Bowl.
Yeah,
Mace,
I was.
and
Yeah, what's up? What's
Mace,
up?
I disagree with you that that you said you don't like the idea of having two coordinators, but
No, I don't.
but let me explain what they did. That is because these two guys are familiar with Tua, and he was the one. Those two guys were the ones talking to Tua, not what's his name, not Gailey. It was
There's a
these two
man.
guys.
Right.
So this proves they're not gonna. This honestly proves they're not gonna trade for Watson. Because they're
You don't know
focusing
that
more on
yet.
Tua now.
You don't know that yet. You know why? And this is gonna make Pete smile. Because I think what the Dolphins gonna do, they're gonna play possum with them. And I would do too. And I would too. I would play possum with Houston, bro, and not give up the bank. Because what's gonna end up happening is this. You're the owner, right? You have no first or second round picks. You're looking at all this good talent come off the board, and you can't touch any of it. So what's going to happen is this: a team like Miami's going to go, look, I'll give you a third, I'll give you a fourth, I'll give you a seventh round pick and Tua. Take it or leave it. Remember, you're getting your third pick back. Houston's gonna mull it over, and even if the Dolphins give up a future one in 2025, they'll be winning rings by then. What the hell they care? Houston's gonna take it, unless, and the team to watch out for. I keep telling you guys this is Carolina, man, because if you see the Dolphins trade with Carolina, and Carolina is giving the Dolphins their first, second, let's say a fourth, you know what that means. They're going to trade probably 4 picks to get Watson, and Houston's going to take that shit in a heartbeat. They're going to take it and say, Deshaun, goodbye. They'll give Deshaun a parade. He knows the area, went to college there. He's like an hour and 20 minutes from Atlanta by car to go clubbing and go sleep in his bed in his mom's house. He'll be happy with that. I think Charlotte, Miami, those are the 2 places I think are in San Francisco for Watson.
How about the Raiders?
I can see that. I can see that. By the way, I forgot to say it because I, no disrespect, Dollar Will, but I had to do the Black Chamber of Comments this morning. Came out this morning, I was going to say Derek Carr is definitely on the block. So that's official.
This is what I think about
5
the
teams
double
interested
offensive
in Derek
coordinator,
Carr.
Anthony.
They should be. There should be a market for Andy Dalton too.
I'm gonna leave that
small
alone.
market.
You know what's going on. Hey, before you go, Pete, since I got a Cowboy fan up here, and Church is probably listening. Shout out to Tyrone Church, because he's a big Cowboy fan. He's Mr. Cowboy in here, by the way, Dollar Will. Now you're gonna top him as Mr. Cowboy.
I'm a vie for that title.
Let me ask you this: if the Dolphins gave you the 18th pick for Dak Prescott and Tua, you take it?
That's a tough one. See,
you're getting the number 1 pick for an injured man.
I hear you. You didn't come with nothing crazy like 2 draft picks. That's a tough one. My answer is no.
Okay, I understand.
Now, I do think that Watson's a better football player, but I don't want to give up the pick. I don't think Dallas is as close as the fans think we are. Jerry got to get his thumb out his rear and give Dak as I understand it, the dispute is not about money per se. It's about length of the contract, because Dak wants to be young enough to get another negotiation.
Yeah, he wants a 4-year deal.
Yeah. So Dallas wants a 5.
Let me ask you.
And I'm saying Jerry and them, they may not even want Dak.
That's why I'm hearing more and more.
You can't say that.
No. You took it out of context. I'm saying they may not even want him beyond 3 years when the time comes. You don't know
I don't
how
think
that's going to
if
play
you
out.
hear the rumblings, I don't think
Maybe
they
if
want him at
you
all.
would have said maybe they don't want to pay him top franchise type dollar, I could agree.
They don't.
with you.
That's
No.
why.
It's
But
already clear what it is. They don't
but
mind paying him the money.
he's
They don't want.
earned
They
it.
want him for a longer term.
When you compare other quarterbacks around the league, Dak looks elite compared to a lot of them that actually start. Let's get that. Like, that's where people need to understand and draw a line there. Let's look at the quarterbacks in this league. A lot of them look trash compared to Dak. So
The way I
Yeah,
get
nice.
out,
he's
the way I
earned his
get out of
money.
that argument with people, the way I get out of that argument with even Cowboy fans, because I can criticize Dak too. He ain't the most accurate guy. But here's the question: like you said, when you look at the stats and then you factor in his age, when you subtract the guys that are better than Dak, subtract all the guys that's older than Dak, and now you see where he is on that list. And when I ask the other Cowboy fans, who you going to get that's better? There's really
Exactly.
nobody better that you can get. So
Exactly.
now that doesn't mean that the team can't win without Dak. Okay, because we've seen teams with lesser quarterbacks win Super Bowls. You take that money and you spread it around and make the team better. Now there is
Well,
a reasonable amount of money I would give Dak Prescott, but I ain't giving him no $40 million. I would sign Andy Dalton and make the team better and keep growing that way before I give Dak Prescott $40 million a year. I ain't doing it. No, let me rephrase that. Before I give any quarterback $40 million, I don't care. There's no quarterback I would pay that amount of money for, unless, in one exception, if the team is completely set, the roster is set. I got a strong offense, strong defense. I don't need no other players in no other position. And then I slide a Tom Brady into that situation or whoever, Aaron Rodgers. Then I would do it. Otherwise, once you pay that quarterback that kind of money, you can't grow anymore.
Let me ask you this question then. Do you think you can win with Mac Jones, the quarterback from Alabama? With the talent you have on offense, do you think you can win with that? With him?
Let me. I'm a not answer it this way. I don't trust no rookie quarterback
Okay.
with this veteran team. You got to get these players at the right time so that they age out together. And so we can't do nothing developmentally. We either have to sign Dak or keep Andy Dalton and go forward and do the best we can with an experienced guy like him.
You can go with Dalton, but you draft a young quarterback.
With our left and right tackle, when they come back next year, Andy Dalton is better than people think. If we have a better, and he got better, and the whole offense got better.
You should have heard me in here when Dallas was on fire, bro, because I picked them for the Super Bowl. I said if Dallas gets in, watch out, and they will beat Tampa. And like guys were giving me pushback. I said, yo, look at the Cowboys, bro.
We got too many serious flaws.
I mean, Mace, I got a lot of pushback here on your channel when I told everybody they actually have a chance to win the East, and there was still 6 weeks left to the season. I was getting called crazy. And didn't they ride it out all the way to week 17? They were in the playoff hunt to win the East, and I told everybody that was going to happen.
My team right now for next year is clearly San Francisco.
I'm gonna be honest. You guys are down on the Cowboys, but you guys don't understand that they really have a chance to be right back on top of the division easily overnight. As long as their offensive line comes back healthy, they got every nuclear piece on offense you need. They're really not missing anything.
I'm gonna tell you the biggest threat to my team. Here's the biggest threat to my team. Let me get this out. That Washington football franchise, that team, if they do
quarterback.
Hold on. If they do something, they don't need to do anything stupid right here. Andy Dalton is somebody gonna sign him for a fish sandwich, okay, a Happy Meal. He can't ask for $30 million. So anything south of that, pay the man. So the Washington football franchise is gonna end up in a fight with the New England Patriots for Andy Dalton. Watch.
I think the Redskins. I think the Redskins going. I think the Redskins they're saying they're interested in getting Matt Ryan.
Hold on, check this out. That team That team has a tremendous amount of cap space, and there's 2 veterans that they can sign in this offseason, and they, with that defense, they would be a problem for my Cowboys. And those 2 players that the Washington football franchise could sign is Andy Dalton and Allen Robinson, and we would have a problem.
I can see Robinson. I don't see Dalton. I think they'll be in play for a trade for Matt Ryan. And I think that'll be good for them.
And we would have a problem in Dallas.
Of course you would. But the Redskins have a quarterback.
The reason why I'm gonna sit here and say you guys aren't gonna have a problem is only because from an outsider's point of view, when I look at Dallas, a Dak-led, fully healthy week 1. We're talking heading into week 1 now. Everybody's healthy and everybody's playing next season. That team can compete against any team in the entire league, and all they got to do is put up points, and you know they're going to put up points. Now the only worry is Cowboys defense. Like you keep mentioning, if Washington gets these offensive pieces, you know, they're going to be a little bit more dangerous offensively, but their defense is already elite. We all agree to that. But at the end of the day, it does not kick the Cowboys out of any questions, because paying Dak, they could still go into the draft and pick up some key young pieces on defense. That's really all you need when you got an elite offense like that. It's really young, fast, like that Atlanta team that went to the Super Bowl. They don't know nobody's name on that defense, but they were out there playing fast all season. Forget the Super Bowl and how they allowed the comeback. But all season they were playing fast, and they were the best tackling team in the league and one of the youngest team in the league. Why? Because every time you caught it, they had one of these young descendant players right there on them tackling. That's how you win. The
problem with going
the Cowboys
into the draft
wouldn't surprise me next year.
The problem with going into or depending on young people from the draft is that you could take the first 8 games of the season and just wipe it, because they're going to be in class learning. They got to travel around the league at least half of the season.
Did they affect CD Lamb?
To see the speed of the game. It takes.
Did it affect CD Lamb though?
They're always exceptions. Now you can think
about, that's all I need to hear, bro.
Now we can't have no disagreement on that. That is an exceptional player, and you can't go if you're going into the draft expecting a rookie to play exceptionally from week 1.
You could. What number
the effect?
Dallas pick right now?
Who's the
Like
Redskins player who they took with the second pick? Did it affect Chase Young?
Yeah, but how many of those you got?
That's what you do when you get a first round pick.
Joe Burrow.
That's what you expect from your guy.
How many of those you got?
The effect Justin Herbert.
That's the problem that you expected. You got no right to expect it. And that's what Tua's problem is, that people are looking at the exception and trying to make it the rule. Okay, what Herbert...
that's the thing. You cannot take the rule out of it. That's
exactly.
what
the rule. Here's the rule.
Being a high draft pick. That's why these quarterbacks that get drafted if they don't play level 1 play and they just play mediocre, then the team is like, well, we messed up the pick. We can move on with mediocre elsewhere, bro. This is not what we got you here for.
The rule is Mahomes. You sit 1 year, or you learn the first year. You don't see that player what they can really do. Hold on. Let me get it out. You don't really see till later. That's why you got Drew Brees. It took him a while. That's why you got. Hold on. Let me. Hold
on. Go ahead.
Final example. That's why you got the example of that quarterback that Miami gave up on too daggone early, and he went to Tennessee, and now you see what he's doing.
And he still can't get it. And he still can't get it done in the playoffs. Go ahead, Quinton.
That's not true, man. Y'all, oh my God, y'all kill me with that Tannehill stuff, man. Our team was garbage, dude.
Exactly.
The whole team was garbage. Stop blaming the quarterback, dude. Stop blaming.
It was garbage from top to bottom, from offensive coordinator.
It's garbage.
The whole
team is garbage.
So Tannehill is not a good quarterback right now.
To me, he is a good quarterback. He always been a good quarterback. But Dolphin fans,
Tannehill is the definite.
I ain't gonna say he always was. He grew
Don't trust me. I'm gonna say this.
Who didn't live up to his number 8 overall draft pick?
He's doing the same stuff he did in Miami, in Tennessee.
There's better talent.
No, I'm gonna say this. Miami had better talent than Tennessee have on offense, besides Derrick Henry.
Are you serious?
Take Derrick Henry
They
off
never had.
off that team.
They never had an AJ Brown.
AJ, I'm gonna say this.
That's right.
AJ Brown wasn't doing diddly squat when Mario was the quarterback.
That's Mariota. That's
Because
why they replaced him with
Mariota.
Tannehill.
That's what's
Julius
going on
Smith
in
wasn't-
Miami, bro. Listen, Quinn.
Bro,
all the years
hey, I'm gonna
Tannehill
say this.
played with
He
Parker,
got
he
Jarvis
never
Landry
threw it to
paid.
Parker,
He got
bro.
Jarvis
He
Landry
never threw it to
One at a
Devontae
time. One
Parker.
at a time. Go ahead, Quinte.
When
One at a
Jarvis
time.
Landry
He
is your
got
number
Jarvis
one
Landry
target,
paid, bro. He got Jarvis paid. Everybody,
that
I'm gonna say
doesn't
this.
mean
He got the
much.
white boy paid too.
Yes, it does. Yes,
He
he
got the white
he
boy.
got Heartline paid too. He got Charles Clay
Man,
paid too.
look at everybody your
So
name,
Kareem
bro.
Jackson spoke to my
Put some respect
insider
on
just
the
told
man's
me
name, man. Just put
my
some kind of
Tannehill
respect
was a
on the
big
man.
my
issue.
my
No, he
insider.
wasn't. The
You
whole
guys
he
didn't.
said this.
Tannehill was a big
Tannehill will
issue,
come back
bro.
in games. I used to go to every fucking home game, Pete. I used to
Did
go
you
to
go to
My
every
God.
fucking
did you
home
get
game.
did you go to Publix to get your goodies before you got
No, I
to the
didn't go to
stadium?
Publix. No, I ain't,
Okay.
no.
Do you like
But
their sandwiches?
hey, but let me
I'm
say this.
serious about
Well,
that.
Will, I have a question
But
for
bro,
you as
but
a
you gotta
Cowboys
say
fan.
this, bro. It's the defense let us down a lot.
And Baker Mayfield, let me throw that as another late bloomer. I didn't like him.
No,
I got
Baker
to give him
Mayfield is
respect.
still trash. He's still
No, he's not
trash.
trash. He
He is
ain't
still
great, but he's
trash.
not trash, man. You can
Bro, I'm
win
gonna say
for him.
this to you. When
He's
they
not
need him
trash.
to make throws, he barely makes the throws.
That quarterback in Buffalo, it took him a while. I thought he was trash in the
No,
beginning.
Are you
you're
talking
gonna
about
see the
Tannehill,
difference
Riddle?
next year. You're going to see the difference next year.
No, that guy's the real
This
deal,
year
man.
wasn't. I'm gonna say this to me.
That guy's the real deal.
Josh Allen is nothing but Ryan Tannehill with poor accuracy.
Oh.
No,
That's
hell
just my
no, bro.
opinion.
To
You're
me,
talking
Yes, he is.
Josh Allen is
Look,
what
he
I hope
fucks up in the
Tannehill
big
can be,
game, just
bro.
like you said. Tannehill fucks up in the big game, right? He fucks up
No,
in
no,
the
no,
big
no, no, no,
game.
no.
But you can
Tannehill
win
messed
with
up in
all
the
of them.
regular. But Tannehill did. How many times did Tannehill make you scream, bro?
Remember
On
the
third
game in
down
Cincinnati,
and
Pete,
in the
Bro,
red
when
the
they were
zone.
up
whole, I'm gonna say
17
This
this.
nothing?
guy,
This what
bro.
y'all look at one
No,
player.
I
Y'all
look
don't
at
see the other
before
three
he even
players
had
who
any
got hurt on
knee
the offensive
injury.
line. That's
I'm
why he
talking
messed
about
One
with
at
before
a
he had.
time.
I was
One
done
at a
with him,
time.
bro. Before he
No,
even got
man,
the knee injury. This
I
guy
swear,
never
sometimes
put
I
I'm
the
don't
gonna
want
team
read
to
on
be
that.
his
talking to
back,
them.
Come
I
up,
bro.
don't tell
bro.
people I'm a
When
dog
we
Pete,
face.
come
needed
up.
Dolphin fans
Tannehill,
do not
he
understand
didn't run the
football.
rock.
Y'all do not understand football. Y'all really
Listen,
don't.
the same. No, bro. This is not about
Y'all
the
don't,
same
bro. You
situation.
don't.
Look, Quentin, the same situation I'm having with
Time
Tua
will tell
is
on
the
that
same
point,
Tua
though.
is a
situation.
rookie. He's a rookie.
But I'm just telling you, the same situation I'm having with Tua is the same exact situation I had with Tannehill, bro.
But I'm gonna say this to you.
It's
He has
not
better
our fault.
coaching. He has better coaching with this
Pete,
coaching
come up.
staff. Pete. He has
The
better coaching.
third down is what gets people paid in the
Like, I'm
league,
gonna say
bro.
this: his third down or
Okay,
more
we agree on
manageable.
that. That's the money down. That's how you
I'm
rate
gonna say this to you,
how they do on
Pete.
third
Pete,
down.
and
That's it.
Dollar Will. Let me say this to you: the difference between Tannehill and Tua. This year, Tua had third and manageable, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 3. Tanner used to have 3rd and 15, 3rd and 20.
But
Y'all
Tannehill, but listen, this is the thing, Quentin.
Dude, I
This
don't
is
care.
the thing, and
Every
this is
rookie
my.
gets
You
a
see, this
pass
is
with
my
me.
thing.
But dude,
One
man,
at a
This
time,
is the
fellas.
thing.
you
One
act
at a
like
time.
we
You
had
can't
the
hear
whole
each other.
superstar
And
offensive
Tannehill-
line, the superstar receivers. We had average receivers, bro.
Huh?
We had average receivers.
Bro, this is the thing. When
Poor,
we drafted
below average
Tannehill,
offensive line besides
we
one
Pete,
already
let him
knew.
talk, bro.
Huh?
I said
He's
let
gonna
you
say the
talk.
same
Can't hear
thing.
it.
I'm
Go
just
ahead,
saying,
talk,
bro.
Quinte. Talk, bro.
I'm just saying. We had one good year, one good offensive line year, and after that, it went to shit, bro. We had a center with bad hips, just like Tua.
Yep, it's true.
We had a left tackle who had bad knees.
That's true.
We drafted a rookie to take his spot the next year.
Yep.
Come on now, bro. We did not
here's
build
my
a
issue
team,
with
bro. We
Tannehill.
did not.
Here's my issue with Tannehill.
Man,
You
stop
run a-
blaming all on the quarterback.
Listen,
Our
it's
defense
the
sucked.
quarterback,
we could not
bro.
rush the
That's-
passer. We couldn't defend
It
the
is the
pass.
quarterback.
We couldn't stop
Listen,
the
you
run.
brought up
Bro,
a
I
situation where
swear,
Let him,
y'all go look
Pete,
at the
third
let
whole
him
and
talk.
game.
You get your turn, bro.
Your quarterbacks
look
get
at the
too
whole
much
game.
blame and too much credit.
I know, bro. It's a team game. You
That's
played
right.
the game, Pete. You know that shit for a fact.
and I'm
That's
telling
what
you,
blows
bro.
my mind about people with quarterback shit. The
and I'm
quarterback
telling
shit.
you,
The
bro.
quarterback shit.
It's the quarterback, bro.
Peace,
Well,
Peace,
now-
bro. Have a
when you
good
have
day.
when
I'm
you
gonna say
have
this.
look,
Tom
look,
Brady. Let me say this to you. Tom Brady is an average quarterback in a great situation.
I had
Nah,
that
I can't go
argument.
there,
I
man.
had that
Nah,
I'm
I
gonna say
can't
argument.
this,
go
every
there.
bro.
year
Tom
in the
Brady is
league.
the average. Bro,
Yeah, hold up.
how old are
Let me
you,
say this to
Delaware?
him.
I know you have to
Let me
be my
say
age, close to my age. You
Bro.
got to be at least 37, 38, right?
Hey, guess who I had an argument about with Tom Brady this morning, bro, at
Who?
7:30 my time. Golden Professor. He's trying to tell me that that Brady didn't need Belichick when he
That's
was
a
in the league.
lie.
Oh
That's
my
a
God! My
They
mic.
they the best thing that happened to each other.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
say
and
this to
he's
you.
trying to
Brady's on
tell
a stacked
me.
team right now, bro.
Yeah,
He's on a stacked
yeah,
team.
I tried to tell him that, and he's talking about Brady like he's Jesus Christ, bro.
He's
I'm
not.
like, dude,
Yeah,
you
but
do
the
know
other
that?
Peyton Manning was a close thing to Jesus.
Bruce
To be
Yeah,
Arian
honest
is
with
another idiot.
I told him. I said, bro, you do realize
you.
he
Bruce
won his
Arians not an
first.
idiot. He's a good coach.
I
Man.
told him, man, he won his
He's just
first.
not a championship coach.
I told him that he won his first 3 Super Bowls by the field goal kicker, and the
Yes.
other one,
By the defense.
Russell Wilson threw his dumb interception when he should have gave it to Marshawn Lynch or ran it in himself from the 1-yard line. And he still tried to sing Brady's praises. I'm like, yo, no one's knocking him, but bro,
I'm just
there's
saying.
a bigger picture.
That's just my opinion.
I don't understand, man.
To downplay
It's the whole
Patrick
team
Mahomes, bro.
game.
And he
Listen,
downplayed.
how did Tampa Bay make it to the Super Bowl this year? It wasn't because of Tom Brady, it was because of defense, right?
And you know what else he did this morning? He tried to fucking placate Patrick Mahomes, bro. I'm like, dude, bro.
That's
Are
what
you
Bruce
fucking
Arian is
out of
doing,
your
bro.
mind?
And Bruce Arian is out here saying, "Oh, Tom Brady is the coach." What is that, bro? Shut the hell up, bro.
Bro,
I'm
gonna say this.
laughing, bro.
Wait,
What's up,
Bruce
Pete?
Arians is a good
could I
coach.
say something? Mace,
Yeah,
could I say something real quick?
Anthony.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Pete, Milk, and Quentin. I was talking to Mace earlier about this, but I was thinking, do you guys think the reason why the Patriots won so much and they got away with so much is because the NFL wanted to make a lot of money off the team, and that they were favoring the Patriots over other teams, and that's why they let them get away with there was collusion with the NFL and the Patriots, letting them get away with Spygate and Deflategate during their Super Bowl runs.
What?
Well, I see what you're going, but now let me ask you a question. Let's say it was the same situation, but if Tom Brady was a black quarterback, do you think they let him get away with all that now?
Hell no.
No.
So that's why what you're saying, Anthony, has a real valid point. I don't know if a lot of people would actually understand that question, but at the same time, what I think in reality, what it is, my answer to that, Anthony, in reality, what it is just that these garbage ass teams in the AFC East are so damn trash these last 20 years when you look at their roster that the New England Patriots had an easy ride to win. And all they had to do was beat the AFC East, win the division with a fossil garbage quarterback in Brady that was led by the defense all along. And he really, that's just my opinion, bro. Brady is not like nothing special, bro. Like he is not like Mahomes is way better than what Brady will ever be, bro. Listen to what I'm telling you.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
at the end of the day, this world is by what you wear. If this guy has a Gucci belt and the other guy has a Tommy belt, then this guy has more money. So now when we look at Tom Brady, this guy has 6 rings, and then this guy has no rings, Dan Marino. But we all know in the damn world that Dan Marino is a way better quarterback than Tom Brady. But you can't say that.
I hate to tell you this, but a lot of people disagree with you, Pete. Football is judged by rings, unfortunately.
I said that.
It's judged by the eye test.
I said that, but that doesn't mean that Tom Brady is a better quarterback than Dan Marino. That's all. That's just what I'm saying.
Do I think
he's not even a better quarterback?
He has more rings.
Joe Montana.
You know what I'm saying? But he's not a better player than that guy.
Do I think Marino's better than Montana? I mean, better than Brady?
As
talent-wise, yes.
Exactly.
Talent-wise, yes.
That's what. And at the ultimate thing, that is what it is. Who is the best player? That's what it is. It's not who has the most rings. A lot of people got rings, bro.
Marquee quarterbacks, very few marquee ones got multiple rings.
Backup quarterbacks have gotten rings. It doesn't matter. They didn't start to do anything.
Let me clarify this whole Dan Marino there's people that are saying Dan Marino doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, which is bullcrap because he doesn't have a Super Bowl ring. What they need to realize is Marino did not have a defense.
And a lot
And
of people blame Dan Marino for that too.
I'm gonna give you another name that's gonna make the Hall of Fame, and people are gonna be shocked. He deserved to be there. Tony Romo.
I believe so.
I know people.
believe
You know,
so.
they buy the media hype, and they let that hatred for Dallas overcome what he did. What his numbers, man. There was a period where it was him and Aaron Rodgers neck and neck for the highest quarterback rating in the history of football.
Tony Romo, he won how many playoff games? 2?
They ain't got nothing to do with it. Because now, hold on. Because now, see, then you're gonna be getting up to the Super Bowl. Now that's where my Romo argument would be. Well, let's talk about all the people that's in the Hall of Fame that never won a Super Bowl. So if you got Sonny Jurgensen and Dan Marino and what's the brother? What's the brother from
Romo,
Seattle?
no, hold up, back up.
What's the brother from Seattle? What's the brother from Seattle? Hall of Fame?
Jim Zorn? I mean, Steve
No,
Largent?
the brother. No, the brother who went to Canadian football.
Warren Moon was way better.
Warren Moon,
way better. He's way better than Tony Romo.
Don't ever say that. When you go look at the numbers, go look at
bro,
he was way better than Tony Romo.
I got this. Did you know what as a rookie in the Canadian Football League Warren Moon did?
Absolutely.
5 straight Grey Cups.
Fine. But look at his NFL stats.
They were great stats. What are you talking about, bro?
We talk about the NFL stats.
They were great.
Yes, but Romo's were better.
But Romo only played a small margin of time compared to Warren Moon.
How long do you think Romo played? Romo played a long time.
Romo played what, 11 years?
Ain't that long enough?
Yeah, he probably did play 11 years. Yeah.
Ain't that long enough?
Warren Moon played way more than that.
This ain't a longevity award. We're not talking about the daggone
I'm trying to give you something. Trying to say yes to
I'm gonna get it right now, bro. I got this. You can talk, but I got this. I'm getting this right now.
He's supposed to be there because he's the best undrafted quarterback, right?
No, look at the stats, man. He's
the best undrafted quarterback.
Dude, all you gotta do is look at the stats, okay?
People can't remember say this, please.
Warren Moon. Okay, here we go. Warren Moon in the NFL. And I'm gonna put it up, and then I'm gonna put Tony Romo's up.
Don't look at Warren Moon. Go to the Hall of Fame stats where they give you all
all his career stats.
All of his career stats are right in front of me for Warren Moon, bro.
But no, you need to see it in a list compared to all the other quarterbacks.
I'm seeing it by itself, bro. Don't be putting favoritism on me, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Favoritism.
That's what I'm saying. When you look at it in isolation, the argument is not whether Warren Moon is great. I never said he didn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, so that's not the question. You changed the question.
No, you said.
You said, bro. You said he was better than Tony Romo. Was better than Warren Moon. That's
what you were saying.
Sorry, if he's worse than Romo, if Romo's better, that doesn't make Warren Moon garbage. Nobody's saying he wasn't a great quarterback.
But Warren Moon was better than Romo.
In terms of what?
I'm gonna say by the eye test, he was better than Romo.
Much better by the eye test.
Much better.
And
plus, also you gotta look
what
at
you see with your eyes, bro.
What you see when you watch Romo? What they doing? Making up the stats after the game? How come you don't see it?
I'm gonna say this.
If your eye test don't tell you,
calm down. You a real Cowboys fan. Y'all delusional. Y'all delusional, just like Dolphins fans.
That Romo is a great quarterback, then your eye test is BS.
Oh Lord, you tripping.
Your eye test is BS. Romo not a great quarterback.
I have a question.
He was a good quarterback.
I repeat, he had the highest quarterback rating of all time with him and Aaron Rodgers, past and present.
Calm down. All right.
And Steve Young is a better quarterback than
Tony
people give him
Romo.
credit for.
Tony Romo. And I hate to say this, Quinte, he's going to win this argument by a landslide.
Thank you.
Tony Romo, his career, 248 touchdowns, 117 interceptions. Warren Moon in the NFL.
No, you got to correct all career stats. Even
No, man, we not
yes,
doing
no. When a Hall of Fame stats are all his whole career, not
We
just
ain't going by that.
NFL.
Warren
Look,
Moon.
all of them, not just
We
They
know
don't
we
have
going by
they
common
don't
level
have they don't have his Eskimo stats. They only have his NFL stats.
They're supposed to be all of his
200,
stats.
291 touchdowns. Here's the killer, fellas. 200. Let me make sure I got this right. Yeah, I got it right. 233 interceptions.
And that's why that quarterback rating is the most important stat, is the only stat that takes into account touchdown to interception ratio, completion percentage, and boils it all into one number. That's the killer stat right there.
Warren Moon played 17 years in NFL. Tony Romo played 11 years in NFL. Tony Romo, I'm looking at it right here. Tony Romo.
Wait, I'm sorry, dude. You said that Warren Moon played 17 years in the NFL?
Yeah, he did.
Not in NFL.
He did. He did. From 1984 to 2000, he played in the NFL.
So when you include Canada, he played what, 23 years professional football?
22 years, yeah.
Damn, he's the Iron Man at the position.
But if you want me to get the Eskimo numbers, which is
we don't want to look at that for this argument. Not for this argument.
He's way better than Romo.
Not for this argument. Finish doing your stat comparison.
You want me to do the Eskimo numbers?
No. Let's finish the Romo.
You have to do all his stats.
Let's finish this
That's
first.
not fair.
Finish the NFL number.
Quinte, for you, I'm gonna go get his Eskimo numbers.
That's to me. That's not fair.
Can we finish the NFL number so people can understand?
Tony Romo, I did it for you already. Tony Romo, 200 and 48.
Give me the quarterback rating number for Romo versus Moon.
Quarterback rating. Let's see if it's here.
I'm gonna ask you about quarterback rating.
99.9
versus Warren Moon. What?
Like 67 or something like that. 67.5.
Quarterback rating.
It's gonna be 90 something because he's great. He's in Hall of Fame.
Quarterback rating.
Brett Favre threw a lot of interceptions too.
Hey, I want you, Mace. After this, look at Ryan Tannehill's QB.
No, that's same list. If you look at the Hall of Fame stat,
higher than Tony Romo.
If you got the Hall of Fame stat, they show you current and past players. They got them all in the same list, so you can see which current players how they rank against the past, all in the same list.
Let me get let me get Moon's Eskimo numbers.
Well, I have a question as a Cowboys fan. Do you honestly agree? I understand Michael Irvin allowed him to wear his 88, but do you agree with them putting that much pressure on CD Lamb?
CD Lamb is good.
After this year, you think there's pressure on CD Lamb, Manzano? Do you really believe that?
No.
Okay. Do I agree? Okay. Do I agree? There's a part of me that sees the major part of me sees football as business, and so I agree with Jerry. Let's make this money, keep the legacy going, and the fact that they thought now, not every time a player wears 88 doesn't work out. But there's another guy called, what was his name? Antonio Bryant. Didn't quite work out. Yeah. He wore 88 too. That's the one who threw the jersey in Bill Parcells' face, and so then he had to be shipped out.
Nah, that's what I'm saying,
bro, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this.
Could I finish what I'm trying to say before?
Come on, man.
What
Give
I'm
me a
trying
minute.
to say is, okay.
Go ahead. Manzano, go ahead. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is, when you're doing that, you're putting pressure on the kids for them to expect them to be like Michael Irvin, to be a future Hall of Famer, which honestly I disagree. I'm looking at from a perspective of what we're doing to Tua. We're expecting to be like Dan Marino as Dolphins fans and stuff like that. So
that's looking him to be a game manager.
But that's common on a lot of teams. A lot of teams like number 55 is like a halo number for linebackers, especially middle linebacker. A lot of teams have those kind of traditions. And the Cowboys don't really retire numbers. So that's another.
You have to be real great, and you have to ask the players permission who wore it before. Like Irvin asked Drew Pearson, Des Bryant asked Michael Irvin. and then the kid who has it now, he asked Michael Irvin.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you right now,
No.
my man, Des Bryant will play much better next year for the Browns. Don't think he won't.
He's
I
getting
mean,
up
for the
in age
Ravens.
now.
For the
He's getting up
Ravens.
in age now.
Let me see. Warren Moon in Edmonton, 144 touchdowns, 77 picks.
So still about 50% of the touchdown to interception ratio is still bad. Still about the same.
21,228 yards, passing rating of 96. 5 world championships in Edmonton.
So
To
his
me,
passing rating in that league was still less than Romo's.
it may be less than Romo's, but you know what?
But I
He
like
got
Warren
5
Moon.
championships.
I like Warren Moon. I'm not putting him down. The point of this conversation is Romo's going to end up making the Hall of Fame, and people going to be on
I
the
haven't seen
twist.
Tungala over today. Well, he was on ESPN today. I didn't see Tungala.
Hello?
What?
Mace froze.
He's froze.
Yeah, see, he didn't give Romo his proper respect, and the football gods.
Oh Lord! Oh man!
Can we stop with this Tony Romo, bro? If he gets in, he gets in. I mean, I'm not gonna argue it.
No, your mic went out, man. That's what we were like. I had to throw that joke in there while your mic went out.
So what would have happened if a guy like? Do you think the Steelers would have dominated the late 70s if a guy like the quarterback Staubach played earlier than he came in? He came in his 30s because of the military. Do you think he would have? Do you think the
Cowboys?
the Cowboys would have dominated that era instead of the Steelers if they had?
You do
Roger
know
Staubach
who.
here?
You do know who dominated the first 5 years of that decade, right? And Manzano, you do know, right?
The Dolphins only dominated the first 2 years.
So 5.
They dominated 5 years, bro.
5.
You should
But
respect
they
your
didn't win a
history.
championship.
How many?
but they-
Manzano, let me ask you a question, okay? Let me ask you a question. Who was the first team to go to 3 straight Super Bowls? Who was it, Manzano?
The Dolphins.
Who
The
was
Dolphins.
the first team to go undefeated? The only team last I checked, Manzano.
The Dolphins.
Manzano, who was the first team in the AFC ever to go back to back? And remember this, Manzano.
And
I
didn't
know
that
you don't know
Dolphin
this.
team?
Hold on.
Didn't both of them running backs get 1,000 yards in the same season?
Yes, they did. Let me ask you this, Manzano. You do know the year Miami went undefeated. You know they had to play the championship game on the road in Pittsburgh, right?
I think so. Yeah, right. Yeah, yes, they did.
Can you give your own franchise a pat in the back, bro?
Yeah, Miami was the beast, man. They were the standard, man, coming out them 70s.
No, but what I'm saying is, you said that you said they won
until Pittsburgh.
No, what I'm trying to say is they went to 3. They went to 3 Super Bowls, but they didn't win them. They didn't win all 3 Super Bowls. What I'm saying, the
point was along the way, Manzano, they were the best team the first half of the decade. They never lost in Miami.
That is true. For
I
2
mean,
years.
come on, bro.
Give
Give me a We had the best coach. We had the best management team, bro. Let me teach him a lesson, Quentin.
We'd be talking about the Raiders if Miami and Pittsburgh wasn't so good. We'd be talking about the Raiders.
No one cares about the Raiders because Miami stomped them in the championship game in '73.
That's what I'm saying. If not for Miami and Pittsburgh,
you're right.
The
Raiders would have been. Yeah, the Raiders would have been the team. You're right.
Right.
Manzano, you ever heard of a man named Joe Thomas?
The tackle from the Browns?
No. Joe Thomas was probably the greatest general manager group in the history of the sport. Joe Thomas won 2. He built those Dolphin teams from the late 60s when they were horrible to the early 70s when they were dominant. Then he goes to San Francisco and built a dynasty with the 49ers, bro. And then you had George Young, who built the Killer Bee defense with probably one of the best drafts ever, the 77 draft. Okay, when he built the Killer Bees from that draft. and got us guys like Dario Harris, Jimmy Cephalo, bro. He goes on to the Giants and win 2 Super Bowls with LT, bro. Then we had a young surfer boy named Bobby Beathard, bro, and he wanted to win 3 championships with the Redskins. You know how much talent was in that room, bro? Are you kidding me?
Okay, I'm giving them credit, but what I'm trying to say is that the Steelers won. They
Yeah,
actually
you know
won
why the
off.
Steelers won? You know why the Steelers won? I'm going to tell you why. Quinte will agree with this. You know why the Steelers won? First of all, in 1974, the Dolphins had the second best record in the sport. But because of the stupid-ass rules, they had to go to Oakland. They had one more win than the Steelers, yet the Steelers gets to play O.J. Simpson at home. I swear to God, Quinte, you know this, if Oakland wouldn't have got lucky with that sea of hands throw by Clarence Davis catch, Miami would have played Pittsburgh in the Orange Bowl where they were unbeatable, and they would have fucking beat Pittsburgh's ass, bro.
Yeah.
And you got one more thing, Manzano, and learn this. Our 3 best players on offense, Kick, Zonka, and Warfield, left the team to go play in the World Football League, and we still drafted well and replaced them with Benny Malone, bro. Nat Moore, bro, as rookies.
Benny Malone? I never heard of that name.
Yeah, well,
I heard of his name.
it's your history, man. What do you think? I just popped up and learned this team. I've been a fan for 51 years, bro.
I remember I was in middle school, and I remember I wanted to play football. My brother made me learn all this shit.
Yeah, bro. I mean, dude, give your franchise some credit, man.
Okay,
And plus, go ahead.
I'm giving them credit, but what I was trying to say is, if back to the Cowboys question with Will, do you think the Cowboys would have dominated the Steelers in the late 70s, winning instead of them winning all those championships? The Cowboys would, if Staubach was the quarterback earlier than he was originally.
Maybe, but you gotta remember one thing though. Dallas won their Super Bowls early in the decade before Miami, and then after Pittsburgh and Miami won 5 in a row. 5 of the 6. That's right, because the Raiders won in '76. You gotta remember that Miami and Pittsburgh dominated the decade.
Yeah, there was one rematch game that Dallas. I don't remember which.
78. Yep.
It was where Dallas was actually the better team, and
That was 78.
And Tom Landry lost the game by when he did not continue to let Tony Dorsett tread them.
You're absolutely correct. I remember Jackie Smith
put the ball and put the game in Staubach's hand, which not a bad decision, but the young running back was killing it. And
Dorsett was my nigga, bro. I love Tony Dorsett, bro. I used to love Dallas back then, believe it or not. That was my NFC team back in the day, was Dallas. I used to love Dallas. It was
my
Miami
NFC team was the Raiders. I was a Raiders fan for the 80s.
I love the Cowboys, bro. I love the Cowboys, man. I love those Cowboys.
So what put you off with the horrible 70s when Landry left? Is that when you checked out?
That was it. Yeah, the way Jimmy treated him, bro. The way Jerry Jones treated him. I could never forgive Jerry Jones for that.
But Jerry did that because the old owner, Jerry asked the Tex Schramm, he asked him to fire him. And Tex Schramm said no. He put that on Jerry to do it. He wanted Landry fired before the sale of the team. But Tex Schramm was like, I can't do it. Can you do it?
I love, bro. I love Doug Cosby, bro.
Well, I'm gonna say this about the Cowboys. The Cowboys supposed to have 7 or 5 Super Bowls in the 90s. But you know what y'all did?
Ego.
The dumbass owner gonna be the GM.
Absolutely.
That's what happened. Yo, Quinte. That's what happened in Miami. Fucking Joe Robbie, the owner, was jealous of Shula in the front office, and that's why all those guys left.
Yeah,
he fired Joe Thomas, which was one of the biggest mistakes in the history of franchise. He let Zonka, Kick, and Warfield go to the World Football League because of his fucking ego. I never forgive Joe Robbie for that, bro.
Yeah, you're right, but I will criticize Jerry Jones for that, but I'll also say he deserves some respect for what he did after it. Jerry
Yeah,
Jones.
he's
Hold
mature.
on. Let me get this point out. This is what differentiates Jerry Jones from all the other owners. When people say Jerry needs to mind his business, he need to go, stay out of football matter. That's what you need. That's how you know you're talking to somebody who don't know what the heck they talking about.
You don't know what
They don't know nothing about football. Jerry Jones. Most owners manipulate the general manager, tell the general manager what to do, and then when it doesn't work out, they fire the general manager. That's how it typically. Hold on, what Jerry Jones did when Jimmy Johnson left, Jerry Jones gave himself the official title of general manager. He is the general manager. That's why he's talking about football stuff, because he's being the general manager. And I respect him for not getting a paper general manager to hide behind. So Jerry is a 500. Jerry Jones is a 500 general manager, and the Cowboys have been a 500 team. And
that's a lie. But anyway,
what's the lie?
Anyway,
what's the lie?
You don't believe that?
Y'all don't read nothing since
I just told you historical fact. What's the lie?
Since Jimmy Johnson built the team for y'all didn't do business. What?
What did I lie about? You said I lied. What did I miss?
They're about 500 team. Dallas since then.
Yeah,
500.
9 and 8. Well, 97. That's
what you're saying. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's been a 500 team. That means 8 and 8. If you add it all,
yeah,
that's
Dallas.
Yeah. But so I
say that the Cowboy fans to temper some of that. We going to the Super Bowl. We are
every year, bro.
Team. Jerry makes
Dollar Will, when I was building this platform, right, I was going around the manosphere asking guys what team you like. So I used to tell Cowboy fans, 13-3, Super Bowl bust. They all signed off on it. Yeah, man, we're going to the bowl. Yeah, man, we're going 13-3. Ty Church was up here. You couldn't shut him up, bro. And Cowboy fans were here in force, bro. Yeah, we're going 13-3, Mace. Yeah, bro. Yeah, they all signed off on it. I give Cowboy fan credit for that.
When our left tackle went down last season, and then Leo Collins basically was put on PUP list for being overweight. For being overweight, it came out later that's what it was. He couldn't make weight, and then he hurt. Then he developed an injury because of his weight. I said right then, we're done. This season, you can watch this, because you don't see teams recover from losing. Generally, if they lose the left tackle, you can cancel the season. Okay, but when you lose your left tackle and your right tackle, it's over. And then the running back gets COVID, and then later on, as the season progresses, he looks like he's losing weight. His body, I'm like, is he still suffering from COVID complications?
Yeah, bro. You're right about that. You're right, bro. Yeah, man, you guys have been outstanding. I'm gonna stick around for a little while longer, just letting everybody know that we're riding this train. Sean Jones, find out what they said about Tool on ESPN. I was not watching. I never watch TV. I get my stuff. I find out. I got people who hit me up and let me know what's going on. I got the media, the Athletic, Bleacher Report. But I don't blame you, Dollar Will, and
I think the number one thing for Cowboy fans that we need to be focusing on is who is Dallas going to trade Michael Gallup to, because he's absolutely going to be traded. You will never see Michael Gallup in a Cowboy uniform again. That's a done deal.
Trade him to the Dolphins.
You need to trade Amari.
He's a good player, but we can trade. And I would try to do a player for player swap. If I can find me a good linebacker that's solid that I can put on the field and start, we can do a player for player swap. We ain't got to get into no draft picks. And that's the way I would roll, because what you got to factor in, Cowboy fans, is the play of Dalton Schultz, that tight end. He showed that he's a keeper, and they paid all that money to Jarwin. So we're going to get our 12 package, okay? 1 running back, 2 tight ends. That's going to be the Cowboys' base offense next year. You're not going to see 3 wide receiver. CeeDee Lamb going to be starting on the outside, and we're going to be a 2 tight end offense.
But I'm going to ask you something, man. It's nothing wrong with your team. I feel like it's bad coaching. The defense is good. You have bad secondary. You have very good linebackers.
No, we got weak defensive tackles, and the linebackers are
No, you don't. No, you don't. You have bad coaching. Trust me. The team gave up. You have a very good front four.
The team absolutely quit. The defense
quit. Yeah, they quit on Mike Nolan. They did. I reported that up at Quintin. Week 4 and week 3.
Is too fat. He too fat.
He played well in the end of the year. He played well in the end of the year.
Huh?
They was asking him what he thinks about Watson rumors, and they asked him other things to pull it up, and it's on. Yeah, okay, I'll get it. I mean, we'll do him tonight. We'll do Tungalo over tonight.
I'm gonna say this. My thing about the Sean Watson thing.
Yeah, you can go ahead, talk about it.
I'm gonna say this. To me,
mm-hmm.
you know I didn't really care for Tua. I told you that already. I didn't care for him, but the man is a rookie. He's a game manager. Everybody think the man supposed to be Jesus. I don't understand.
There you go. Quintet's coming around my way of thinking. Good for you.
If it takes him 3 years to be a star, not a superstar, but a star quarterback, not lose the game, make the plays when he's supposed to make the plays, I'm satisfied, dude.
I think he's a good quarterback, not a great quarterback. I don't think he's a great quarterback. I think he's good.
He could be a star, not a superstar, not a not elite.
Quinte, who would you pick right now? Would you pick the kid from Alabama, the running back?
Najee Harris. Najee Harris.
Would you go later on and take Javonte Williams?
I'm taking Najee.
Okay. Why do I get the feeling Chris Greer ain't doing it?
I'm gonna say this to you. I have a feeling.
Yeah.
I have a weird feeling they might trade for Deshaun Watson. Trade all our picks away. We ain't gonna have no picks for 2 years.
How do you personally feel about that?
He's gonna come on to the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
One of those two messed up knees.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna get messed up. And it's gonna be that also Dolphin shit all over again.
But let me ask you this: if they keep the pick, if they don't trade for Watson, they keep the team.
I really don't want them to, man. I really don't.
I can go either way, but if I'm Miami, I wouldn't rush it. I would trade down with Carolina though, and get their pick, and give me a couple more picks, and I'll be very happy with that.
I would trade. I would keep that pick and pick the tackle out of Oregon State, and then 18th I'll pick the running back.
Najee Harris.
Round, one of our second round picks, we can get Tony from Florida.
Okay.
The other second round pick, you get Chaz Surratt from North Carolina. Third round, we can get a tight end or another skill position player, offensive skill position player.
Another receiver.
We can get Duke Felton, or we can still get the running back you want in the third round.
Yeah, I like Najee Harris too.
Actually, I have a Quentin.
Yeah.
This is a question I've asked multiple people. Don't you think? I know Najee. He's not a superstar running. I don't honestly. With me, when I look at Najee, he's not at the level of a Saquon Barkley or a Ezekiel Elliott, where he's worth a first round pick and stuff like that. Honestly, to me, that's a little bit. Him and Etienne are second, maybe late first round picks. Not.
Etienne is more of a first round pick than on Najee because he can do more.
I could see the Jets taking Etienne, by the way, with their second pick, with their second first round pick.
If he's more of a first round pick than
I can see the Jets doing it. Oh, if Najee Harris is on the board, I can see the Jets definitely doing that. They need a running back too.
You think so? I thought personally, I think Jets going to take Carrillo from Virginia Tech
with their second pick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't get into my college study tape until after the combine period. So I gotta watch.
I watch football. I watch the college football. So
let me ask you this:
I project the Dolphins trading down both picks and getting more picks in like the second and third rounds, to be honest. So because the team's going to need a core, who is it?
I have a feeling the
Colts
Jets
need a
not going to
quarterback.
draft a quarterback.
You think they're going to
No.
take Devontae Smith, or you think they're going to
That's a
trade
reach.
down?
Honestly, that's a reach.
That's not a reach.
stupid idea.
Let me say
That's
it.
that's not a reach.
Aaron Donald, he had this year was his worst year. To me, I'm gonna say this to you. His first year when Todd Bowles was coach, he did not play how he played with Adam Gase. I'm just telling. I'm being flat out honest with you, bro. He did not play the same. It's like he digressed. He didn't progress. He digressed.
Yeah, he's on the block, by the way.
But he's what, 23, 24 years? He's still a young dude.
The word is they really in love with Zach Wilson.
Ah man, you and that Zach Wilson crap.
And well, he's going top.
Listen, I'm gonna say this to you.
Yeah.
People they forget Joe Burrow. The year before he was making strides to be good, right? And now they take. I don't like quarterbacks who be good for 1 year. They play for 1 year, and they be talking of the town. I don't like quarterbacks like that. They always end up being like Ryan Leaf. Just like Ryan Leaf.
Well, what it is about Zach Wilson is
that's exactly what happened to I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's exactly what happened to Mitchell Trubisky. Mitchell Trubisky, the backup from first 3 years. He only started 12 games in his college career. You know how risky that is to drop someone that high.
Well, he got bears to the playoffs.
And I was getting ready to say he actually looked better this year, and he's worth somebody taking a chance on if the price is cheap.
No, he ain't gonna cost much.
I'm gonna say this: Mitchell Trubisky, whatever his name is,
Trubisky,
the offensive was not suited for him the first 2 years. They need to run. I'm gonna say he has to run the same offense Tennessee runs.
Fucking Quinte, whatever his name is.
They gotta run the same offense. He gotta do rollouts, play action pass. He's a rhythm passer. He can't just sit in the pocket and throw the ball.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Would you take him as a backup in Miami?
Huh?
He's a free agent. Would you sign him in August as a backup in Miami?
Well, I'm gonna say this:
he's gonna be a starter wherever he goes.
He's gonna take to his job if he comes.
Yeah, I know. That's what I've been saying. I said Winston, him, or the kid.
I don't know about Winston.
I think Winston will take his job.
There's some horrible quarterbacks in NFL. Mitchell Trubisky will get a starting job. He's better than Cam Newton right now. Come on,
Cam Newton's out in New England, but I don't see Trubisky as Belichick's type of guy.
There are too many jobs available. You got the Washington franchise. I can see Houston getting him, and they trade Deshaun Watson and just use him as a placeholder until they get what they want, and then use those draft picks to make the team better. I can see Houston doing a move like that.
To trade him,
places for Trubisky. Now, what about the rumor that Andrew Luck might be coming back?
Yeah, I heard that.
See, that could change things. That's one less team getting the quarterback in the draft. That changes a lot.
If he comes back to Indianapolis, then the state, because I keep saying this.
That'd be weird. Because
wait a minute. What happens if the Dolphins? Let's say, I know we have Tua. Do you think Andrew Luck would come to Miami?
No, he's not a free agent.
He can't. He's going back to the coach. Phil Rivers retired, so he would go back to the quarterback.
He's still on the contract. He's still on the contract.
Yeah, he's still on the contract, man. He can't go to
Miami needs to shut up and just deal with Tua and deal with the growth deal with the growth cycle of a young quarterback. They just need to shut up.
The guys up here, Dolphin fans, right?
Yeah, I know, but they still need to shut up and deal with the growth of a young quarterback. Like Washington was supposed to put up with Haskins. They were supposed to deal with these people. Draft these young quarterbacks and expect immediate veteran play.
I know that. I know you don't gotta talk to me like that. I know what you're talking about.
We know this, bro. We just guys. I know. We do. Quinte knows. I know, man. Even Manzano knows. We'll deal with and I know Quinte will sign off for so will Anthony. We'll deal with the situation that comes. We're not like Pete, who's up here, who keeps praying that Deshaun Watson's coming for all of our picks. That's what he wants. I don't want that.
Yeah, gut it out. Just gut it out.
Yeah, I would gut it out. 'Cause I know the kid's got it's gonna have a damn good year this year with a full training camp, OTA minicamp.
What's
I
gonna
know
happen with this magic? Is he gonna play in
the
any
hell with
quarterback
him, bro.
stuff?
What
I'm
game?
not for y'all. I'm just saying for other teams. Is he trade date for somebody?
No, he's a free agent, bro. You want him, just sign him, bro.
Yeah, so somebody gonna get him. I mean, somebody gonna trust these retread quarterbacks, the Andy Dalton, Fitzmagic, Trubisky. Some of these guys are gonna be getting these jobs, and not these rookies coming out of the draft.
All right, well, let me ask you a question. Do you see San Francisco trading? The trade they're talking about is Garoppolo straight for Kirk Cousins. That's what the
you want Captain can't get right.
I think if the Vikings are dumb enough to do it, the 49ers should do it.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan, he'll be reunited with Kirk
They're
Cousins.
the same quarterback.
That's dumb for Minnesota, though. I don't get it.
Quinte, this is for you. Do you see the Dolphins signing the tackle from Carolina and Curtis Samuel?
I hope so.
There you go. Manzano,
No,
this is for you. Manzano, this question's for you. Do you see us drafting a tackle with one of our first 2 picks in the draft, either 3 or 18?
No, I honestly don't. I see us trading down with both picks, to be honest, to get multiple late round picks. That's honestly, this is how championship teams are built, in the late rounds and stuff like that. That's what people don't realize.
No, I realize that.
People don't realize paying a rookie quarterback and building a team around him, and that's how the way
I will say this with Quinte with this one. And you're right, Quinte, about being a rookie quarterback and building around him. I'm gonna say it again. I know that Dwayne was up here the other day. He was livid when I was trying to, because he was watching me through this draft simulator, and he was pissed, but I always skipped the kid from Alabama. And I tried to tell him you can get better value later in the draft. He didn't want to hear it. And this is for Canzano. This is for Manzano.
That's what I don't like. That's what I don't like. People are attached to the player, and honestly, this is why I don't like people saying we're gonna get Devontae Smith and Najee, because they're attached because they went to Alabama.
I don't see that happening. I see the Dolphins. I know Quinte. No, you disagree. Quinte agrees. I see the Dolphins. No matter where they pick, even if they make the trade with Carolina, they'll draft an offensive tackle at 8 or 18. They're gonna do something like that. Then they get the running back, and they get the middle linebacker.
I'm saying we double down an offensive line in free agents. We get Moulton from.
If they get Moulton from Carolina, then it's all bets are off, of course.
Because if you get Moulton, all you got to do is make 2 moves. Move McKinley to left, Hunt to right, and you can put Dieter at center, re-sign Karras or draft the rookie.
Yeah, we draft the rookie.
Draft the rookie to back up Dieter at center. Or we can get more players, secondary players, and get another swing guard or something like that. Because you already have Jesse Davis.
Yeah.
Or you can trade or cut Flowers.
Let me ask you this: would you take the center from Alabama in the 4th round?
No, because he was getting ragged in the Senior Bowl. Hell no.
I like the guy from Wisconsin Whitewater better than Landon Dickerson. I like the guy from Wisconsin Whitewater.
Yo, Dollar Will, did you watch the Senior Bowl?
No.
I
got it on cue to watch it in my list. I mean, to watch it critically. I've seen some cut ups, some tapes, but I want to watch the whole game as a game.
Yeah, I was doing the game up here on Saturday. I was very, very impressed, especially with the players on the Dolphins team that was coached by the Dolphins coach, because he had those kids playing, especially the defense. But the offense was, the defense was ridiculous for both.
Oh yeah. I go in deep, man, on drafts. I go and watch all the tape, man. It takes me a couple of months to do it.
Would you like to be up here, be part of my war room for draft weekend, bro?
Sure.
Okay, you got a spot.
Quentin, do you see the Dolphins? Honestly, I'm not sure if you and Mace agree with this, because what worries me is I honestly predict that Xavier's going to sit out, like hold out to get more money.
I'm gonna
So
say
I
this:
think we're getting.
he's not gonna do it. Because if he do it, he's gonna lose his $15 million thing. He's gonna get what you call it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'm not gonna jeopardize $15 million because I want extra $2 million. It's not worth it.
Remember the year when he said, "I'm not going to sit out. I'm going to play."
But you gotta look at it like this. I think it's a rumor. You didn't hear him say it. Other people saying it. You understand?
It's
Because
his management team. It was
he
his
fired
management
him.
team
He
that said that.
fired him. He fired him, and you didn't hear nothing about no extension after that.
Are we going to get combine data, combine like data?
The combine.
It's gonna be pro days. It's gonna be
It's
pro
going to
days.
be Quinte just told you, it's going to be the pro days this
But
year.
but we are going to get data from it. So
Oh yeah, you're going to see it
It's
live.
gonna be televised. Every the
ESPN,
big
NFL Network.
conference.
I'll have it up here.
Okay, so all the pro days will be televised. Okay,
Yes,
gotcha.
I'll have it up here so you can see it. You can come in here and see it. I'm gonna put it right up here, bro. Just like I had the championship fights a couple of months back in November. I had the fight right up here, round by round.
All right.
Tack was up here for it, right, Tack? When I had the championship fight up here. Remember Tack, man? Tack is
Can you
busy.
imagine? Let's say we trade down. Let's say, would you guys be pissed if we draft like a Caleb Farley at number 8?
I would, but I know EM will be doing cartwheels because that's EM's guy. He'll be doing cartwheels.
My thing is
What's up, Little Rock?
That's not a pressing need, man.
Oh my God! When I did before you came up last night, I did a draft simulator, and I got Patrick Surtain at 14. These guys,
that's who I want.
Those guys were losing their minds up here, bro.
Is he better than Diggs or what? How do you compare the two of them?
To me, he's better.
Okay.
Surtain is like his daddy.
He's 6'2".
His daddy was no joke.
6'2", 205. He run probably a 4.4. He got covered. He put like this. He is Byron Jones with ball skills.
I'm gonna tell you right now, fellas. If let's say the Dolphins trade down to like 8 and they take him, all bets are off, bro.
No. I'm gonna say that.
They will have Surtain and Byron Jones. Wow.
That doesn't do anything because you can move Byron Jones to his true position at free safety.
Yeah, but my point is, if they do that, Quinte, you know what that tells you?
What?
This guy has seen so much defensive talent in this Senior Bowl game that he's saying, you know what? Fuck this. I'm making this fucking defense stellar. I'll get a running back. We'll get a receiver in the draft. Free agency before they go into the draft. They'll get one of the marquee receivers. Then if they draft a Surtain at let's say 8, you know which way they're going, bro. Because it was too much talent in that Senior Bowl.
No, so that's what worries me. Like, if they draft Surtain, does that mean they gave up on Noah? They're giving up on Noah.
No, but Noah. But you must say this. Noah is You gotta understand. Noah is 20 years, 21. Just turned 21. He's still a young player. You gotta remember he played receiver first. He didn't play corner. This is basically his second year playing corner. And to me, he got better when he okay. And take the Buffalo game.
Yeah.
In the second half, he played most of the majority of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And he did a pretty good, decent job. You gotta understand, he's still a rookie. It takes time. Because remember, he showed flashes his rookie year. He would get burnt. He was getting this. Then he'll come up and make a play. He'll get burnt, this and that. You understand? It takes time. Corner, receiver, quarterback, offensive line are hard as hell to play.
Well, Quinte, what I was going to say to all of you, especially to you, is that if they get, let's say they pick Surtain, that means that they're going to go defense and they're going to match up with any receiver you put out there. Like the next time they play the Chiefs, they're going to be even more ready. And you saw the first time what they did to the Chiefs, bro. Even though we lost, what they did to Mahomes, nobody else in the league ever did to him, bro.
Mahomes has been right ever since that game. He hasn't been right.
Hasn't been right at all. He was chased. He was harassed. They sacked him 5 times, bro. Picked him off 3 times. Yeah.
But that's why I'm gonna say in that game. That's why if he was a little bit better at quarterback, we were supposed to capitalize off those turnovers,
and we didn't.
We didn't. That's why we lost the game.
And guys like Devontae got hurt.
Nah, but people don't understand. Just like me and Ballgame was saying last night. You got to remember when Preston Williams got hurt, they were double coveraging Devontae Parker, and people, he can't get open. He couldn't because he got 2-3 people on him. What the fuck he gonna do?
Well, with me, you guys gave me pushback last night. With me, I observe, and I don't have a biased bone in my body. I know when Dusty was up here back in November. I mean, yeah, right. It was the week. It was like the week that they played, I think, the Jets, and I told him who I think was playing well, and I said that Agba, the kid who covered the tight ends, Eric Rowe.
Yeah.
And I said Xavier, and he was giving me pushback. I'm like, bro, I'm not biased. I bashed my team, but I said I'm only being real. Those guys are balling. When they played the Chiefs, bro, when they lit up Mahomes in the first half, bro, the defense, bro, Dusty said, yo, wow. I said, bro, you can look at the Dolphins and you can tell, and I keep saying this to outsiders who don't know us. Those players, especially the defensive guys, love playing for the coach.
Yep.
They will run for a damn burning fire for that man. Look what happened in the Senior Bowl. Did you guys see what happened the last practice of the Senior Bowl? What happened with Flores?
No, I didn't see
He
that.
gathered the team around after the practice. He gave them a speech. After the speech, these guys were so fired up. Some of the guys took selfies together. Other guys were signing autographs. Others were getting interviews. And then you had a couple of guys doing handstands in the middle of the field. And then they show Flores with the coaching staff running off the field. I'm like, look at this shit. I said, God damn, he won these kids over. And that's not easy to do because all these kids, a lot of them care about is playing in the pros. He won them over. Who's the kid, the running back from North Carolina? Michael Carter? We didn't want to let the coach down. Look at that. Are you kidding me? This guy's won over college kids?
Yeah, that's a great coach when you can do that.
Yeah.
Everybody don't have that skill,
He won over the college kids. I'll tell you who's the in the NFC, who's Flores is Matt Rule. He was on the other side of Carolina. Watch Carolina win 9 games this year. Watch them win 9 games, bro. Because they play for him, especially the offense. They score for him with Bridgewater. No one realized how good of a year Bridgewater had, bro.
So is McCaffrey's brother good?
He's good.
Is he on the level with his superstar brother? That's what I'm saying. Is he that good?
Say this to you. If he went to a different school, yes. He went to Michigan.
The quarterback?
Yeah, he went to Michigan.
I don't know. I haven't.
So watch his high school tape. His high school tape is just like his brother.
You're Kristen. Hey, let me ask you this: if you make the trade with the Panthers, would you say keep the picks to throw in McCaffrey? Would you do that?
Yeah, but they're not going to trade their best player.
Well, if they get Deshaun Watson, that's their best player.
Nah, but I must say you need him in Deshaun Watson.
I understand that. No, I was just playing devil's advocate.
I think Carolina need to stay the course with what they got and don't trade nobody.
I'm them. I'll go for
me personally. I think they need to give.
I would give.
You gotta say what he needs receivers like Devontae Parker. They got too many midgets.
Yeah, I would. If I'm them, I'll make the trade with Miami.
They
Move
need
up.
to reincarnate Mushin Muhammad. Bring him back.
Oh
Boy,
yeah, man.
they need Steve Smith back. That's what they need.
Yeah, both of them. Yeah, bring that pair back. That
Yeah,
would
I
be.
love Carolina's reset. I love Steve Smith and Mushin Muhammad.
Oh, I swear, if I always want to beat his ass. I don't like him. He's an asshole.
Yeah, Steve Smith is annoying as F.
He's annoying.
He really is annoying, man.
He's annoying for no reason.
He's a fucking thug. That's what it is, bro.
I know somebody say he's annoying for no reason at all.
Yeah.
He's just annoying.
You know, it's funny. You know, when I look at the Dolphins, bro. You know, I mean this, bro. We keep our picks, Quinte. He better hit on. I better get 5 or 6 starters on the field.
We're not gonna get 5 or 6 starters. We might get 3.
But they're fulfilling needs, though.
Huh?
Well, we get. I'm just saying, running back, is he starting?
He might. I'm gonna say this. In our offense,
yeah,
Gaskins gonna get the start first, and then Najee Harris gonna get carries.
Wow.
Because you gotta understand, not Gaskins, he can run out the shotgun. You understand? That's gonna be the primary.
Yeah, he's pretty versatile. I got good fantasy football points from him.
I like Gaskins. I follow Gaskins. He was at Washington. Gaskins is good, man. Trust me.
I got good points.
Then why even draft a running back, bro?
Huh?
Well, Gaskins is as good as the pass catcher.
Yeah, he's good.
He's not a third down back, but he's a variable. I said like during the RPO, the trick play.
That's what he's for.
But he's not the third. But that's why Miami's seeking for the full-time third down back, which is this. There's a lot of talents coming out this draft.
You know, I like your boy. You know that. The Dolphin fans wouldn't understand getting it from UAB in 6th round.
Spencer Brown.
They wouldn't understand.
You don't have to spend no first round pick.
I want Chuba Hubbard, man. I want Chuba Hubbard.
I pick him in all my drafts, bro. And guys can give him a pushback. I give him in the 6th round too.
Yeah, I like Chuba. Sometimes I feel like he don't put enough efforts, man.
No, you gotta say he played for a racist coach, and that shit was messing with him.
He was that racist, bro?
Huh?
He was that racist.
The man can play. He can play.
Okay.
Yeah, if that running back don't look like Barkley from the Giants, then he ain't worth a first round pick. I was against drafting Zeke. Okay, I was not in favor of that at all.
The Cowboys took him.
I wanted Jalen Ramsey and the brother at Tennessee. I said that the difference between Zeke and the brother in Tennessee, whose name I can't remember right now, y'all know. Yeah, they ain't that difference that Zeke is a first round pick and this guy's a second round. I said all the mock drafts was crazy. I said that's the value of getting him.
He went to Oklahoma, so Oklahoma is going to be a championship team.
That's what I'm talking about. When I do the draft simulator, I trade down and get value back, and I pick guys like what's our boy name again? TAC UAB.
Spencer Brown.
I get him in the 6th round.
How big is he? I
check it out for you right now.
He's about 5'11", but he's a big body though, running back.
Yeah, I like big body.
If he's not my size, you see my picture, he got to be at least 220.
My boy in North Carolina, Williams.
Yeah, I like him.
At least you got to be at least 215, 220 to be my every damn bell cow.
I totally agree with that. That's why I like the kid from Carolina. I love him, bro. Williams.
215, Dimitri.
I was watching your film last week.
215. So you must be looking at Dimitri Felton from UCLA. That's a
receiver. I love that boy. A lot of people like him. That's a little joystick, man. That's a little.
I put it on my list. He's my best route running back in the nation.
He's going to play receiver. I think he's going to try to play receiver.
Yeah, Derek Lawrence on the block.
Very shifty. And what else? And luckily for me, so Dwayne Eskridge should be available in 4th round, so you should be happy.
One of the best catches I've ever seen. That catch he made at the Senior Bowl, one-handed.
I told you, man. The reason behind his speed is when he was in high school, he was a 2-time state champion, and he ran nearly 4.3. He's a 5th-year senior, so his body is already NFL ready. He's age of 24.
He's 23 years old. Oh man!
So you can use him. You can use him in the slot. You can use him in the punt return.
That's what scares me. That's what scares me a little bit when it comes to the receiver position. If you're drafting a receiver that's already like
No, that's different.
Like 23, 20.
Receivers different. They can play the day 34, 35. Well, I'm talking about running back. If you're running back, you're 23 already getting drafted. That's a bad sign, because that means you might only get 1 or 2 contracts.
Yeah, that's true, because look what happened to Alfred Morris.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, that's a perfect example.
Alfred Morris. Look at Jordan Howard. Jordan Howard was killing, but the thing is, he's so fragile. Like he gassed out.
I'm gonna say this: Jordan Howard, he doesn't get enough carries for him to get going. He's not that kind of running back. He's not a running back. Get him the ball in spurts. You got to get him 20 or 25 carries a game, all game. It's like, okay, take Zeke. Zeke, he's a monster. You get him carries, you might stop him. You stop him. Bam! He gonna hit you for 15. He gonna hit you for 20. Hit you for 5. Hit you for 3. Hit you for 20. Hit you for 20. Okay. That's what Zeke do. He's a monster.
He can switch. He can switch to fullback. I think actually that worked, because
some players, because I know how it is. It's in the league. It's about favoritism and all that bull crap. They don't give the players, because to me, for Dolphin, they did not run the right scheme for him. He does not need to get the ball in shotgun and RPOs. He does not need to get the ball like that. He's not that kind of running back. He doesn't have sudden stop and go speed. He needs to gallop up. He's like Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry needs to get the ball 8 yards deep, 10 yards deep, hand the ball off. He already had a head of steam. He's going to run over the first 3 people, and he's going to be off to the races. That's how it goes. Let him. Go ahead.
For me, the perfect running backs that fit the RPO offense is the guys that we have now on the Miami roster: Gaskins and Ahmed. Those are perfect RPO running backs, right?
They're perfect, but at the same time, if we want that, we can get Travis Etienne. That is speed. He can take the ball and be gone. If they take the ball, they're not going to be going. They're going to get 20 yards. You understand what I'm saying? If he hits the whole, like, take Kenyon Drake. If we had Kenyon Drake could be one of the best running backs in the league, but he looks for the home run every time. He doesn't know how to press the hole. He doesn't know how to get his tools infused. He want to get the home run hitter every time. That's his problem. That's why he has so many negative stops in the backfield. So he gets 5-yard negative like he Barry Sanders. He's not Barry Sanders.
I have another running back for you, Mace. Another mini Derrick Henry. I would say the Walmart version of Derrick Henry. It's Jamar Jefferson from Oregon State.
Oh, child, please.
That little midget, that boy can be running people over, man. Like,
yeah, but remember, what's the dude from who he got drafted by the Jaguars? He probably got another concussion. He played for Temple.
Played for Temple, the running back played Temple. There's not many running back coming out of Temple, so
yeah, but he was a good one, boy. Him and Rocky Sin, the other cornerback.
Rocky Shane, the safety. I remember him. Rocky Shane's still in the league. He's
all right, fellas. I'm gonna bow. Get back to them charts. Nice chatting with y'all. I'll roll through from time to time.
Hey, what kind of charts you looking at, bro?
Oh, I'm a trader, man. I teach people to trade.
Another investor.
No, well, let me say this. I think I was the first in the manosphere, man. I've been on this.
No, I'm not knocking you, bro.
I'm happy to see. I'm happy to see the change in the culture, where so many people coming forward and people trying to catch the train. That get the game up. I'm very happy and inspired by that.
Let's do a 1-on-1, me and you, bro.
Okay.
I'll be happy to bring you up and we'll talk about manosphere. We'll talk sports, bro. I'm in the manosphere too. You know that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, like you say, you see me. I see you all over these streets.
Oh, yeah. We always say what's up to you, bro. It's an honor to have you here today. Really, it's nice to meet you. You was tremendous today. Don't be a stranger. Like I said, bro, you see me up, come up. I'll pop you on the panel, bro, and we talk wherever.
All right, bro. Nice meeting everybody.
I appreciate you, man. One love, bro. The great Dollar Will. Let me give him this. He deserves it, bro. He was great. Puente Manzano. we're here. We might as well keep doing Dolphins, bro. I'd rather Quinte. You want the truth, Manzano? I'd rather keep the picks, bro. If I can trade down with Carolina, I'd rather trade the picks, go with Tua, and let's move forward and build of the foundation, bro.
Don't give up on Tua yet, man.
And
Yeah, I'm not.
it's a little bit harsh. I honestly disagree. I understand why you're saying he's a game manager, but that's
Yes.
a little bit harsh.
But he is
It's not. It's not. Tom Brady's a game manager. He won 6 Super Bowls.
He is. There's nothing wrong with that. You really, Manzano, you really believe? No, I got this, Quinte, for a second. I'll give it right to you because I'm doing a simulator. You telling me you really believe this kid could throw for 4,500 yards and 38 touchdowns, bro?
I can see the limit on his yard is 3,500, not like he's 3,500, 30.
No, he can throw for 4,000.
32 touchdowns.
32 touchdowns? I'll tell you what.
32.
No, if he does that, I will send you a cash app and you take yourself to dinner with a woman anywhere you want to go in Sarasota, bro. How's that? I'm serious.
Yeah, no, that's his limit. Honestly, I don't know why there's Dolphins fans that were expecting him to be throwing the amount of touchdowns he was throwing at Alabama, like 40.
That's your
40,
problem.
40.
He had 87 touchdowns in 2.5 years of play. That's your problem. If he didn't do that, the expectations for him wouldn't be through the roof. Now, realization is knock, knock. Who's there? The game
manager.
It's Tua. Okay. And they hate that. Let me tell you. You go to this guy's room, Larry Ells.
I blame the media.
Yeah, no, I don't blame the media. You know who I blame for it? The fan base.
It's a mixture of the fan base. Actually, it's a mixture of both. The media overhyping him a little bit too. You have to admit,
have you guys listened to Omar Kelly? Have you guys listened to Omar Kelly?
Omar Kelly is off the bandwagon a little bit.
He is off the bandwagon. My man said trade 4 number ones for Watson. Just do it. I'm like, okay. Omar's my boy, though. I gotta get him up here. I'm gonna try my best to get him up here before the draft, bro. Omar's my man, bro. I used to kick it with him on 560, the Joe. You know.
Did you work for the Dolphins? Did you work for the Dolphins radio station on 560 with
No, my boys did. You know what you call it was there was that Zach Krantz and Rabinowitz. That's my boy. Rabinowitz is my boy, man. Yeah, those guys. I ain't worked there, but I know those guys. And one of my favorite people is Greg Likens, bro.
Were you friends with Orlando? Big O?
Yeah. I used to be in Big O's show, yeah, but I decided to do my own sports show.
But you know what I'm talking about.
I bet you one thing. Quinte, you in, right, for the draft?
Yeah, I'll be.
I bet you one thing. I'll have the best fucking draft coverage on the planet on YouTube.
Well, it might be bounced between you and TD listening. I gotta give both of y'all some love. Just the ones I like listening.
I appreciate that, man. You know, EM will be up here. You know, I love his expertise.
Yeah.
My brother DJ Child Support, Tackman Clan Killer is gonna be one of the. It's gonna be, in my opinion, the main star with EM up here and Dusty and his wife, and Manzano's getting a front row seat on the panel.
2:00.
And Manzano, when it's the Dolphins' turn, I'm going to ask you first who you think we should pick. I'm serious. All you Dolphin guys in the room, we got 15 minutes. I'm going to bring you guys up, and you tell me who you want. And let's see.
For me, honestly, my first pick would I would continue trading down because there's other teams below us that are getting need a quarterback, and Trey Lance is going to be available at number 8 too.
I won't even touch Trey Lance, bro. You know, I agree. Hey, Quinte, you're right, bro. I've been saying this for the last 3 weeks, bro. They get a Trubisky, they get a Gardner Minshew, a Jameis. They're beating 2 out. Sorry.
No, but what I'm saying, I'm not saying the Dolphins the Dolphins are going to draft Trey Lance. I'm saying we're going to trade down with a team that needs a quarterback. That's going to probably need a quarterback.
Let me tell you
And
something.
it's probably
Manzano, I like the way you're thinking. If Zach Wilson's on the board, you don't think we're going to get a king's ransom from the 49ers, from the Colts, from the Bears, from the Redskins, bro?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think honestly, Zach Wilson is not going to be a top 5 pick. Realistically, I think we're going to trade down, like you said, with the Panthers, who are gonna get Watson.
Yeah.
Probably, right?
Yeah, I
And
do see that. Yeah.
the teams, and with the teams that are in front of us, the Eagles are going to draft a receiver. The Bengals are
Yeah.
going to draft a
Yeah, they
tackle.
already let that be known. They're going to draft either the kid from
Hey,
Penn State, the linebacker, or receiver.
Eagles got bad luck. Eagles just got bad luck with wide receiver. They just cannot draft. They can draft an offensive linebacker, pass rusher, nose tackle, cornerback. They just cannot draft wide receiver. You have to get a wide receiver off the fucking street, right outside of the right off the CBS. So you want to
tell you, I promise you this: you and Manzano, they'll get 5 starters out of this draft.
Man, I'm telling you, Mace, it might be 2 or 3, Mace. It's not gonna be 5.
Right tackle, middle linebacker, receiver to go side by side.
He's not gonna start. Well, he's gonna start, but
running back.
Baker's gonna start at middle linebacker, man.
Who?
Baker's gonna start at middle linebacker, man.
This is my prediction. I think we're going to double down on linebacker if we.
I agree too.
Down.
I can see that.
Yeah, because I think what's going to happen, we might draft Koromoa at number 12, and then
that would
go
be
back
nice.
in the set, and then draft Baron
Xavier
Brown
Collins?
No, Xavier Collins is getting gone. But what I'm
Okay.
saying, the linebacker position is pretty deep, and I think we're going to replace Jerome Baker. I think we're going to draft the guy from Ohio State, Baron Browning.
I don't think so. I don't think.
Nah, he's not that.
Like
I don't believe what he saw on that damn at the Senior Bowl.
I just look at Miami.
He's bad in pass coverage.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, he has good instincts, but he's very bad in pass coverage, and that's one of the knocks. If you can't pass coverage, you can't play in the defense, bro.
No, my question is, do you actually think Flores can teach him how to pass cover as a linebacker?
If you couldn't do it in the college, you can't do it in the pros.
Facts.
Think about it.
So,
Ohio State plays peer review. Peer review is trash. If you can't pass coverage against peer review, what you think you're going to do against the coach or somebody?
Yeah, honestly, or maybe what we do is draft Koromoa, move him to outside linebacker, and then draft Surratt in the second round.
I want Surratt.
Man, I want to get.
That's what I'm saying. We double down on linebacker. We draft Surratt in the second round, and then draft a D tackle in the second round too.
Hey, Tack, what'd you think of Surratt?
Surratt is a beast, man. But
the man played quarterback. He's switched the linebacker because he knew he was trash.
Would you take him over your boy?
Nah.
You take Zaylen, right? Yeah, he likes Zaylen Collins, by the way. My boy.
He's more of he's a good, but I think he could be a Khalil Mack type of player.
Yeah, I know. As for Seattle, I know we get KJ Wright is walking out, so I hope Seattle draft Milo Eifler from Illinois.
Oh man, you see that boy, the hard hitting.
That boy can hit hard.
Yeah.
Man, you don't want to.
He can hit, but he does not know how to tackle.
That's the problem. But the thing is, but hear me out, because that's a Pete Carroll's philosophy about short tackling. That's the first thing you get drafted, but he will tell you one thing. Pete Carroll will walk up to you and say, "Look, you need to work on your tackling." That's why KJ has been the most accurate tackler for the past 6 years, because he rarely missed. He hit 99% of the time. That's Pete Carroll's old-fashioned defense. Even though I hate that motherfucker, bro. I hate Pete Carroll. I want him to be out of the be like he needs to be in the management or something. I want an Eric Bieniemy, man, to coach the Seattle. I really do.
So do you guys think, honestly, when you look at Carl Moore, is he more of an outside linebacker or an inside linebacker?
Inside linebacker,
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah.
Is he too thin to be an 3-4 outside linebacker? Is he too thin?
No. I think no. I look at it as more of a fit as a scheme, like his style. Like he's
more
can
of a 4-3
flourish
linebacker.
he looks more he can flourish in the inside.
And the same thing with Surratt. I think he can move out to outside linebacker because he's
No,
big
that's
enough.
a middle linebacker. That is a middle linebacker. Well, I'm gonna say this to you. What was the linebacker that played for the he could be Derek Brooks on our defense.
Surratt or
Yeah,
Carol Moore?
Surratt. If he wanted to make him cover the deep center of the field, he can do that. Want him to run blitz, he can do that. He can do everything. You just need to get coached up because he's still raw at the position. That's my opinion.
Is there a good outside linebacker that you would draft to replace a Jerome Baker? Because Jerome is not that good.
I want to keep Jerome Baker, man. Y'all need to stop sleeping on that man. Put some respect on his name.
No, people say
Jerome Baker is a good player, bro. He's only 23 years old, right? He's about to get paid next year. He's not going to get paid no big money. He's probably going to make $8 million a year, $7 million a year. That's payable. You understand what I'm saying? And the player who knows what he's doing already. You got to think about it. They changed the position. First he played in the 4-3. He was playing outside linebacker in the 4-3. Now he's playing middle linebacker in the 3-4. First off, he's undersized to be playing middle linebacker in the 3-4 because in the 3-4 you got to at least 240. You playing middle linebacker because you gotta fight with the guard and the center. We have to shed off and make tackles and all that stuff. In the 4-3, he has the fat boys in front of him to hold up everybody so he can roam around, make plays. Because you remember in his rookie year, he made a whole bunch of plays. Catch interceptions, running the back for touchdowns and all that stuff. He had to learn to position. People need to pump their brakes, let people develop. I remember back in the day, it took players 3 years to develop. But nobody wants to wait 3 years anymore. It used to take receivers 3 years to develop, bro. That's what people think.
So you think Jerome is he's a 4-3 inside linebacker, but he's a 3-4 outside linebacker?
No. In a 4-3, he's an outside linebacker. In a 3-4, he's going to play middle linebacker because he has the speed. He can roam around. He can do all those things. But the thing is, if you have a fat people up front to keep the old line off of him, he gonna make all the plays. I'm gonna say this: take Ray Lewis. Take Ray Lewis. At first, Ray Lewis played the 4-3.
Mm-hmm.
They switched to a 3-4. They got all the fat people in front of him. He made all the plays. He said it. If you get fat people in front of me, I'm gonna make all the plays. I'm gonna make all the tackles.
That's why we'll take that kid from Alabama, Quinte.
Nah, but he injury prone, man.
Who's the center? I mean the nose tackle.
Oh, I thought you talking about the linebacker. I don't want
the nose tackle. I don't want Moses.
I want to do LSU.
Okay. Selvin.
Yeah, the big fat boy. All he's good for is the plot middle of the field, push.
What you need.
You don't think Raekwon can do that? He's big enough.
Raekwon Millen is 6'7", probably 6'8". That's all right. Okay. Remember we were saying yesterday, Crystal Wilkins in a 4-3, he's a defensive tackle. If you take 4-3 defensive tackles and put them in a 3-4, they're outside. They're the two right ends. Then you got the real fat lazy person. He's gonna play nose tackle. All his job, if you're old enough to ever see Sean Gilbert play for the Packers,
yeah, I remember him. Yeah,
that's what we need. All Gilbert Brown had to do is push people up the field. That's all he had to do. He had to make no plays. He had to do nothing. He got paid his $3-4 million a year to push people around. That's all he had to do is take on the center and the guard. That's all he had to do.
Occupy 2 people so the other people can have one-on-ones running around.
When you guys just said that, I was thinking about I can't remember the guy's name, but he was a defensive tackle for the Steelers that got in a horrible accident, and he couldn't play anymore. But if that guy stayed healthy, he was a
Shazier. You talking about the linebacker?
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the defensive tackle from the '70s from the Steelers. The big guy.
But that was his fault, man. That was his fault showing off in his new car. That was his fault. I know what you're talking about.
What's the guy's name? Do you know who I'm talking about, Mace?
I don't remember his name, but I know what you're talking about, though.
Like Gabe something, Gabe Moretta or something like that.
He was a Samoan cat. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. That. And I was talking to what's his name, ball game man. I was asking him about Chris Tonga, the guy from BYU, the big guy, the 6'7". He said
that's too big. That is too big to be playing D tackle in the 3-4. That's a defensive end in the 3-4. When you have length, okay. When you have length and size in the 3-4, you play ends. Remember back when we had the dude, he played 1 season with us. He quit. That year we had Mario Williams and the other tall giant guy. I forgot his name. He quit middle of the season.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
And he used to make plays because he has length. That's all you need. And he had Cameron Wake coming off the other side just getting sacks. That's how it works. Like Cameron Wake in a 3-4, he'd be outside linebacker. Just let him rush the passer. Rush the pass. That's it. He might drop in the hook zone or curl the flats. That is it. He's not gonna do nothing else. He's gonna blitz. If nobody coming in his zone, he's rushing the passer. That's all. That's what his job is. You understand? That's that.
Okay. Is there a good 3-4 outside linebacker in the draft that you can see us that's good at coverage that we can draft?
Me personally, I want baby Jason Taylor from UM. I want Jalen Phillips.
I know who you're talking about. Oh my God, that guy's a beast.
That's baby Jason Taylor right there, boy.
How about Gregory Rousseau? Do you like?
I want both of them. I want him and Roach and him.
You like the kid from UCLA?
Who
the African kid? He was in the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, the dude. He has good motor, but he thinks he plays like, remember Jordan Phillips?
Yeah.
He plays good.
You like Jalen Phillips? You said?
Yeah, he plays good.
Yeah.
He plays bad.
Jordan Phillips. Can you imagine if the Dolphins do that? They draft all 3 defensive ends from Miami with 18.
Nah, I don't want Gregory. Gregory is a boomer bust, but I already know what Roach and Phillips can do. They're more proven. And Roach can play outside linebacker for real.
So you don't think you're saying that Gregory Rousseau doesn't have the?
I like Gregory Rousseau, but to me he should have played this year. If he played this year, because think about it, he had 1 good year, but reason why people don't understand. Know that one of the rookies who played for the Packers, who got a couple sacks this year, played for UM.
Yeah.
That's why he got all the sacks, because they were double teaming him. Garvin, there was double teaming Garvin, so that's why Rousseau got all the sacks, and he was a freshman. You understand? And now he sat out this year. Now he sat out last year. Now he's going to the pros.
Yeah, honestly, for me, this is what I don't get. Why is it when Gregory Rousseau sat out, they're calling him out saying, they honestly with him, I understand why. I don't hold it against. There's friends that are holding it against him that he sat out, but you have to realize his parents, both of his parents are in their like 60s and 70s and stuff like 50s and 60s, and they have he sat out because he was afraid he can get COVID from his teammates and stuff like that and give it to his parents. Do you honestly blame him for sitting out?
I don't blame him, but at the same time, that hurt him. Because what if he doesn't get drafted in the top? What he gonna do then? What if he goes in the third round?
Yeah, honestly, I agree with you that he should have came back. But in a sense, I understand why he. And some of these kids are coming from. Some of the kids who are coming out early in their junior years that don't want to come back as seniors.
Yeah.
There's financial issues too. They can't afford to stay in college.
But I'm gonna say this to you. Know why half of them leave college? Because they already flunked that already. That's what they don't tell you.
Sad but true.
They don't tell you that, man.
Yeah, they ain't gonna tell you that, but it's true.
That already.
Yep,
That's
most of those guys do.
Going to the league, man.
Quinte, you're right. Most of those guys do.
It takes 3 years to flunk out of college. You know that, right? You go to school. The first year you do all your work. You be a model student, and it said last year you don't do diddly squat. It takes time to flunk out.
Yep.
Get incompletes, and you flunk out. Then you just off. Like, I'm going to the pros. Fuck this shit.
No. Actually, I disagree with that. Some of these kids graduate early.
I'm gonna say half these kids do not. I'm gonna say this to you.
You're right, Quinte.
Half the kids who go to UM, not all of these kids need the money. I'm telling you.
Yep, it's true.
I'm gonna say this. Football is different now. Yeah, you might have some kids who are poor and everything. They have a hard upbringing. Half of these kids went to IMG Academy.
Yep.
St. Thomas Aquinas.
Yep.
Not on a scholarship. The parents paid for it.
Yep.
Don't believe.
Modern day and stuff like. You're saying like
it's not all. I'm just saying. I'm gonna say, out of all those kids, you might have 5 kids who really are poor or broke. The rest of them kids are not. All right. Take last year when they paying in the kids' houses.
Yeah.
The ones who was at a restaurant, they was poor.
Of course.
The ones who was at their house, big ass mansion, everybody inside the house, they're not poor, bro.
Yep.
Don't let
it fool you.
Don't let it fool you, man. They do that because they want the money. They get tired of it. And I'm gonna say this: I know a lot of people, a lot of kids. When I was growing up, a lot of kids did not want to play sports, bro. They did it because the father or the mother forced them to do it.
It's true.
A lot of athletes did not. They hate it.
My nephew,
my older brother,
yeah,
he loved football, but they made him play it. He hated it.
They didn't need anymore. His parents are rich.
He hated it, bro. He hated it.
Yeah,
they see a 6 foot. They see a 6'2" black dude who could run fast. They want him to play. He like, man, I ain't want to play this shit. He just
true, bro.
And
I'll give you an example of what you're saying is true. My nephews, one is 6'5.5", the other 6'6.5". One is works in the medical field. The other one works in the tech world. He got his own business, LLC. None of them gave a damn about playing sports.
Yeah.
They're happy with their careers.
Curtis Martin hated it.
Yep.
He did it to take care of his mother because his mother was getting abused by his dad.
Yeah, I heard those horror stories, man.
Yeah, and honestly, baseball is a perfect example. I have friends who play baseball their whole lives, and once they graduated high school, they went to college on the scholarship, but they didn't play baseball. They went there to get their degree, and like most of them end up going to the medical field, or one of them is like he's working as a researcher for pediatrics and stuff like that. Yeah. So most of these kids don't go into the pros. Some of them go into being a lawyer.
Yeah.
Some of them become doctors. Some of them become astrophysicists or something like that.
It's true.
Because I think most of the kids in Miami go there for the medical.
Yeah. It's a great medical program. They have great NBA programs. It's good business and lawyer. become a lawyer in Miami.
Yeah.
Florida is the business. NBA. Florida State is I forgot what it is there, but you can be. I know it's a lot of football players, basketball players became Rhodes scholars who went to Florida State, but nobody talks about that shit. They talk.
Yeah, nobody talks about the guy whose his brother was a DB for the Titans.
Yeah, Myron Rowe. I like.
There you go. Yeah. No one talks about him, bro.
He's
Hey,
a doctor.
hey,
He's
hey,
a
Quinte,
doctor.
hey, the doctor now. Quinte, what do you think about if the Dolphins made this draft right here?
You gotta make it bigger, man. I can't see it.
Okay. Got the Chargers first round pick out of it.
Well, make it bigger. I can't.
I'll read it to you. We got Joe.
Well, I see it. You got the the linebacker, pass rusher from Notre Dame, Rashawn Slater, but he's going to move the guard. You got Creed Humphrey, Williams. I like Phillips. Who the hell is that? 81.
Marquez Stevenson from Houston.
I don't know who that is.
He's a wide receiver.
Oh man, you got Mr. Slow Feet himself, Sean Wade. Oh, and Mr. Can't Catch, Terry, huh?
You know who loves those two guys?
Who?
I test.
I want to do a draft.
All right. I test is a trip, bro.
I like eye test. Eye test speaks his mind. I respect that.
I do too, man. I love all you guys, to be honest with you. You guys do it for me, man. It's a good thing we like on the same team because we have different opinions, but one thing I know for sure, we're going to be damn good this year. I'm looking at 11 to 13 wins this year.
I'm gonna say that this year,
yeah,
Tua better take this pressure he got right now and perform.
Yeah. Manzano, you want to do this trade?
I want to see the next trade. I want to see the other trade before I decide.
All right. You get a first, a third, and a number one next year. The Cardinals, you get the whole ball of wax. Cardinals, you get the first, second, a first, and a second next year.
I'll take the Cardinals.
That's what I'm going to do.
Take the Cardinals. Take the Cardinals.
All right, who you want?
Are any linebackers available? Or
who's available?
Oh my god! Oh, Kyle Pitts is available. Get Kyle Pitts.
No, I'm not doing this trade either. Who you want?
Take
Parsons, Patrick Surtain. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Draft Micah. Draft Micah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Pass
rusher.
Who you want with this pick?
Patterson. Oh, Kyle Pitts still there.
He's still there?
Get Kyle.
Okay. You sure? Okay. Well, you could take Minka too, bro. Tony. I know one of you guys like Tony a lot.
I like Tony, but that's a second round pick. Well,
yeah.
Take Pitts?
Yeah, draft. Yeah, take Pitts.
Right.
I already know who I want to pick here.
Take Nick Bolton.
His height worries me. His height scares me a little bit.
Who you want now?
Or you can get
Go to defense. Go to defense real quick. Go to edge.
Oh, you got Jalen Phillips there, 41.
You're gonna get some jewels here.
Get draft Joseph Osai from Texas.
Carlos Basham. Either one.
Joseph Osai from Texas.
Wake Forest got some good players on defense. Who you want?
The guy from Texas, Joseph Osai.
I will make this next pick for you because you're not going to do it.
What?
You'll see. Because he ain't going to be there in the third. Where is he at? I'll make this pick for you. Get ready to make your third round pick, bro. This one I'm definitely making for you, bro.
And have back-to-back picks.
He's Javonte Williams.
Okay. Go to defense and go to corner.
Corner, not safety. Okay. Here, I would have took Creed Humphrey, bro. You agree with that, Conte?
Yeah, Richie Grant is there.
Who you want, corner?
Yeah. The guy I want is Eric Stokes. The guy I was talking to Bogan and EM about.
Eric Stokes?
From Georgia. Yeah.
No, this is a reach, right?
Eric Stokes, go up.
Oh, I see him. All right. Where you going next, bro? Because we ain't gonna have a. Oh, we're gonna have back-to-back picks. You better take Creed Humphrey here, bro. Oh, he's gone, man. Yeah, I'll make this trade.
Go to center, and I want to get drafted back from Wisconsin Whitewater.
Did he get destroyed? Did he get blown up in that game, Quinte?
No, that was Mr. Fat Boy from Alabama.
Yo, you reaching for these players, bro. You really reaching, man. Let me find out where this guy is. I'll bring it back up. What's his name again? The kid from some strange Wisconsin school?
Oh, no, he's not on here, which is weird.
Where he's at, man? He could have been taken already.
Draft, is Dad Newsome a reach here?
Yes.
Well, go to offensive players. Look at the offensive players. Like running back or wide receiver.
Well, we got running back.
Quincy Roche is there.
Draft Quincy.
Quincy?
Edge from Miami.
That means we got two edge players.
I'm moving him to outside linebacker.
I think we need a safety, bro. Where are we at now? I think we got back. Yeah, we got back picks.
Go to safety.
I think this is it, bro. And Manzano, I don't know about this draft, bro.
Go Tyreek Thompson.
Shoot. Davis.
No, Paris Ford.
Take Thompson?
Paris Ford from Pittsburgh. He's a hard-hitting safety.
All right. Wide receiver here? Because he didn't take wide receiver.
You can get Tutu Atwell should be there. Is he?
Atwell? Let me check.
I don't think he's there. I think he's gone already.
Atwell.
No, go to receiver. Click on receiver.
He's on receiver right now.
Atwell. Go back up. Yeah, Atwell's gone.
What about what's his name?
You got Coxie from Memphis, Terry from Florida State, Williams from UCF, Josh Palmer from Tennessee, Brennan Eagles from Texas, Trey Walker from San Jose State, Jonathan Adams, Arkansas State.
Go to running back. I'm gonna show you something. So, see if Felton is there.
Felton? No, he's not there. He's gone.
How about I was gonna say Spencer Brown, but that's a reach.
I would take Spencer Brown at 7. This is your last pick in the draft, bro.
Yeah, draft Spencer Brown.
You got it. That's Tax Boy. And that's the draft. They got a first and a second next year from Arizona. You know what this guy told me? And I said, "Oh, you out of your fucking mind in my brain." Dwayne,
What?
he was complaining about getting first and second round picks for next year.
Man, that's good.
I know. I mean, he said salary cap. I said, "Yo, I'm about Super Bowls. I don't give a fuck about salary cap, bro." Shit. If I have to overpay and I'm winning chips, I'll do it. Wouldn't you?
Yep.
I mean,
So yeah,
the salary cap.
you can keep building your team constantly because
Yep.
Facts. If player coming out next year, you want to draft that player.
Yep. Facts. I think this was an all right draft by Manzano. The only problem is he didn't get a receiver.
He got a receiver. He got Kyle Pitts.
Oh, okay. The tight end, really?
Yeah, you're gonna see.
Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna use it. I'm not the tight end is just a title for me. Honestly, I'm gonna use him as a weapon. Honestly, he's a weapon to me. You could have Gesicki in the slot and him on the outside. That's unguardable right there. Who can guard Gesicki? Who can guard Gesicki?
Pitts,
Devontae, Pitts, and what's his name?
You gonna trade your baby mama for a PS5?
Wow. I probably might have to find me one next week. I'm gonna try.
A PS5?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and find me one when it's time for MLB The Show come out. So that's next month. Try and find me one.
I'm gonna get back into that right there.
MLB The Show hells you. That's the only game I play. I'm gonna play Madden this year only because I know the Dolphins defense is gonna be top 2 in the league. That's why I'm gonna play Madden. Just to play the Dolphins defense.
I'm gonna explain why I drafted Eric Stokes because I honestly think we're planning ahead with drafting. If we draft 2 quarters back-to-back years in the first 2 rounds, we're planning ahead because realistically, when you look at Brandon, who is it, Byron and X, realistically, they're gonna have to move to safety because as you get older at the corner position, you start losing speed. Your athleticism starts going down. Don't you agree, Quentin?
Yeah, but let me say X. X is not going. Okay, X he can move to a slot corner. Byron Jones can move to free safety. He's a good tackler. He's half the size for it. And then you can have Noah move out to outside. And who else we draft.
That's what I'm saying.
But I don't see Stokes at that level. Stokes is more of a safety. He can be like Eric Rowe.
Okay.
So you don't agree with Fogg?
But it's only 3 corners I like in this draft. J.C. Horn.
Make it big, old nigga.
J.C. Horn.
Patrick Surtain.
And the corner from the big cornerback from Virginia Tech. Farley.
Oh, Caleb Farley.
That's who Ian would love to trade down and get with the 8th pick. Ian loves Farley.
Because Farley, he can be Byron Jones. He can play safety the first couple of years, and then switch play corner.
Yeah, he's not a big fan of Patrick Surtain.
And Patrick Surtain Jr. is good, man.
I agree, but he doesn't like him.
No, honestly, I think why. Honestly, I understand why people are afraid of Patrick Surtain a little bit because we're putting too much pressure on him to be his father because of the name. There's scouts that are expecting.
He's good.
He's good, bro.
Do you think when you look at him, Quentin? Do you think he plays like his father, or
he plays like the second, not like his father. He plays like himself.
Oh, so you don't?
Because his father was more like Xavier Howard in a sense.
Yes, I agree with that. I do. Yeah.
You would say who's more like a Sam Madison?
Okay, Sam Madison is Byron Jones. Patty Surtain is Xavier Howard. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna say this:
Also,
when you build a
he can.
defense, I want one ball Hawkins corner, one corner who just gonna lock down this man who ain't gonna. I don't care about getting interceptions. He's gonna lock him down.
No, I like is on the entire defense. I want hitters who intimidate, bro.
No, you want hitters from in the safety position so they can come down.
That's what I mean. I want the Rodney Harrisons, bro.
Well, you can't really do that anymore, man. You know, this is powder puff.
No, and honestly, I think
back on the head, they throwing the flag.
Poor white boy Chuck Cecil was a headhunter, bro.
Actually, I think the Dolphins are changing the description of the safety position. They want coverage over all that. That's why they switched Bobby McCain and Eric to safety because they can cover. So I think they might draft corners who they can switch over to the safety position and have or like you said, they move Byron back to the safety position and stuff like that, right? You think they would move Byron if they draft corner in the first 2 rounds? They move Byron back to the safety.
They could, but if the young fellow catches up quick, yeah. Because think about it, who's going to throw on this defense, bro? If you move Bobby McCain back to the slot, people don't realize Bobby McCain was good in the slot when he was in the slot. He just gave up. He gave up touchdown when he got to the red zone. He had taller receivers. That was his problem. But if you have somebody over the top of him to help him out with the tall receivers in the red zone, inside the 20, inside the red zone, that'd be different. But anywhere else on the field, Bobby McCain was getting interceptions, knocking the ball out, punching the ball out. You know, as he did his job. He always plastered on his man.
Roach is a beast.
And do you think Brandon Jones is Eric Rowe's replacement at strong safety?
I'm gonna say this: that boy might be the second coming of Rashad Jones, better version, a better tackler, and violent, just like Rashad Jones.
On that note, guys, I'm gonna take a little. I'm gonna break a break. I'll be back here at 6:30 Eastern time for the nightcap. Probably go to like 10, 11 o'clock, and we'll pick this up. You'll get the back signal when I'm coming on a half an hour before. I want to thank everybody who came through today in the chat. Quinte was tremendous today. So was our new guy, Dollar Will. I never knew he had this much knowledge. And of course, Manzano was here since I started at 6:15, at 7:15 this morning. Manzano was here at was it 5:45? Saying hello to me, bro.
Yeah, Mason. Actually, you need to realize if you do multiple streams during the day, the second stream doesn't get notifications. You need to remember that. So if you're doing 2 streams each day, every day.
No, not every day. This on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you do multiple streams, a day or something like that, like you said, Tuesdays and Thursdays, the second stream is not going to get notifications for people because you did a stream the day earlier in the day. They get
I didn't know that.
notification.
I didn't know that. No, I appreciate that. Fellas, attack you stay. Fellas, I will see you two tonight. Have a good day. Thank you very much. These guys were great today. Okay, Manzano getting to the Black Manosphere stuff. Good for you, Manzano. Good for you. All right, everybody. I love you. Have a good afternoon. I will see you 6:30 tonight from the Oasis. Good afternoon, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
All right, man. Be good. Tack, you stay. My boy's here with me, and I feel